Anime Adventures update's about to come out. I didn't realize I was sleeping. I woke up like just now. So, yep. I don't know what time it's coming out at. They shut down at 2. I was literally taking a nap. I mean, I was actually sleeping until my brain realized, oh shit, the update. My brain said, doo 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 doo, and woke up. So, like, I'm freezing right now. My dog has my blanket and she won't give it back. I'll be right back. I need to go grab me a blankie. Get, get back to bed, baby. I'm back, YouTube. Um, I just had to get my dog a blanket so I could take mine back. I used to go. Okay. I'm just gonna put it like that. Okay. Let's see what they have. What do I have? Oh, isn't this guy racist? Oh, I love racist. I love racism. What? I'm about to blow up all in your face. Yo, foot. Snake, come on. Why am I a woman? I'm about to go rob some kids. Get done. I'm free already. Get some more, bro. Oh, I love this game. This is why I love this game. I could just. I need to go get myself some lucky blocks now. Lucky block! This kid is such a faggot. Yo, this kid's a fag. How is he faster than me? Punk ass bitch. Oh, punk ass bitch is auto clicking. I bet. He wants to auto click, I'll auto click. You trying to summon God on me? No. What is this? I just wanted that. Okay, time to get back on my drone. Nerds. Nerds. You black. You. Do you remember the rain? I'm just getting stacked up, bro. That's all I need. Bruh, kid. Best grammar. Best grammar. Bruh, kid. Bruh. I'm stealing all these emeralds, bro. All these emeralds are mine. What you talking about? Oh, they rushing our base. Ooh. I get. Drink. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Hannah, but you can suck my. Fuck this game. Oh yeah, hold on. Animated adventures. I forgot about this game.
So three, you see a better side character than Zoro. Okay. Who we got? Let's see.
What the fuck? Capsules. I'm about to. I'm about to blow. Piranha? About to blow. About to blow. Man, fuck that. God damn, my luck sucks. Your trait. Yo, I just got 0 trait. Divine after 600 rolls. Oh Actually clicked that. Okay. I don't know what to play.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna see what food.
Can you NPCs tell the difference between a human and a robot? We get randomly paired with either a human or a robot, and we got 2 minutes to chat with them to figure out which. Begin. Searching for a partner or setting up the robot? If this is a robot, they just left. You've got to be human. Tell me you're human. That was a robot?
You want to see something embarrassing? I finally hit AR-60. Legend has it that once you achieve the legendary status of AR-60,
I swear to God, bro, this AI shit has gone way too far. First there was AI art, then there was ChatGPT, and now there's AI voice cloning.
Gotta stay gay.
I can literally make my voice sound like anybody.
Drake, Kanye, the fucking Whopper guy.
All you have to do is record yourself saying anything and then apply the AI voice model to it, and it'll change it. And you would think that people are using this AI to do devious things like, I don't know, spreading propaganda to cause a very collapsed society.
I like Joe Goodman.
No, people just use it to shit post.
Biden was caught shaking that shit in broad daylight.
Like me, I have absolutely no musical talent, but look what I can do.
I'm sucking on his balls while he sleeps before he wake up and I jiggle his booty cheek.
I swear to God, bro, this AI shit has gone way too far.
So, I just scammed all these YouTubers out of thousands of dollars.
Check out this atheist accidentally proving God is real.
If there was a God, there would be a lightning strike in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, this is very concerning.
Check out this
It's Naruto versus an entire verse. It depends on the verse and the form you give him, but let's see who he gets. Okay, so it's Barry and Mo versus individuals from One Piece. That's Cap. That's Cap. That's Cap. That's Cap. And even if more than 24 hours slipper can fly, can beat him. That's Cap. That's Cap. That's Cap. He can see the future. Naruto wouldn't touch it. That's Cap. That's Cap. She's got more than 24 hours in her. That's Cap. That is Super Cap. That is also Super.
Hey, no.
Hi, folks. Can I get you started with some drinks? Oh my God, honey, are you okay? You look like you're about to fall over. Oh, I'll be honest. My husband was murdered last week. Oh my God. Honey, you should be at home. What are you doing? I would, but they only allowed me 3 days off, so I have to pay bills. Anyway, I'll go grab you some water. It was he, wasn't it? Oh my God, you're a real son of a bitch. You're drinking.
What do all the Hashiras think of Nezuko? Rengoku says he believes in her and thinks she deserves to be a demon slayer one day. Tengen says he can't believe that some demons don't attack humans and thinks that Nezuko is a miracle, whereas Giyu and Muichiro don't care about her at all. Yome says we must kill Nezuko at once so that she may be relieved from her torment. Obanai and Sanemi says they can't trust her as long as she is a demon, and they will never consider her as a demon slayer. Shinobu believes in Nezuko's will to save people's lives, and Mitsuri sees Nezuko as a younger sister and thinks she is cute.
Aiden Ross is weird. Aiden was reacting to videos that chat sent him in his Discord server. One of the vids started with some dude cutting the branch off a tree. As the branch falls, the video suddenly switches to a picture of Aiden Ross's sister's OnlyFans. It was a very revealing photo, and rather than Aiden immediately clicking away or closing his eyes, he instead inspects the photo for way too long. And that's why...
How do you open your eyes in the salt water? Hang on, what? I thought that was so easy. You know what's not easy? Running on the hot Australian sand. Anyway, many of you were shocked that I opened. So 3 years ago.
Goku didn't get the heart virus on Yardrat. Even if Yardrat had a poisonous atmosphere, poison doesn't give you a virus, it just poisons you. Also, Goku gets the heart virus 2.5 years after Yardrat in the future timeline, or 3 years after Yardrat present timeline. What changes between the present and future timeline? Not how long Goku spent on Yardrat, but how quickly Goku got to Earth. In the future timeline, he teleports to Earth to stop Mecha Frieza and King Cold himself, but in the present timeline, Trunks handles them, so he takes a few hours longer. This change alone proves that Goku.
I don't know what's happened to my free page because it used to be just anime content, but recently it's been taken over by that Cupid song, and I didn't even know it's K-pop. I heard it on TikTok so many times.
How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. If man in a top chat.
City girls make a wish like Ray J. Let me talk to you. All these niggas wanna fuck JT. LK, this an SRT. Pull up G-Wax 63. Make a 55, suck that T. He wanna menage with a new body. Man, you niggas can't fuck. And she's just in the background. And she says, I wish that I could be like the cool kids. 'Cause all the cool kids, they seem to be in. And she's just in the background. And she says, I wish that I.
What is the best weapon set in Breath of the Wild? Well, it's not the soldiers or knights set, since their attack power just isn't as high as these other ones. Maybe it's the Royal Guard set. The attack power on these weapons are really high, and you can find a lot of these late game. There's even a Royal Guard's Claymore in Hyrule Castle that does 116 damage. The only problem is the durability is extremely low. While the attack power isn't as high as the Royal Guard set, the Royal set is a lot more reliable on combat with a lot more durability. Plus, you can find these even earlier in game if you know where to look. The Savage Lava set is the best of both worlds. They not only have really good durability, but they have the highest attack power of any set in the game. But the best weapon in Breath of the Wild is undoubtedly the Boko set, so it's got to be Boko.
We believe.
What starts with S, ends with X, and has some power?
Six.
So they're supposed to cry if Giorno Giovanna from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure solos their verse? Yeah, this is wrong in several places.
Let me explain why.
Luffy needs to go ahead and start crying because the entire One Piece verse is getting torn to shreds. Naruto, I love you when you're serious, so you will definitely be missed.
You, on the other hand, I'm going to be celebrating, and no matter how much you cry, I'm not going to care.
Ichigo needs to drop those tears because of Bleach versus Fine. Yuha and Aizen both exist. Gohan, on the other hand, needs to start crying because the X and Hunter x Hunter is only going to stay for when they get X'd out by Giorno. Now, Asta and Black Clover are kind of weird, but I think they should be fine due to his anti-magic and Vanessa and Julius's fate and time magic, respectively.
Okay, guys, the update's about to drop, guys. Guys, I'm about to blow. What are we? Come? Oh no, fuck. Let me in, daddy.
Dragon Ball Z in 60 seconds.
Ready, daddy. Oh, daddy, you're not open. Daddy, you're not open. What the fuck is... Some people want love. I'm only human. Oh my god, guys. Triple Armin banner. Everybody, triple Armin banner. Let me in. I want to get triple Armin.
The MC, mostly. Now he ran as Goku's brother who just showed up on Earth and gets them both killed. Goku goes back to life, though, because he has to fight Nappa and Vegeta. Vegeta kills Nappa and then loses to the Z Warriors, but escapes in the same pod. The Z Warriors head to Namek to use their Dragon Balls to revive everyone, but Frieza and Vegeta have the same idea. The Z Warriors use the Namekian Dragon Balls first. That makes Frieza mad, so he transforms a bunch punch while beating everyone up. Goku shows up and goes Super Saiyan. Frieza and Goku fight for 5 minutes. Goku wins. Everyone gets revived and sent to Earth. Not Goku, though. Trunks travels back in time to stop Goku from dying. The androids show up. More androids show up. Another android shows up and absorbs some of the other androids. Now he holds a tournament. Gohan goes Super Saiyan 2. Goku dies again. Gohan wins. Some years pass. These guys resurrect Majin Buu. Vegeta tries to stop Buu. It doesn't work. Goku goes Super Saiyan 3. Majin Buu turns into Super Buu. Gohan shows up and gets absorbed. Goku and Vegeta fuse with Vegito. Super Buu turns into Kid Buu. Goku uses the Super Spirit Bomb to kill Kid Buu. The end. Subscribe for
Every one of my servers thinks this guy is X-Ray, so I decided to check if he's actually cheating. At first, I wasn't sure if he was cheating or not, but then I saw him going in random.
I'm about to blow! Oh my god, guys! They opened it! They opened it, guys! I'm about to blow! Guys! Luffy, please be a... Is it Luffy? Oh! Bounce! What? What's the Evo gonna be? I don't give a fuck! Yes. Oh yeah, wait. Yes. Gio's downstairs. Alright. Hey baby. Hey baby. Hey baby. Baby with your seat, man. Guys, this is literally not letting me in on my main. Okay. You know what? I'm literally... This is literally my alt. I don't know why I'm asking on it. By the way, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to have to do. First of all, I have to look at this real quick. Second of all, let me get this code. Oh, it's Dressrosa. I need to get Luffy. Shiny Piccolo, Shiny Piccolo. Guys, I got Shiny Piccolo. Okay, I sell it. Yeah, I sell it. Spelling. No, hell no. Join. Yeah, it's a story mode, isn't it? Oh, it's not? There's no way it's right? There's no way it's raid. Right? Okay, yeah, it's not. I guess I'm just bugged right now. 5 heroes. I'm definitely using that on Luffy if I get him. Whoa! I just got 2K gems! Well, I'm summoning on my main first. I don't think I have a luck pot on my main. That's bad. Oh, I have one left. Oh yeah, I remember I getting it. Okay, BRB. Oh, I'm back. Let's check if I got Luffy. I hope I did. I still have 3K gems even if I didn't. Wait. Didn't get him. I'm not gonna look.
Let's say all the men we got paid to make that within a day or two when the infrastructure recovers. It's all the jobs that keep the world running the way it is. The first world is dominated by men. Women do not work these jobs. 99% of the men should screw them. I'm not saying that about other women, just that when it comes to survival, you need men.
Tell us again what we.
Why do boxers always become best friends after a fight? Days before a fight, you'll always notice that boxers talk about impressing their opponent. Sometimes they even get into brawls the day before the fight. Most times what's happening is boxers are trying to settle the fight. People are more likely to find a fight when they believe both opponents absolutely hate each other. So boxers like Floyd Mayweather usually build a character and control their opponents non-stop because of both provides
Did I get him yet?
That's why after so many fights, you notice boxers hugging each other. Even yesterday when Ted Davis gave Ryan Garcia's mother a big hug. Hey, Daddy, is your Wi-Fi working? Yeah, why? Okay, could you just turn it on and off for me real quick? Why? Because I need it. Huh? Are you really using my Wi-Fi right now? Yo, I literally can't explain right now. I'm at work. Please protect your Wi-Fi. Oh, man, you do this?
Let's see.
Chaz is calling me.
I got Golden Frieza.
Hey, Danny, do you mind just resetting your router for me real quick?
Don't tell me you're using
That's BS, bro.
No, not me.
Chaz, I can see you. You're watching Netflix on my iPad using my Wi-Fi.
The iPad?
Yes, it is.
Bro, that's some BS, bro.
Hey, Danny, is your Wi-Fi working?
Doesn't matter. 19K.
Can you just turn it on and off for me real quick? Why? Because I need it. Are you really using my Wi-Fi right now? Yo, I literally can't explain right now. I'm at work. Please reset your Wi-Fi. Nah, man, you do this. Yo, one sec. Chaz is calling me. Hello?
Hey, Danny, do you mind just resetting your router for me real quick?
Don't tell me you're using my Wi-Fi too.
What? No, not me.
Shane.
Driving machine is an honor. Stop fanboying and be professional. Alright, let's get started. Why don't we just make a right turn here? Oh, nice. A left turn. Creative. Out of the box thinker. Athletes do need to stay hydrated. She just ran a stop sign. Wait, that stop sign speed is what the hell? Speed of here is 15. Why are we going 50? She's trying to kill the slow down. Brilliant. And now she stopped. Taking me over her head. I'm pretty sure that's the It's very considerable. Congratulations.
With the tool you design, actually hates. This is the most valuable. So that motivates people to use that. Let go of that spirit. So out of all the things that design has created, it isn't any of the great things in it. Isn't any of the new. Surprisingly, despite its rank, is the other moves you needed to overall audience apathetic and professional only. Shows programming design, shows its psychic punishment, shows towards himself, all things design. It's just, it was a lot of time giving its own like searching for its own way. Honestly, the only reason Doma is still alive is because of Straw.
So, what do you want? We've covered the favorite foods of all the Hashira, so here's the main squad. For Tanjiro, his favorite
Okay, let's check if I got him. I was AFK for like 2 minutes.
that grows in the Japanese mountainside. And since the species is invasive like demons, you can say that
What the fuck?
pushing back against some
Okay. I can't laugh at that. You know what? I'm not going to. That shit look goofy as fuck. Luffy, bounce. She said bounce what she want. That's actually sick. Yo, I'm gonna go check around the Evo or him. Okay. I'm feeding all those to Luffy bounce. 40 smile. Gear IV. That's gear 5. No, gear 4. I was about to say gear 5. Gear 5. I'm saving up for Dofi now. Actually, no. Law. Oh yeah, Luffy bounce. Oh yeah, Luffy bounce what he want. Bounce what she want. Okay, I'm gonna go AFK summon on my main again.
I'm kind of Yo, bro, what you doing, man? I can't find my Air Forces. Bezos? Yo, chill out, man. Yo, they're right here, man. I'm freaking out. Oh, gosh. Yo, why'd you even need them sneakers for? Going on a dig with your big.
Going to live with you.
Yo, bro, what you doing, man?
I'm so mad I got. Alright, let's go see. Luffy bounce man use 1, 2, 3. I'm not keeping that. Okay, I'm keeping that. I'm not keeping that. Okay, I'm keeping that. Wait. I have to go check what they added real quick. Okay. New mechanic. New unit mechanics. What? Oh, yo, what? I think that's what I think they added. They added 2x. Oh my god, they did 2x dirty. Watch, I have to open this. It's a new world, yeah. Luffy's going on my team, bro. Fuck this dude, bro. Luffy bump. Yeah, fuck you, Pride. Yo. That is fire. You better treat our new endeavor. Brr. Bruh, are you serious? What traits did I get on new B? Okay, I got all the trash. Oh wait, I think I actually have. Broly, what do you have? B, no, you have all B. Sasuke, what do you have? Ace. Okay, I'm gonna do. No. Mimo. Okay. What new features did? Oh, hold on, wait. I have to go check up the sub announcements. No, it's Where's the updates? I need the updates, bro. I need updates. Oh, updates. Oh, really? Oh, Gon got buffed. Wait, bro, jumper stages? Wait, I have to go to Clover, right? Where's Clover? Where's Clover? Where's Clover? Where's Clover? Alright. Oh, I have 5 trade rewards. I'm just doing it on Golden Frieza. I'm gonna be honest. I'm treated for that Rayleigh, bro. If any of y'all got Rayleigh, bro, and y'all want like Toby, hit me up. Or like Kara or Yoshina, hit me up. I want Rayleigh. I should have kept the deck. Spin off it right as I realized that I got it. Grape? Pirate grapes. Fucking parts would eat grapes. They booty. Now I gotta go to the XP fruits. I guess I could just feed you. How much is Luffy doing? 4K. Damn, Luffy. Wait, I have to go do an infinite move. Hey, yeah, bro, I'm gonna go do infinite. Oh yeah, let's do Marines for it. Let's do Marine. Hey, yeah, do Marines, bro. I want Sabo and Bill Flipping go so bad. Hey, yeah, y'all seen the first Luffy?
Would you rather always be late to literally everything by a good 10 to 20 minutes, except your entrance is always a spectacle and you have an insane alibi for literally every situation? Like you're late to class and the reason is you were kidnapped and you slide into class from a rope on a helicopter, or something equally absurd for literally every time? Or would you rather always have to leave 10 to 20 minutes early from everything for equally absurd reasons? I'm taking being late. Would you? Here's an awesome
Types of COD Zombies players we all hate. Number 1, the troller. You could be begging this dude to come pick you up, but he'll continuously hold down the square button and let go at the last second until you bleed out. It doesn't matter if I'm on round 5 or 100. I'm leaving if you do this. Number 2, the greedy one. It's real funny how this dude never has a mic. His only form of communication is the melee button.
Oh, I don't even have a farm unit on my main.
Yeah, this is the same guy.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's just
Number 3. Hence does not stop being the block and will not let his teammate get one spin until he gets.
When the Netflix team gives you a red parrot and asks you to do the dance at the premiere. When the Netflix team gives you a red parrot and
Get the
asks
fuck out of
you
here,
to do the
Fly.
dance at the premiere.
Oh, hold on, wait. I need my attack effects on.
When the Netflix team gives you a red parrot and asks you to do the dance at the premiere.
That's stupid for his first attack. It's like a quick fist. Ew, I hate how I do that now. When you hover over, it's white. Ew. So I guess it was just 2x now. In story only, though. It's pretty dumb. Okay, I'm gonna go place Itachi in the back, just in case. And I don't have Bulma on this account. So that's his first upgrade. This is also, guys, level 79, like all Bs. No, it's C plus. Yeah, there's all Bs basically. And okay, let's see his next move. Okay, I like that. That's my favorite move so far. Oh, Calm Gatling. Are you dumb? Luffy, are you dumb? Luffy? I'm selling you for Tachi back here. No, 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 no. You are not taking Luffy's glory. Okay, next move. I like that move the best. But what? Yeah, he's gonna be like as good as my celestial Tengen. Damn, bro. Damn, Luffy, you do a steroid. I'm about to. Okay, yeah, he's really good for his. He looks so NPC-ish. Actually. Yeah, I just think Luffy's my new favorite unit. Okay, I can place back here now. How many can you place? Oh, yeah, he is 100% better than. As long as his Evo does more damage than Tengen, he might like Luffy might be the new best unit. I'm getting Law. Actually I don't care about Doflamingo. I really don't. I just want Law.
What? Donna Corn made $1 million in her first day of employment. I can have things. I got boobs.
You trying to make me? What are you doing?
Sending you nudes?
You will stop. You pay. Put them clothes on. Stop. Look at my girl, bro. Please put them clothes on.
Hey, bro, want to play some PlayStation 5 upstairs? Weird way of asking. Sure. Cool, PlayStation 5 up this way. You know, you really don't have to keep saying.
Oh no.
Nay!
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you about that step. Didn't mean to fix it.
Cool, man.
Let's have a look at some classrooms from around the world. In Tunisia, students cross their arms to show teachers that they're paying attention. These dedicated students in Syria are learning math equations from this whiteboard setup. In North Korea, even the windows in the classroom look depressing. These students in Morocco have some really cool art on their walls. These Indonesian kids are having recess while there's an active volcano spewing.
Alright, cameraman, I'm about to destroy the entire multiverse in every dimension and realm, even the ones outside of ours. You ready? Bruh, you still alive? Alright, I'm about to erase the entire concept of a cameraman. You ready? The concept of a cameraman doesn't exist. No, man, come on. You said the concept of a camera, man. I'm not touching the camera, man. You know what? I'm gonna use a move called unplug the TV. Say something right now. Oh, that's your weakness. Oh, okay. Man. Oh, no. It's a lot for you. No.
You're such an ass. I'm so done with you. You told me you changed. I found this in your car.
I can explain. Let me explain.
Well, it's too late for that, filter boy.
Now I can explain. Having a controlled cheat meal and a calorie deficit really helps you stay on track. A single cheat meal is a great way to treat yourself real hard work. Just make sure you don't go overboard. It's a cheat meal, not a cheat day or weekend.
You're such my impression of the... Stop! Teacher! Teacher! Give me some. No. Hey! Here, take it off. Do it yourself. Teacher! Teacher!
During the battle between Shigaraki and Star Stripes, the villain uses All for One's quirk to actually steal Star's quirk away, which is something that a villain should never be allowed to have, because Star's quirk is called order, and it allows her, or anyone who has it, I guess, to make rules on reality by touching something and saying its name when you impose the rule. Using this quirk, Star Stripe was able to touch a burning laser beam and make a rule allowing her to catch it harmlessly and hold it like it's literally not.
Okay, son, listen to me. I just walked by the neighbor's house. It looks like they're getting fiber internet installed. Should we get it? I mean, our internet's pretty good as it is, Dad. But it's not better than the neighbors. Yeah, that's true. And what did I teach you? Always be better than our neighbors. Exactly. Now call AT&T, get it set up, okay?
Oh my God! Guess what? They just opened up a McDonald's down the street.
Okay, but you don't even like McDonald's.
I know, but they have free Wi-Fi, so I can cancel the internet. We can save so much money.
Mom, we're not canceling our internet.
Oh, I already canceled it. Mom, why would you cancel? I got to the my in like 5 minutes. Well, good thing McDonald's is only 5 minutes away.
I hate you.
I love you too.
This man named John goes to his favorite
I'll be right
restaurant
back,
every morning
guys.
for breakfast. So after many years of telling the chef to make John's breakfast, the restaurant decided to put his meal on the menu and named it after him, calling it John's breakfast. And this was the moment he seen it on the menu for the first time, smiling and feeling appreciated at his favorite place. This man named John goes to...
I don't want to go, but I should go. I don't want to, but I have to. I don't want to.
Okay, baby.
Ever had a moment you wish you could perfectly capture and bottle forever?
I'd like to not encounter the skeletons. Yeah, that feels dangerous right there. We take the sidewalk that's safer, one that gives us a nice, dangerous weapon. Bomb arrows. That guy can one-shot me. It's like he knows. Can we raise it before it? Oh, he's behind. Okay. Oh no, so why? We got it. Nice. All right, really quick, before we get the spirit of reward, because usually there's not a lot of good stuff. Oh, hi. Okay, be careful of those still, though. Probably gonna need more, and there's an archer up there. Yep. I don't want to know what he has for weapons, so we're just gonna go very fast. Awesome. Hidden cave, fire arrows, normal arrows, and last but not least, a safe spiked Pokeball. Our first one. Can actually use self-defense tactics. There we go. Highly statue. Usually stamina is the easy decision, but for this, I gotta go with as much life as possible. Like, I can't risk anything, even if it makes me a sluggy skeleton. Still not enough to ward off like most one-shots though. Okay, well, Paco's done. The armor we need is in the Gerudo area, but it's not realistic to get it because we need a lot of money to buy it, and also luminous stone materials for the trading cost. Best region to get all that stuff, that's probably pretty close as Baron, just over there. And who's that? Macablin? Get a horsey, yeah! Woo! It's a pink horse, a pink spotted horse. Okay, knock knock, we're coming through. And night traveling isn't too good, but on a horse, it's not really that bad. Skeleton. Uh-oh. That's not what I wanted. Be careful. Blow them up. You know, while we're here, though, take some Macablin arms. We're investing ourselves in the skeleton nature. No. Okay. Hand dragon. Okay. What? I think we're fine. Oh, back scratcher's back. Yeah. Just constantly scratching away. We come through the field like this. Shouldn't encounter any Macablins or Moblins. Okay. Come at me. I dare you to. Okay. We just have to ward them off. And that was a good ward. Aha! Campfire. Okay. Let's end night travel, please. What's good about these paths leading to this area? Little secret stashes. Boom. Oh, nice! A sapphire in there. Cool. Like it knows we need the money, so I'd like to get this horsey registered. You know, it has white on it. White means bones. So, Mocablins. Well, this one shouldn't be too bad. Hit him into the water. Twice. Headshot. And finisher. Nice. Okay. Double vocal kill. Good job, horsey. And look at that. With that, we can take spike weapons. A Boko club and a Boko shield. Oh, and the Boko gut will be good too. Because we need that to upgrade the armor to level 1. 3 Boko gut per piece, 9 in total. And another bow. Oh, shock arrows. That's good for disarming. We'll just sell some of these gems. Actually, a pretty decent start. So we have enough to just afford 1 piece. Which, that's not enough. The jungle will be beneficial. Luminous stones, and even some weapons. If this is the Sands run, Sands only has 1 proper partner here. Papyrus. Yes. For many reasons, because has white spots on him and he looks like a papaya. Yeah, Papyrus mode. Brother team. Sands, eventually. Papyrus. Let's do it. Let's take a little seat, go to morning. Hey, look, I'm a horse, Sands. Very good. Oh, there's more. And you too. In the water. That does it, right? Oh, yeah. I can get the loot. Oh, water. Don't work against me. I mean, the undead really doesn't favor water. I see that. Because yeah, the jungle is over this hill, and we can make the climb if we're careful. There we go. Secret stash. Don't need the mushrooms, but in here, sapphires. There we go. Money. Luminous stone. Okay, that's the first one. Another sapphire. 1 luminous stone down. 137 more to go. We really need that many. Okay, this is the hardest part of the climb. Trying to like wall off the train so you can't just get to the jungle from here. I mean, you can if you have enough results to do so. 1 leap of faith, and then at the end, extra stamina. Boom. Whoop. Yep. Just to be safe. Eat that, and we're good. Glad we cooked those up. And look, corn deposits. We're very high up. Where's that going? Oh, in the corner? Nice, topaz. It's only 10:50 a.m. though, so we still have like another safe 8 to 9 minutes to make it out of here. Interesting cave with a lot of stones in it. Those bats will be an issue though. Yep. 2 and 3. Oh yeah. Woo. Some good trees up here. Durians. These are free hardy foods, which allows us to take pets pretty much. All we gotta do is get this cooked up and we should not be one-shot anymore. Any more bats? I don't think so. Just a lot of riches that I can't seem to get to. There we go. Nice. Make it up before any bats come after us. Is there any enemies down here? Don't get shocked by lightning now. Or sniped. I literally can't see anything. Screw bananas. I just need to live. Come on. Successful. Yes. Okay. Almost really good. Does this take us right in? Oh, I think it does. Okay. Yes, we made it.
This is my comeback. Start yours at predictable.edu.
Are safe. It is raining though, so let's give it a moment. Oh wait, never mind. Just a moment. Quickly make us some anti-death stuff. 1, 2. Put 2 drains in a pot. And 8 temporary hearts. Okay, on top of 4. Eat it right away. Boom. That should avoid the one shot. And just like that, the fire goes out too. Well, we did it. Oh, and bananas. Okay. Yeah, bananas are an important one to get here. It'll be pretty weak without it. But we do want to get the tower because there's good materials alongside there. Nice. Adora los ojos. And bats. Oh, wow. Okay. Eating wouldn't have got me out of that one. It was just dangerous. Come on. Why do I keep pausing? I'm just too scared. I'm eating regardless. Literally just, I have timid skeleton energy right now. Okay. Woo. Perfect dodge. You're right, it's perfect. Get away. Okay. We do have durians here, so more stuff to cook up. Aha! Just a little cake with them. Jordan, give me all. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We now have enough to buy 2 armor pieces. And the rest of them, well, there's just a lot ascending north. Oh, that one dropped an extra. But on average, it's still going to be about 1 per stone. Love to see it. Diamond! Wait, 2 diamonds? Whoa! Gem rain! Goodness knows we needed it. That's almost enough for the set and all the level 1 upgrades. Oh, actually, yeah, it's a bit easier to farm in the night, specifically due to their shine, but we're close to skeleton mode. Oh, is that a spike weapon? Oh. I will be taking that. Spike Pogo Bat. There it is. Traveling on my head's perks. This is probably a good source of these weapons. Our final one. 2. Okay. Final 2. Nice. Between all that, we got 37 Lunar Stones. We're only 11 away from actually being able to buy the set and then getting it all the way to level 2, which gets us a step bonus. But we are jumping the gun. How about we actually just, make it to Bruno first and get us that armor? Because I think we deserve it now. No more dallying on that. I wonder if the guys here have the bone weapons we need. It looks like they do. This feels like a good opportunity. Thank you. Oh, is that a free club? It is a free club. And that's a free bow. Thank you. I'll be taking it. And arrows, cool. All right. Well, that's all we got to do, really. Half the time you don't even need a plan with finding these weapons because they're really just everywhere. Oh, those guys have spikes too. But also those guys are way more dangerous than anything we've faced. That is not worth a potential club. Blast it so we can blast it. Caught it! Nice! In order to get the armor sets to level 2, we need to get 2 fairy fountains. That's how we unlock higher tier upgrades. At the desert though, we are so close to our skeleton armor. Before we get that though, we do need to buy a device set to make it inside. What can we add on top of our 850 rupees? 3 sapphires should help. Oh yeah, almost double right off the bat. 2 rubies. Those extra ambers in there gets us to 3,000, which is enough for the armor and device set. We can sell those 2 diamonds we got. 4,500. Okay, that'll be enough for that and some future stuff like fairy fountains. Before we buy it though, let's cook up stuff because we don't have anything cooked up. We have 24 hardy durians. If we do 2 per dish, I feel like 8 temporary arcs on top of 4 normal. Once we have the armor on top of that, we should be a one-shot to like pretty much anything. 600, let's go. Okay, in Gorilla Town, this can only mean one thing. We've been waiting too long for this. How can we call ourselves a proper skeleton without being a skeleton? And there it is, just on the wall. Return to me. Come here, armor. There we go, just 3 stones and 800 rupees a piece. That's 1. Other pieces, of course. 2 and 3. 1, 2. All the armor pieces. There we go. We are now skeleton. We can do this. Become one with the bone. But in order to make it better, we do need to upgrade it to at least level 2. We need 2 fairy fountains. We need more luminous stones, just by a little bit, and we need some bokoblin and moblin guts too. So that's all going to be priorities. Oh, skeletons aren't allowed. Who said skeletons were glows? How can you tell? The glow is what makes it, honestly. Yeah, seal would have been awesome. Sadly, skeletons don't have brains to think these things through. And with this defense, oh, hi. Oh, he's got a good bow. Get him all the way. Get him out. Oh, not the shock keys. Oh. And away we go. Surf down. Ah, 4. They're not giving up yet. Almost got me. That was a close one. All that stuff. Flint! Ah, there's a chance of just getting flint, which sucks. Yeah, like, what? What's with these chances right now? Sapphire. Oh, okay, bad. Let's do it good. Very good. Nice. And Yiga time. Woo. Through the fire and flames. Break the banana. There we go. It's truly the best way. Okay. Banana room, yes. And of course, the banana gems. Topaz. But we got it. As long as we're past the gate, we're good. I think a blue logo harder than this guy. You're definitely right. After all, he is a red bokoblin, as you can see, the colors. Here you're red bokoblin. Bonk. Bonk the bokoblin. Well, now it only makes the most sense to at least visit the fairy fountain. Start upgrading this thing. As soon as we get it all to level 2, then we can take on the Divine Beast. Hi, fairies. Sadly, no fairies in a permadeath run. Let's enhance our skeletalness. Just 100 rupees? It'll be easy for this first one. Well, for this, looks like we have the luminous stuff requirements, and it's going to be guts for the first upgrade. But we can at least start with just 1. 2 more armor points will suffice, though, for now.
New plant-based coffee mate.
Yep, same delicious mead, made with a blend of almonds and oats. Thank you for being a friend. Don't mind me. Coffee's perfect plant-based made coffee mate.
This time we need our buddy back. Papyrus? Hey, brother, I'm a skeleton now. Isn't that cool? He's bobbing his head. He's like, he's grooving, yeah. Sands and fires. We're at it now. Campfires would be pretty cool if they were on. No cold spaghetti. We need warm. Or just sleep at the end. Sleep until the night. We gotta be night crawling now. The hand is just scratching at the air. Just dust them off. Oh! That was a good one. Oh. But basic pose. I'm doing it more so for this loot. Well, oh! Fine, be that way. Because do I have a puzzle for you? Riddle me this. You get popped once, and then shot twice in the head. Does that make you dead? It does. And the pedal nuts. That's what we need. I think these guys had like a 60% chance of dropping a gut. Yep. Now to the blues. And now the black one. I spin around. Boop. And again. Awesome. Ooh. And the rain comes pouring. I'm really loving this below though. Bone-tastic. Oh, the back cave. Okay. 2 stones. Bit better luck. Oh, chicken horsey. You got this papyrus. I believe in you. Oh, not me! Don't kick me! Brother, what are you doing? That's a lot of bats. Okay, they're all after me. It's time to go Megalovania on these fools. Okay, Megalovania over. Whoop. Oh, that's a boat. My friends. Get those free arms. 340 off, we got 33 now. This cleverly placed rock. I mean, clever for us. Thank you. Cool. Eating the food, as long as you're distracted. Don't worry, I'm a big food fan too, man. I totally get how that feels. Next, he is cold spaghetti. Goodbye. And the guts. I think that's our final one. Yes, we have 6. I'm covering it. I promise for 6. Yeah. And that's all we need. And the last. Looking good. We'll need the next fairy in order to get the level 2 stuff though. But 15 armor points? I feel that's safer, taking a couple of things, like the moblins we have to kill, or the level 2 stuff. We can do that easily alongside just the plateau. Hello, moblin. They're just chilling in the open. I mean, you do you. Meanwhile, I'll be me. Oh, okay. You're free and open to do that. Your free will. It's mine to kill you. Almost. Consider it done. But our first guts, 1 of 9. Oh, they're walking away. Free will is trying to guide them to safety. But that crone on the ground is not. Batter up. What? No stealth strike. Just a kick. Bit of effort. These big dumb ancillaries again. Oh, and now I'm feeling kind of dumb now. Every part's been a gut though, which is good. You know what? I would like to kill some enemies that give us the weapons we need though. Got a lot of variety options. I'm not sure of the soul. Oh, hi. Oh, yeah. Oh, those are good weapons. Yeah, those are really good weapons. I'll be taking both. Thank you. Oh. Never mind. Oh, why? That's not okay. Do the safe thing and run. Get out of there. Seems like we need to play so safe, or we're not close enough here. Indeed. We're so close. We're so really close. Those guys can help us out. And final. A little bit of a wind up there. Okay. Styles pulling for our last one. Now with our 9 guts, I would say we can go to this fairy fountain, but since it's level 2 stuff, we need another fairy unlocked. Little fairy, here you are. 500 rupees for the second one? We can do that. Now, yeah, every piece is 8 stones, and 3 got. We're 1 stone short. Well, 5 to 8. 5 to 8 again. Let's get on the map. And yeah, we can't do the final one because we're short of 1 luminous stone. I thought I had it. I really did. Oh, 1 luminous stone. Where can we get that? Is it a cave? Are they in a cave? A chance? Oh, I see now. It's a secret stash. Wait, screw the luminous stones. This is an awesome discovery. What? Bomb arrows, okay. I swear, 2,000 hours into this game, you still find things. Yeah, that is so cool. Just there. But most importantly, it's all here. Level 2, everything, set bonus, disguise, and bone attack up. There it is. And with that, well, let's go kill us with light cannon. It is indeed Naboris time. Naboris. Cook up a couple of things though. 3 of those together and a thistle. Just for our combat stuff. We have our bomb arrows, all sorts of arrows, with bows, still some shields, and definitely good weapons. Sound the alarm. Thunderblade is going down. We're getting close. Alright. Here comes the shock. So for safe measures, we are going to quickly, just eat this plus 15, all the temporaries we can get. Okay, come on. Stay safe. Just stay in. Stay safe this first one. That was not safe, but we are okay. Reader just kicked me out. Okay. We did prepare. Keep going. Stay in. That just moved, so come up for that. Swing around the side. Nice. Which one's moving next? You are, of course. Just like that. Get them both. Pull back to me. Yes. 1. Oh no, that was a miss. And then no caution here. Full speed ahead. Go for it, Gold Lake. We got it. And the bone bash. We did it. We have 24 armor points, so against these guys it won't be an awful thing. Ooh. There we go. Make it perfectly. Nice. I think ultimately we shouldn't die from 1 hit of Thunderblight. The part of me is just like, am I sure? Second to last one, we're almost there. Oh. Wait, is it going up? Is it going up? Is it going up? Ah, yes! Okay. Made a ride. Not worth it. Undo thing. Okay. Good stuff. Well, we are almost here. Go to the pit. Okay. There's 2 guardians down there. I feel like now's a good time to get prepared with everything combat. So we can do this, the terminal, and then Ganon. Even just that, screw it. As a skeleton. Ow. Come on. Oh, break him down, yes! Huge damage. Just awakened him. Shockwave did numbers. And 5. Okay. Wow. Okay, I'd love to see that. It's Thunderblight time, though.
At Dots, an ordinary pretzel just isn't enough, so they add savory seasoning and tempting buttery flavor into every delicious twist. Now that's enough to make you order a special delivery.
That seems like a lot.
They're really good. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzel.
Just gonna swap to a fresh one just in case. Same place to this. Okay. Running around. Okay. Well, it's time. Activate the terminal. Skeleton mode fully. Oh, Thunderblight. I have a bone to pick with you. We're gonna make this over with faster than you can imagine. Come at me. Not with the shock. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Okay. See what we can do here. That isn't terrible. Okay. Oh, the shock. So close. Nice. Okay. It's good, but not amazingly good. Again. Nice. Oh no. Ooh, good. Okay, it's a close one still. Can 4 finish it in half? 3, 4. Nice. Okay. Part 1 done. He's not that fatal. He gets way worse. We gotta quickly get him out of the mid phase though. He's right there. Yes, instantly. Oh, perfect. Oh, get a free arrow hit. Never mind. Moves all the way over there. Nice. Okay, wait. Spike one down. We have to do it. 1, 2, 3. That's it. One blight. Come on. The laser. Not the laser. Bring it. Yes. Break the shield. Go straight for the eye. Nice. We did it. Oh, wow. That shield parry was intense. Okay. Thunderblight down right away. We just went for a speedy killing. The undead doesn't mess around. We've experienced pain before. And now we bring it on to you. Pretty satisfactory Thunderblights, but there's still, well, a lot to do. Of course, we got the Divine Beast, but we definitely need a lot more stones to upgrade this armor itself. I've pinned the locations of a lot of these stones just to, act as a guide before we head up for Dania. If we do that. Oh. I thought there was a dry spot. There was a dry spot. That time, okay. Thank you, Tree Shade. Oh, hi. Oh, wait. Since we have the level 2 set, he is now our minion. Next thing about our minions is that they bring us free weapons. Here. Free weapon, free bomb. There we go. Fair trade. We're both happy now. This is actually pretty good. It's about on par with this weapon in terms of overall damage and durability. There we go. The luminous deposits, just as we go. And the type of pen represents the quantity. So it's the same sort of system we used for the Lizalfos from the tracking quantities. And we also need money still for the fairy fund. Final one's 10,000. Oh, the money. Wait. That's a good bow. And wait, has a modifier. Attack up already. Oh, Blood Moon. What's better than the Blood Moon? Special rock. That has diamond under it. Oh, hi, Stallox. Lord of the Bones? What's your quarrel with me? Do you quarrel? Giving me an offering? That's no offering. Okay. Bad. He quarrels. Get out of the way. No, not the tree. Nice little party patch. We got durians. I would say screw him. He's a good mining weapon. That's a good purpose for it. I'd say next, though, yeah, if we just get some of these nearby luminous stones and then charge the fairy button over here. Let's talk to you. Great fairy. Yeah, that's what we need, too. 500 rupees? Thank you. Good goods. These are good goods. Weak stamina. Big hardy radish. That's the best. We will take Papyrus and Bead. Okay. Free gems. Free money. Watch, we get a diamond. Salts are the diamonds of the culinary rocks. Let's get a very Highland bomb to make this viable. Very viable, okay. Those guys look deadly. This is a very nice sunset, though. Actually, it's perfect, if I would say so. And with the sunset means our time to shine. Yeah. At least one apiece. Better than one flint. I mean, hey, it's a bit dangerous, though. But it's the type of danger I live for. You're back. How about you come up first? Hello, I am the remains of your fallen ancestors. Just coming to take back what's mine. Mine. More mine? Okay. It's so free. That's Dragonbone, sadly. Oh, and this is a bad situation. Dragonbone meets us. We got most of them. Goodbye, my lord. Oh. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Our motto this one. Oh, big stone. Mining is so satisfying this game. 2 in favor, guys. Oh, and at least these guys are on my side. Jeez, though. The whole party. No, we're just going out. Don't snipe me. Eat crap, Goblin. Fall off your horse. and Luna Stones. Aha. Alright, third fairy fountain. Unlock the third tier of upgrades. 1,000 rupees? Easily. It's not going to be nearly as bad as the final. We're very good in the Luminous Stone department, but we do need Molduga guts. Since we're so close, we might as well just get in with what we have. At best, we can get everything we need in just 2 kills. At its worst, they'll probably be like 3. Oh, hi, skeletons. You know, there's something I could use, though. Screw it with Goblin Arm. We can have a much better Zolfus Arm. Like that. Nice. Uh-oh. Well, good thing we had this. Boomerang, come back. Yes. Oh, and it awakens you. It's like it was your calling. Ah, there you are. Do this again. Uh-oh. Get him, get him, get him. Nice. There you are. Already distracted, I see. It's like a dog, just doing up going for tricks. Take it. Whew. That's still minimal damage. Okay. We'll go up here, we're fine. Go for the bomb. It's your base, Molduga. Yes. There we go. Now beat him down. Much better. There we go. He's gonna go mad mode. Okay. Still a lot to deal with. There we go. Big hits. Eat it. Nice. Belly up. Okay. This gotta be our chance. No questioning it. Go, 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 go. Yes. Okay. Turn for Wolf's Fury. Sorry, I didn't realize that on. Nice. Just regen cancelers. Okay, no more regen. Oh, he's right at me. Scary dog. Good. Okay. Take it, take it, take it. He's going far away. What? He just retreated. What are you doing? Clown. Wait. Bomb time. 1, 2. We got it. Okay. That was the finisher. But we did get 4 guts. Oh, that's really good. Greatly enhanced clothing. Well, we can do it. Okay. Okay, so close now. We definitely need more weapons for the next Molduga fight. You know, we can honestly get more by the Ancient Priesthood. Really not bad with these guys. Just 3 takes. Sure thing. Go straight for it. Come on. 3. Okay. I would like more bows, though, and, you know, we got to go to where this started. We'll get him safely this time. Him, and a lawyer horn. And then, for you, this should help. Oh, maybe more so that. That was a good help. Let's get our free stuff. Fire arrows, spike for the bow. Uh-oh, he's right on our tail. We have to go a little bit faster. Oh, well, we just kind of skipped up, didn't we? Yeesh, okay. Go for it. Pick it up. Boom, got him. And belly to me. Yes, okay. We're right there. You know, we just got to run for this one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh-oh, bye-bye stamina. Uh-oh. Woo! Okay, good. Oh, my health. Woo. That was a not good moment. At least we can take him with better armor. Exactly what I needed, because you have to die. Get out. 3, 4, 5, 6, and then run away. More up front. It's the best thing we can do. Eat bomb. Oh, he's really hugging the platform here. Oh, not anymore. Unearth. Belly slap. Oh, that whip. You thought we were on him. That's good, though. Wax. Yes. Get them all. Come on. More volleys, please. Yes. And take them out. Okay. Molduga down. Woo. There we go. 3 more guts. 1 more than needed. Wow. That was a fight. Because now, yes, 8 to 12, that's 36 armor points for the entire set. That'll take a lot of damage. It should be enough for taking on Fireblight now. Lava Land. I don't think I'm ready for the spice. Oh, my weapons. You're going to have to unequip them pretty much the entire time. We can only have them up for just a trace amount of times when we're attacking things. Do the bow weapons burn? No, actually. So we probably could have that out. Oh, yeah. Hot spring stones? Hard to see in the day, but we know what you are. A very nice reward. The mines are just good in general. Also good for fireproof ingredients. We need a couple to mix with the butterflies we'll be fine. Eventually. Nice. Gem pockets. They may not be glowing, but there's still a certain shine to these stones specifically. So our goal right now is to get the warp points, and then we're just going to quickly warp to the stables where we can buy fireproof butterflies. This is the buyout one. And only because we're low, we're just going to take a stack of those arrows. It's a bit of rubies, but these go a long way. So 3 butterflies, a lizard, and well, we do have that spare gut. 13 minutes, okay. Let's go to the mine. And then we'll come back past midnight and heal over your stock. Very good. Oh, almost right to it. Oh, and level 2. Well, literally almost perfect. These old bones don't mess around. Okay. Before we head back, though, let's quickly get this good. Just a little colony of Luna stones. By little, I mean very big. So, it's 1:05 a.m. We can walk back and get more butterflies. More flies of the butter. 1, 2, 3. Mix that in with lizard. And I don't know if we have any tier 3 parts, honestly. Are the elemental wings worth more? Ooh, that was a weaker one. A little over 20 minutes to do the Ascenta, Divine Beast, and the Blight. There's 10:45 left in this book, 11:50 in there. Well, closer to 23 minutes, actually. You know what, screw it, we're going for it. Speed run time. Oh, luminous stones. Yep, we're getting those. And then climbing up could just slow down the time. I need these.
Made my day 100 times better. I love s'mores so much.
There we go. Keep going up. Bolt and the jump stuff. Cool. Cool shot, man. Yeah, bust it open. Keep me safe, cool shot. That's the way we do things. The time left is about 20 minutes. So we just did that. Pop them in the lava. Hopefully. Not quite. Like that. Whip them in. For both. Think we're doing good? Yes, one in. Maybe with that, could spin in. Yeah, just like that. Back up. Back up. Oh no! Not like that. Wait, do that back up move again. Come on. That has to be it. Please. Please. Yes, we got him. Okay. Sorry, Joel Chef. We had to do what we had to do, though. We got this. Stay under. Stay safe. No downtime. Okay. Very cool. There we go. Got him. Want to hit the button. Then go for the bomb. You know what's all on you. Boom. Okay. To this final section. There we go. Get him off. And there's our time. Oh, no. Okay. Yes. 11:50. This is it. Gotta finish with it. There we go. Just walk it to the end. Take on the Moblins. Clean sweep. Come on. Final cannon. Yes. Okay. Good. Go for it. So ready. There we go. Okay. Still 10 minutes left to do all this. We gotta be quick. Torch on the right side, then a torch on the left side. Gotta remember that. There we go. Blind shots. Ooh, this with the skeleton set looks very awesome at least. That's okay. Pick up that fire. Get a little closer. Just for a short one. That works. Ow. Okay. Total skeleton look. We are indeed bones now. But it still is our time to shine. Oh, he wants the spotlight too. There we go. Oop, dodge it. And an upper terminal grab. Turn back for you. Ooh. Fire time. Hit it. There we go. Please tell me this works. This will be awesome if it does. Nope, not quite. There we go. Third terminal. 8 minutes left still. This one shouldn't be too bad though, because we have a wooden weapon. And just toss it up. Nice. That last terminal, we still have 5 minutes to kill him. But we do gotta make sure to kill him. Without attack buff, it's still gonna be pretty hard because he's got 1200 HP. But I believe in the skeleton power. It's the calcium we need. Alright, Fire Blight. Bomb action it is. Just get him out for starters. And we'll go for a club spin. Still decent, but it is broken. And so are you. And so will you be soon too. Okay. Some damage is good. Arrows for sure. There we go. Good shots. Then we can with bombs. Yeah, we really don't have a lot of weapons. Yep. Keep going, keep going. Keep the heat on. Big volleys. And the break. Couple more to stagnate. Okay. We still do have a bit of weapons shortage. There we go. Keep cycling with it. These patterns are easy right now. This is a fresh club right here. We're saving this for the end. There we go. Come on. Yes. Okay, halfway. We're in full glow-in-the-dark mode now. This is when you know his days are numbered. Like that. Get him out. And then, of course, spin him out. Yes! Oh, yeah. Fresh club. Please. Nice. Where are we going now? What? All the way to the corner? Oh, crap. Yep, like that. Still got the headshot. Nice. It's easier to cycle from here, sorry. Let's straighten the spear a bit more. If we can. Yes. And go hit. Sorry, shield. Yeah, literally have to unequip our weapons constantly. No arrows though. Heck, we bought them earlier. Okay. More huge club. Spin. We're very close. Can you get this? Fire Blight. No match. Yes. Oh. The bone slam. Well, that's a huge blow up, even without our attack buff. It's funny, the natural element to counter all my weapons just couldn't do it. So here's the path to the final of the 4 fairy bones. Only problem, 10,000 rupees. We still have to save up a bit. In order to max this out, it's going to be this, bunch of Lumina Stones, and 3 landing guts. 1 per part. So we'll get that as we go, but first priority is the beast. Oh, metal, right there. Okay, we're dipping. Bye-bye. And one like that. And just right at the top. There are tons of these endurance boots. So I might as well go for it. Spike Coco Spear. That's a crappy one, but still a weapon we can use. Spike Moblin Club, another. This is not a good area to be in. I don't see anything of too much use. Oh, the Stones are. Nice. Give me goods. Ooh, very goods. I see a diamond. Nice. But then from here we can easily get to Rito Village. A good vantage point. Ooh, that's a decent one. As long as I know what I'm getting myself into, I should be okay. And we have been. And just some damage stuff. This doesn't seem like a lot, but Windblight will only have 1600 HP, and we will be fighting him with an attack buff. What do we got? Oh, sorry, I'm scaring the shopkeeper. This is not very helpful. I literally can't buy anything. Skeletons aren't welcome here. Okay, there we go. Just gotta talk to him first. Ease him into the comfort. Look what I've got. 264 rupees. Let's just see what our gems get us. Sapphire's 1,300 for that. 1,470. 10, 1,800. Oh wow. Okay. 6,700. We're like 2/3 of the way there. Still that's a manageable amount to get within a decent amount of time. We also have all the Luna stones we need. If we want up getting extras, we can sell those too. We can use these on the light. I mean, too bad. Barely set this back. Let's just go back to the village and do better now. Just the boarding lights and doing the beast. But for the fight itself, we're going to switch to attack up. It'll slowly kill us with the Colt, but it's worth it for the damage. One, and go for the final. There we go. Nice! Final one. You got remoted. Or make your own fun. Oh, come on. Extra wheel for the win.
Stressed out? Time to refresh your rhythm with Trident. Trident Gum, the fresh chew to refresh your rhythm.
Yeah. So, don't get that. And just perfectly. Stay from there. Okay. My skeletal friend. I wish I could fool you with this. Ow. Ooh, insta kill. Those guys have more health too. We shoot the eye. I'm gonna naked inside the crate, and we're safe. It's a good resting point. And home delivery. Yep. There we go. Come on. You know what? No! No! Wait, what? It nudged it through as it went down. It really collapsed on it, but it had nowhere to go, so it just kind of sandwiched itself to the right. It was just that powerful. It's like, no, you're going. Okay, we have a good amount of hearts. Not many bows at all, though. And weapons are very low, but for this guy, 1,600 health, we got him cleared. Gonna shoot. Okay. Oh, he fell. Oh, no. He did some damage there. But our bones are strong. Like Lycanians aren't the heavy hitters anymore. There we go. There we go. Nice. Bye-bye. One shot, two shot, and okay. Oh, moving, okay. Is that the best you got? There we go. 1, 2, and 30 gun down. Nice. It's still pretty decent damage. For a weak, crappy Colt like this, I'll take it. Where's he going to? There it is. 1, 2, and just to stay safe, you want some extra. Oh no! Our bow broke, we missed a shot. There it is. And third. Almost. Oh, so close. We stopped our regen. He's stopping our hearts. Oh no! We just gotta stay in the ground and let him come to us. Of course, just gotta let that regen. Ah. No! That was our last boat. And he's up there. Well, that's something we didn't plan for. Not at all. He's so up high. It's just luck. We lost the luck. There we go. 1, 2. 3 strikes are out. What? 3 strikes are out. Okay. That's more favorable. Nice. Okay. Smash to the half. Okay, now my arrows are just regen stoppers. Stop it. Yes. He's going up higher now. I guess so are we. Jeez, what do you want, guy? Nice. Okay, we got it. That was dreadful. Okay, get him, get him. Nice, behind the pillar. Wow. Full arm in him. It broke. Club hits, come on. Slow him down. So good? Okay. Oh, laser attack? I don't think so. Oh, we got it with the third. Nice. Come on, get it. Yes, okay. Stop the rejump. Come on. Oh, bow broke. Uh-oh. Come on. Get him. Nice. We stopped the regen. Okay. Oh, let's actually get some help from there. Get him. Yes, okay. Get him down. Oh, I'm so close, but that's fine. More. Nice. And that got him down. Okay. 2 more hits, please. Third one. Get a third one. Fourth. Yes. Okay. Oh, we had like nothing left. That was awesome. We did it. Still very underprepared though, but I thought we had the edge, but that regen set me back from what I was really expecting. We just barely squeezed by. That really did degrade our weapons. Like, we have this club and no bows. So we need stuff to take on both the Lionels and even the Divine Beast over here. But the good thing about this area is there's actually a lot of replenishments we can just get just by going there. We're low in bones, but we'll never feel alone if we have our partner. Oh, oh yeah, there you are, the pirates. Alright, let's go. Sans, I'm still a horse, and I'm wolf again. Yeah. Good, brother. Good Sans style again. Riding underneath the lit moon. We should find a lot of weapon replenishments. So. Oh, never mind. They grabbed the weapons. Oh. They have very good ears. We shouldn't be that loud. Okay, there we go. Bust inside. Brute strength. Take the weapon. Okay. This dude just must have cracked hearing. So must have lived a long, healthy life without headphones and ear damage. Yep. Clearly this monster's living in a different age. I'll be taking that. Thank you. It seems like all these guys have pretty viable stuff. Definitely. Almost. Oh, we can take it. Just one for the road. More arrows. Oh, bike crate. But that, though... Wait, come back, Poco. Oh, hi. Didn't know there's a whole camp, actually. Let's retreat. Quickly. Hi, the goblin. What are you going to do? Throw rocks? We'll do one better. Throw arrows. Ooh. Okay. Be dumb, I guess. It's just a free weapon. Oh, come on. They alerted him. They're on the same team. Oh well. It's a good fire weapon. Extra damage. There we go. Oh, night monster. I really wish I could use you to attack for me. But in a sense we can. You stick your arm, then you're attacking for me. And we can give that attack right back to you. Yeah, eventually. Yeah, you really didn't lend me a hand. Here they are. Oh, they still have the weapons though. Luckily that can...
When you reshape things, a monthly can happen. The Kia EV9 with vehicle to know. Kia, movement that inspires.
Oh, I forgot. They are fast with them. Woo. There we go. Taken 2 vocal bats. Thank you. And just like that, wow, we're doing good. And we got a durability club. Love seeing the modifiers. So I know he's dangerous. But hear me out. I have 1 more shock arrow. Use it well. Oh no! Crap, I thought I was going to get the archers. Here. Let's go for a plan B. You know, I have a very good plan B. You want to keep chucking them? Go for it. Chuck them off the edge. And your friend too? Yeah, give them to me. Yeah, sure. 2 damage. Oh, you're so close. Here. You might need 1 more little... Or, I think he's got it himself. Yeah, sure. Go for it, Goblin. Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Skelemoblin. Really appreciate that. Okay. Now where are my bows? What happened to their bows? Did their bows just disappear? They don't sink in water. I guess the water was hungry. Yeah. Water, come on. You could have just been satisfied with the goblins. Had to eat the weapons too. Oh well, maybe the chest is good. Well, luckily there's more of these guys. Ooh. You can use that. Come down from there. We can do a little walking trade. I don't see any harm in that. In the hole! Yeah! It's Battle Royale time. Oh, come on. Jump off the goblin. No defenses. Uh-oh. His friends are his defense. I heard the horn. Okay. Get out of there, maybe. If you want to be that stupid, we can just let him. Bye-bye. They set themselves up for failure. I wonder what giving the bows this time. It looks like the bows dropped. I think this water got a little overstuffed. Had room for the goblins, not the bows. Well, with that, we still got 4 of the bows. We just need 1 more. The silver. Oh, we can do this. Never mind. He's patrolling. There we go. Distract him a little. Nice big wallop. Nice. That's a good trade, though. We're not even in night mode. And slime down. Ooh, so close. So finished. Come on. Bye. Okay, get that Motley Club. Oh, Topaz. Yeah, I guess killing silvers is good for loot too. Also, Papyrus, what are you doing? You just chatting with the monster. Yeah, what are you talking about? Puzzles, spaghetti. I hate to interrupt a good chat. So let's move on. Ooh. Rain spell. Nice. Oh wow, it's slide. Perfect. Oh wait. Oh. I prefer to get the finishing hit. And on that note, let's eat this just in case. Still fine with this. And with that, we have 62 stones. That's actually 2 more than we need in total. So the rest we can just sell so we can have enough money for the fountain. But with that, we pretty much have a full inventory of weapons now. So there should be plenty to take on Waterblade and even the Lionels we got out for the setup upgrade. Christmas came early. Because after all, I am the nightmare before Christmas. That's a really good one. And look at that. Oh wait, you're only a blue Lionel. I was truly expecting a white one. But blue ones have a pretty good chance of dropping their cards. It's not guaranteed though. Can we still go for it? Let's hope for the best. Let's do it. Woo. Crack it on him and right on the back of the spike club. There we go. That's pretty good damage for starters. Jumpy mode. Nice. No regen, sorry. No fire either. We can do this just draining bow durability. If we only attack him on the back, that drains no durability. Nice. Pretty easy so far. Ooh. Keeping it up. Keep going. 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5. Yeah. We're doing good on time too. We can take this buff to another line afterwards. And 2 back whacks. 1. Never mind, pick us off. You lucky one, Lionel. Get club. Yeah. Woo. We did it. And it guts. There we go. It wasn't even a guaranteed chance, but we got first of 3 guts. And 10 shock arrows too. Wait, we can get our shock arrows this way to take on Ruda. Yeah, we should got another Lionel that drops shock stuff. Oh, it is another blue. Did it scale yet? But it still has a good chance of dropping the gut. No. Eating that. Okay. Start. Ooh. Line it up. Going with the top box. Nice. Keep going, keep going. With the butt of the weapon. The light in my skeleton is similar to his color. Green-blue versus blue-green. I'm going to hope that's accurate. I'm partially colorblind. Nice. Oh, we burned through both pretty fast, actually. We'll have to get a whole new wave of bow after this. Check up almost running out, though. Gotta act quick. Come on.
Signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. Dots, sensationally seasoned pretzels. Precise temperature control and a mainliner fire at the push of the button.
Get another volley with it. Yeah! Nice, perfectly. 2, 3, 4, 5. One, finish him. No. Not enough stamina, even. Uh-oh. Good enough. Bye-bye. 2 more. Yeah. Okay. Second one down. And Lionel Guts, yes. And with 20 shock arrows. That's more than plenty now. We have leftovers in case we need to shock more things to get free loot. But sadly, we don't have the attack up for the final Lionel over here, nor do we have a lot of bows left. And I don't want to end up in a windblight situation. 1, 2, 3. There we go. More dishes here. Let's get a couple more bows. We'll go to our usual spot. And I think we... I don't think a blood moon's happened since we killed them. That makes sense. Did I think of that? No. These guys look good to... Maybe if you do, then that's just easy for me. Walk them in the water. Oh, with that dodge. Slick. Nice, okay. And then, smackdown. Woo! Wow. Oh, well, if only those guys would... Blood moon. This is indeed the sky of a blood moon. Oh, I mean, we can get our stuff back, right? Let's make it very easy. Oh, there was a position. Nice. Cool. And another for you? Sure. Okay. 3 from 3. Score. And we get a full replenishment of bows. Now let's go on back for the Lionel. A Crusher versus Skeleton Crusher. Oh, what? You go right away. Woo. Okay. Wasting no time. Lionel takes charge. Oh, he really does. Okay. Nice. Okay. That's a close one. Easy to work around. Parry the shockwave if we get more time. Oh. Ah. Could have parried that. Whoop. Now, okay, there's our damage coming in. Oh, unequipped our wood stuff. Can't not have that burn. Nice. Keep going. Nope. Yes. 2. And zing up. With that, get one of those on him. Nice. Oh wait, no stamina. Flicks us off. Woo. Come on. He's so close. Do some 2 more volleys, please. We're very, very close. Nice. Weapon parry straight up. No more games. Only puzzles. So riddle me this. If you have like 50 health left, and my bow does half that, how many shots? 1. Because we have buffs. There we go. 20 more shock arrows and our Lionel Gut. That's all we need. I'm pretty sure the chance of getting a Lionel Gut from a blue is like 60%. We got the high end of the stack for sure. more than enough shock arrows for Murda. A full selection of weapons. But with that, we definitely have enough supplies to take on the final Divine Beast, Ruta. Go up to the domain and let's end it. I still need more money, so our armor threshold is so high, nothing will really drain us from the beast. 3-minute attack buff? Sure. Usually the undead doesn't fare well against water, but it is a stigma that we do want to change. The spear, I have one of those too. And a hand? We have plenty of hands. See? Hi, how do you do? Woo! Oh, he does break through the armor a bit. Hi. Goodbye. That was amazing. Thanks, Mifa. Woo! I got a hand with this. Woo! No, I'm handless. But you're a bit helpless right now. Get one headshot. Just bait out that move. Yeah. X out that regen. We're just gonna fight with them. Give them a little presence. That works better. As long as we get the one headshot. No? No headshot. We can club rush. That's pretty nice. He's down for a minute already. Double beat on opportunity. Many swings. There we go. Bait off the throw. Never mind. Go another club volley. Never mind. It has a mind of its own. This should be better. No, we keep getting stuck for some reason. Alright. Testing my patience. Woo, we're right back. Takes the club, and then the spear. Again. Alright. There we go. Beat that. Ooh. Just an instant smack. Ooh. Come on. Materialize. Okay, that happens. Uh-oh. Ooh, wow. Okay. Let's go with a 20. What ice blocks, Mifa? There haven't been any ice blocks. Ooh, nice. Backwards flip. Not on the platform. Baits out the thing. Oh, instant whack. No time to react. Just instant parry and tap. Wow. Just a little test for you, Ganon. See how fast he went down? And you only have double the amount of health. Will he be formidable, Ganon? I don't know. Okay, well, we do need some money after this. Last thing before Ganon is we want to upgrade this set. We have 6,800 rupees. How can we get 3,200 quickly? Well, for making money, there is good opportunities over here. Materials? 10 luminous stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. 4 diamond, which would usually be less. But we get a bonus diamond. There we go. 1,000 rupees. Diamond truly is unbreakable. Alright, one step closer. We need the stones, but we'll get more. 300 treasure behind the waterfall at the entrance of Zora's domain? Really? Oh, we can do that. Wait, so behind this big waterfall? Wait, you can go behind this? Oh. Well, I did not expect this. Oh, chest. Hey, yeah, that's 300. So awesome. This is so cool. Oh, the Eagle Clan had a convertible banner with 2 gold rupees? I totally forgot about that. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, right under here. More crazy diamond. Nice. Go this way. Nice. Yeah, there's a few things we've forgotten here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And 2 gold rupees. And more arrows. Sure. All right. Those will be the tops to Great Fairy Fountain. We're going for it. Okay, 7,700. Let's sell these diamonds up. 3 of them. 92. Here we have 67 luminous stones. We can sell 7. 490. Oh, we're so close. Less than 300. Oh yeah, all these gems. Almost forgot. Okay, well that's gonna be a clean sweep right down the row. And the ruby. Boom, 20. The fairy fountain. We return with a handsome sum. 10,000 rupees. It's all yours, my friend. To the max. 12 to 20. We get 8 extra armor points per piece. We have just the right amount. We planned perfectly. Whoa. Last but not least, the maxed out skeleton. 60 armor points in total. Yep. Wow, level 4 everything. Okay. We can take these guys again for sure. Pretty lit. Oh no, it scaled the Dragon Bone though. Oh, that's so disappointing. Can't have that. Although that would be punishing. What sort of bone does he have? Oh yeah, that's Spike. Whoop. That could be instant death. Oh, hi, thank you. Take the boat. And take none of this crap. Oh, it's stacked up. Did you see that? The loot stack. There could be a lot of those pebbles in there. I just want the shields. There we go. We have plenty of shots to do it. Give me. Nice. And he gets fried. Ooh, a bat. There's a lot of stuff around here. Sure. Hi. And another somewhere, right? There's a somewhere. Fall off. No, never mind. You know, yeah, falling off is good. Yeah, freeze. Let's get that stuff. Okay, well, I'm gonna get that club too. We'll swap it for a few of them actually. Same durability, more damage. I feel like the rest of our loot is kind of right where we started. Oops. Okay, you did it to yourself. Should have stopped the siren. Nice. Spike Bokobo. And shield 1 of 2. Ooh, and an insta kill. Punishing. Full weapons after this. Take him. Yeah. Grab. Was it good? I don't think so. No. Let's get out of here. Okay. Full weapons, full bows, and full shields. We're more than ready to go charge and have a bone to pick with Ganon. Let's do this. The moon ride into the castle as a skeleton. Great home from 2 keys. Okay. Take this charge all to Ganon. Oh, no. Okay. Bye. Guess it's just us. Papyrus and I. Okay. The Spider Guardians. Yeah, we're going to be dancing with some spiders soon. One big one. Ooh, we'll shot his friend. Time for you. There we go. Get on through. We can make it. Take my own stealthy rod in. Yes, we are ready. And we're off. Uh-oh. Well, I guess that works. Dodges the laser in its own way. No? I feel like the castle is just broken. I feel like the castle is just broken today. Okay. Maybe the disguise buff really works in its own way. Oh. We have one shot here. Make it count. We made it count. Woo! Nice. Okay. That was our escape plan. Maybe we can cheese it though. We can cheese it. Yes. Cool. Perfect. So last ditch effort on our skeleton. With this, we'll earn our redemption. Just gotta climb that tower. Wait for the stamina regen. Jump for it. And then quickly turn. Okay. I did this route once before and working well for us. The orange sky lets us know we're close. We have 8 minutes of attack buff. Should be good. Blast off. Yes! Right into the sank gun. A little too hard with the sank gun. But we gotta go hard in this battle. Hard as bones here. And with everything, good amount of hearts. Good weapons. Even starting with the basics. And a good attack buff. We'll be solid. Let's do it. Ganon time. Excited. Whatever happens, we're going for it. No room for failure. Ever. This is my special blue attack, Ganon. It was very blue. Big spider. Skeleton versus spider. Alright. Let's dance. Ready. Yes. Go, Flurry! Weak one at best. Nice, okay. Keep going, keep going. Ooh, okay, close. Come on, bring it. That one's breaking though. Go with that. Nice. Gotta keep it rocking. One flurry after the next. We're staying nimble. Nice, okay. I can't dodge that. I can dodge that though. Okay. Through his health bar. Let the combo finish him. Let's go for it. Oh, pretty nice actually. We don't like this one too much. Oh no! It didn't hit what we wanted it to. Not ideal. We're not used to the ice cubes. It was our first time seeing it. What were we supposed to do? Okay, big damage, 120. And slam, nice. Come on, break him in half. Yes, oh, so close though. This halfway isn't working, please. Work, okay. I thought we were closer than we were. But this is the real challenge. Potential regen hell. We need that shield. Keep going. Big slams. Spike club. 2. Okay. Nice. Jump again. Oh, broke it. Okay, we're lower now, but we have our best weapons. Okay? Just keep it up. Keep up the speed. And these amazing hits. He's going to have regen opportunity in a minute. Uh-oh. And canceled. Go, go. Uh-oh. Ah, no. Uh-oh. No, that was our time. That was literally our time. Uh-oh, again. Nice! We got time back. But also that regen was killer. Lower on weapons. Gonna go with the normal one. Just volley it. Oh, come on. He's going on the wall. It's bad news. Okay. 9 spear rush. Oh no. Hit him through the window. Okay, good. We just can't miss. Got him? No, we're late. Oh, he's going on the wall again? No. You're kidding me. Oh, what? That regen speed's insane. Yeah. Restart. Come on. Almost past the sea here. Nice. Keep going. We have to. He's on the wall, though. Nope. Bad. Okay. There, we still got it. Let's get off that damn wall. Like that. Perfect. Okay, keep going. I know where your head is, Ganon. There it is. Arrow leads right to it. Okay, eat that second attack buff. Nice. Risky though. And then 3-4. Keep going, keep going. Moving into him. Nice. Just don't go on that wall anymore. Oh, come on, what? Why does he keep canceling the flurry? That's fine. Headshot. Ooh, that's good. Not thinking of that though. We have to. Nice. They go with that. 2 hit, drop attack. Oh, yes. Okay. Not on the wall, though. Damn it. Yes, okay, good. Very confident. Keep going. 2, 1. Charge! Okay, nice. He's so close. Don't retreat on that wall. And it just, flurry doesn't work? Okay. Wow. Getting majorly chipped. We got him. We got him. It worked. I don't know how, but it did. Okay, keep going. Big damage in the final. Oh, come on. It hit us back, too. Why does the flurry not work? I don't understand. Keep going. Come on. We got this. We have to. There's no other way. Beat him down, Ganon. Yes. 3 hits. Okay. Not on that wall, though. It just... I don't know. Keep going. This could be it. Come on. Rain hell. Die, spider. Final one. Yes. I knew it. That was it. Wow. I have no idea why half stuff wasn't working. The moves themselves were undead. I swear. Can't dance with me, spider. We won on our last life. That was a stressful time. That was a very stressful time, though. And so, the skeleton made it through on his last life. It took every bone in his body, but is now clear from the stripe. Thank you all so much for watching. If you haven't had the chance already, please feel free to check out our other Halloween season run, involving Phantom Ganon and the much more powerful Dragon Ball weapons. I'll have that link in the description, along with the other challenge runs you're more than welcome to check out after this. But anyways, thanks again for watching. If you enjoyed, feel free to like and subscribe if you haven't already to support the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
Well, this is it. Super Mario Odyssey is my favorite game ever made. I've replayed this thing to death in the nearly 5 years it's been out. The controls are the best out of any game I've ever played, and it makes traversing through the game's several kingdoms to collect all of the moons a ton of fun. Speaking of those moons, there are a lot of them. 836 to be exact across the game's 17 kingdoms. With so many different ways to get moons though, there are bound to be some that are better than others. So today, to celebrate hitting 100,000 subscribers, we're going to be ranking all 836 moons from the worst to the best. These will be judged by uniqueness, challenge, creativity, charm, how well hidden they are, but most importantly, how fun they are to collect. Some moons may even be judged by how many more unique or more challenging ways there are to collect it. Even if unintentional, these methods are in the game, and that's all I care about. One other important thing to keep in mind is to not take these rankings too seriously. For one, this is of course just my opinion, but secondly, there were several times while outlining the list where I would look at a moon, think, oh, this is one of my favorites, and then end up placing it at number 386. I love nearly all the moons in this game, so expect this video to contain a lot of positive comments. I won't be spending too much time on each moon individually. There are 836 of them after all, and if I want this video to be doable, I can't spend a minute on each of them. For each moon, I'll have a graphic on screen to indicate what type of moon it is. Yellow are standard moons, purple are story moons, orange are sub-area moons, green are minigame moons, red are moons spawned from the moon rock, and blue are moons spawned from the moon rock that are also in sub-areas. This will just be interesting to see the general trend of which type of moons I like best. Finally, before we begin, if I make any mistakes in this video, I will pin a comment listing it and correcting it. So if you notice anything, check that before commenting. But anyways, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. But at long last, let's jump right into ranking all 836 moons in Super Mario Odyssey. Now, to answer a question I'm sure is almost as interesting as what the best moon in the game is, what's the worst moon in the game? There are a few candidates. In fact, I have 16 moons here that I have dubbed the Forbidden 16 that I consider to be Mario Odyssey's only bad moons. Sure, there are some mediocre ones later, but this is the set I feel don't generate any sort of fun for me. But for the moon that I think is the absolute worst in the game, we have 836, a treasure made from coins. This is found in the deep woods of Wooded Kingdom, and to complete it, you need to use the coin coffer capture in order to grow this plant. Now, conceptually, this isn't bad. They do a good job of hinting at how to complete this moon by having coins next to the plant in the water. So how do they mess this up? Well, they made this moon require you to spit out 500 coins. You can only spit them out one at a time. This takes so incredibly long, and there is absolutely no reason for it to do so. You understand the point of the moon the second you toss the first coin on there. Had this required, say, 10 coins, this would have been pretty solid, especially considering this is the only moon like this in the game. I genuinely do not know what Nintendo was thinking with this moon. It is laughably bad. But alright, let's try and move past this guy. 835, found on the moon, good dog. I'm personally not a fan of the dog moons. Trust me, I love dogs, and I even love the dog in Odyssey, when he's not searching for a moon. But when he is, it's super painful. The one in Moon Kingdom, though, is the only one to make this bottom 16. You basically have to run around until the dog smells something in the ground. Sadly, though, the dog can also smell coins, which means you basically have to guess and check the entire area until he eventually stumbles upon the moon. This is especially bad here because you have so much space to run around, and the Moon Kingdom's unique gravity makes this feel even slower. I personally am never able to remember where this moon is actually located, so this is always an incredibly low point in any of my playthroughs. 834, Beach Volleyball, Hero of the Beach. Our first minigame moon is found in the Seaside Kingdom, and I'm sure a lot of you would put this as your least favorite. You have to hit the Cheep Cheep ball 100 times to get this. The problem? It takes so long to get to that point because the starting 20 or so take a decade to hit back and forth. This moon is also on the more difficult side, so you're likely to fail it at least once. It's just genuinely not fun to hit the ball back and forth slowly and then fail it once it finally gets going. 833, Past the Peculiar Pipes. Hey, have you ever played one of those awesome levels in Mario Maker where you have to pick the correct pipe or else you fail the level? Well, now you can do that in an official Mario game. Now, picking the wrong pipe here doesn't lead to death, but you still have to restart the whole thing if you fail. This is just a big guess and check mission with no challenge outside of that. Apparently, Mario does look at the right pipe you're supposed to enter, but nobody's going to know that in the first playthrough. Man, Deepwoods, you really got to start picking up the slack here. 832, The Forgotten Treasure. This has Cappy and Mario trying to search for an old moon Cappy hid in the Cat Kingdom. The problem here is that you have to go to where Cappy asks you to each time, and this takes forever. Even if you know where the moon is supposed to be, you have to run to each of Cappy's locations first before it's unlocked. This one is just super tedious. Speaking of tedious moons, numbers 831 through 824 are all seed moons. These require Mario to find a seed and bring it back to its pot so that it will grow into a moon. Conceptually, this isn't bad, and there are a lot of seed moons that I do really like. However, this set of them is really bad. When Mario is carrying a seed, his movement is limited, which again for some seed moons is used well, but these don't do anything with it. All they do is place the seed far away from the pots, and you have to slowly make your way over to it. You can't even roll when you hold the seed, so these are pretty painful. These are going to be separated roughly by how far they are from the pot. 831, Desert Gardening, Seed on the Cliff. 830, Desert Gardening, Ruin Seed. 829, Sea Gardening, Ocean Trench Seed. 828, Sea Gardening, Hot Spring Seed. 827, Gardening for Toad, Lake Seed. 826, Sea Gardening, Canyon Seed. 825, Gardening for Toad, Pasture Seed. And finally, 824, Gardening for Toad, Field Seed. 823, Rolling Rock on the Battlefield. This is easily the worst Rolling Rock. Normally you have to throw these things a few times in order to break it and get it. For whatever reason though, the Ruined Kingdom Rock hates society and decided to make itself require 50. That is absurd, almost on the level of a treasure made from coins considering it takes longer to throw the rock than spit out a coin. However, what sets those two moons apart is that this moon does thankfully have a faster method. If you run into another rock while holding one, the one in your hands will instantly shatter, meaning you could just do that to get this moon. Still though, the fast strat is not enough to save this from being in the Forbidden 16. It puts it above the other moons we talked about so far, but not much else. 822, A Rumble Under the Arena Floor. Okay, honestly this one might not be that bad, but I just kinda think it's stupid. Basically, you just have to ground pound this random spot in the boss fight arena. Unlike the other Rumble moons, there's nothing really here to attract Mario over the spot. Like take Top of the Dune for example. It's a big hill, so of course you're going to try to climb it. Here, this is just a random spot in the arena. Once you know about this moon, it's not too bad, but I think dumb puzzles like this deserve to be punished. And for our final moon of the Forbidden 16 is 821, Jump Rope Genius. This suffers a lot from the same problems the volleyball moon did. However, jumping in place isn't as tedious and it also goes a bit faster. This does have a unique problem though, as once the jump rope reaches maximum speed, it almost feels like complete luck if you're going to get the moon or not. It feels impossible to time your jumps correctly. Actually, you're supposed to jump when the lady says hey. Oh, shut up, you did not jump when she said hey, there's no way to react to that. The only reason this is higher than the rest of the moons we talked about so far is because I like this conceptually the best, but otherwise, it's not great. But with those moons out of the way, let's take a look at our biggest portion of moons. Numbers 820 through 760 all belong to one man, woman, Toad. They're the Toadette moons. I made a video about these things, but in short, the fact that you have to collect them each individually is very obnoxious. On top of that, the challenges aren't hard at all, and most of them are going to be stuff you're already going to be doing on your way to 100%. For that reason, for me, there's no difference in quality between these, with the exception of 5 of them. So for the rest, just imagine they're sort of tied in between numbers 820 and 765, because it'd be a waste of time to name them. The 5 that stick out for me are 764, Swimming in Coins, 763, Rolling in Coins, 762, Loaded with Coins, 761, Fly Cappy Fly, and 760, Jump Jump Jump. These each provide counters for coins, Cappy throws, and jumps, and are also pretty much the only Toadette moves you might not finish after completing every other move. The characters are nice to have for jumpless or coinless challenges, but at that point we're ranking these based on how fun they are to not collect. Regardless, I appreciate the counters enough to give these a tiny boost. But anyway, let's get back to some more unique choices. 759, Jumping High as a Frog. Moving around with a frog, especially in the moon's low gravity, is quite tedious. 758, Love at the Edge of the Desert. Easily the worst Goomba love moon. Once again, you have to move a capture, in this case a Goomba, a long distance from its spawn point. This is better than the last one though, because there's no low gravity to deal with in the Sand Kingdom. This next set of 6 all follow a similar concept. That being to capture these binoculars and look up
at the sky for 5 seconds, and then 50,000 miles away you will see a taxi. That's where the moon is. What?
Yeah, these moons are just dumb. Not tedious, but it might take you a while to figure these out. I know for me personally, these were some of the last moons I needed to get 100% on my first playthrough. Sure, I guess you could argue that these are well hidden, but I just think they're kind of stupid. So as for the specific placings, 757, Taxi Flying through Bonneton, 756, Taxi Flying through Lake Lamotte, 755, Taxi Flying through Forgotten Isle, 754, Sphinx over Bowser's Castle, 753, Sphinx traveling to the waterfall, and 752, Sphinx in the city. I put the Sphinx variants higher because I think they're a little funnier. Our next set of 3 here are once again somewhat similar. These each belong to some of the birds that can fly around the kingdom. These 3 are lower than some of the others as there aren't really any fun ways to catch these, and they fly over a massive stretch of land. So if you miss it, you might have to wait a long time for a second chance. My least favorite is 751, Bird Traveling the Forest, as missing this one will have you wait a long time before you get a second chance. Rolling down on it from a high height can be kind of fun though, so I'll give it that. 750, Bird Traveling the Desert. This one generally flies somewhat low to the ground, so you can catch it much more easily. However, that also removes the one fun thing I liked about the bird in the Wooded Kingdom. 749, bird traveling in the city. This is the same as Wooded, but I feel like it's much harder to miss this one, and it's also much more fun to jump off New York City Hall. Our next set of 6 are all tourist moons. All you have to do is talk to this guy, get the moon, and follow them to the next kingdom. These aren't challenging or really that fun at all, so I can only judge them based on their charm, and this is kind of a cute concept, but it's still sort of tedious to fly between the different kingdoms. So my ranking for them goes 748, Round the World Tourist, since this is the last one you get, 747, A Tourist in the Mushroom Kingdom, 746, A Tourist in Luncheon Kingdom, 745, A Tourist in the Cascade Kingdom, 744, A Tourist in the Metro Kingdom, and the best one is 743, A Tourist in the Moon Kingdom, because I think it's kind of funny how they used a taxi to get to the moon. Time to knock out 3 more dog moons. We already talked about why I don't like these types of moons earlier. This set is better though because there's much less space and it's in normal gravity. My ranking for these are 742, found at Peach's Castle, good dog, 741, found in the sand, good dog, and 740, found on the beach, good dog. 739, above the freezing pond. This is just such a nothing moon. It's very obvious where it is and it's easy to collect. And it's a moon rock moon, which means the game will literally point you directly to it. 738, on top of the rubble. Basically the same thing as the last one, but it's not from the moon rock, so it'll take like a tenth of a brain cell more to find. 737, treasure trap hidden in the inlet. This is another sort of guess and check moon, however this time if you fail, they directly tell you the order. Plus the chests are found in an interesting spot, and there's some actual danger here with the mummies. Plus if you squint really hard, you might be able to claim this as a reference to the chest star in Jolly Roger Bay from Mario 64. Still though, I prefer not having to guess and check. Onto a few more seed moons, we have 2 that place the seed directly next to the pot. Since you don't have to travel a long distance, these are obviously better than the ones we mentioned before, however they're still not great since they're just really easy. Those moons are 736, Gardening for Toad, Garden Seed, and 735, City Gardening, Closet Planter. 734, a Strong Simmer. Just like the last 2, this places the item, in this case the lava bubble, directly next to where you need to place it, in this big pot. The other moon in this sub-area is much better since you actually need to go through it, so this moon took a hit. 733, Under the Ground. For this one, you need to take a dino and remove some rubble that's directly next to it. This is similar to the last few moons, however, this one does take a little bit more thought, so I gave it the edge. 732, Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Maybe if wall jumping was as difficult as it was in Mario 64, this would be a challenge. But since wall jumping is, actually good in this game, this moon is super easy. 731, Taking Notes, Snowpath Dash. Once again, a fairly easy one, though running downhill is somewhat fun. 730, Found in the Park, good dog. This is one of the better dog moons since the area is significantly smaller. This is probably the only one I actually have a little fun doing. But with that said, now it's time to look at one of our largest selection of moons, the basic NPC moons. These pretty much just require you talk to someone and you get a moon for it. Now, I do think that where the NPC is located is very important, as finding them should be part of the challenge as well. For numbers 729 through 709 here, they're all in pretty obvious spots, though the order here is determined by how difficult I think it is to find them. There will obviously be more NPC moons later, these are just the more basic ones. Oh, and fair warning, most of these are Peach moons. 729, Peach in the Cloud Kingdom. 728, Peach in the Ruined Kingdom. 727, Drummer on Board, which also happens to be the first story moon on this list. 726, Guitarist on Board. 725, Peach in the Cat Kingdom. 724, Forever Onward, Captain Toad. 723, Peach in the Luncheon Kingdom. 722, Peach in the Snow Kingdom. 721, Peach in the Moon Kingdom. 720, Peach in Bowser's Kingdom. 719, Peach in the Lake Kingdom. 718, Peach in the Cascade Kingdom. 717, Peach in the Seaside Kingdom. 716, Peach in the Metro Kingdom. 715, Good Evening, Captain Toad. 714, Peach in the Lost Kingdom. 713, Peach in the Wood Kingdom. 712, Peach in the Sand Kingdom. 711, Thanks, Captain Toad. 710, Princess Peach Home Again. And finally, 709, Basis on Board. Phew, that sure was a lot. Hopefully we don't have any more wacky large set of moons for a bit. Well, now it's time to look at the shop moons. These are better than the NPC moons, as instead of just talking, you also need to pay 100 coins. Sadly, that's not enough of a difference to place these moons much higher. This next set are all ranked based on which stores I like the best aesthetically, because there's really no other way to rank things. 708, Shopping at Fossil Falls. 707, Shopping on Forgotten Isle. 706, Shopping at Honeymoon Ridge. 705, Shopping near Peach's Castle. 704, Shopping at Bowser's Castle. 703, Shopping in Bonneton. 702, Shopping in Steam Gardens. 701, Shopping in Lake Lemon. $700, shopping in Mount Bologna. $6.99, shopping in Siberia. $6.98, shopping in Tostarena. $6.97, shopping in New York City. And finally, $6.96, shopping in Bob Lane, since being on Dory's back is really creative. These next 6 sort of combine the last 2 categories, where you need to talk to an NPC, but you also need to buy and wear a costume. This section of moons includes $6.95, Caveman Cave Fail. $6.94, Space is in right now. $6.93, that trendy pirate look. $6.92, that old west style. $6.91, Mechanic Repairs Complete. And $6.90, Exploring for Treasure. There are a few more like this later on, but they have a bit more charm behind them, so they're placed later in the list. Now it's time for NPC moons, but the NPC is a Sphinx, and you have to answer a question. $6.89, the Sphinx Underwater Vault. And $6.88, Sphinx Hidden Vault. Another set of question NPC moons, however, this time you have to give the Jim and Toad here a good song to listen to. I like these more than the Sphinx because figuring out what song fits the theme is more fun for me. These moons are 687, Jammin' in the Mushroom Kingdom, 686, Jammin' in the Metro Kingdom, 685, Jammin' in the Luncheon Kingdom, 684, Jammin' in the Sand Kingdom, and 683, Jammin' in the Wind Kingdom. Our final set of NPC moons for now are the Hat and Seek moons, where you have to find the person with the hat possessed by one of the Bonneville citizens. These vary in quality quite a bit, so we only have 3 of them for now. Those being 682, Hat and Seek Among the Food, 681, Hat and Seek in the Sand, and 680, Hat and Seek Mushroom Kingdom. With that, we are finally done with those NPC ones, so now we can go back to some more specific moons. 679, Bird Traveling the Fog. While this can be somewhat annoying like the bird moons you mentioned earlier, Cap Kingdom at least is prepared them to capture to make chasing the bird down a little bit more bearable and even somewhat fun. 678, Rolling Rock on the Moon. The low gravity can make this somewhat annoying to throw, but again, there's always the shortcut. 677, Secret Path to Fossil Falls. Moving the Taifu over to this wooden block is somewhat slow, but I did boost this up for having a really neat way of collecting it without using the painter. If you didn't know, in order to beat the Cascade Kingdom without any captures, Mario has to perform a glitch, which basically lets you teleport Cappy to the checkpoint on this floating island. It's really super interesting to watch, so that's what saved this from being lower. 676, Grow a Flower Plant. All you have to do is spin throw Cappy and you get it, but I've always liked this type of move. 675, Desert Gardening Plaza Seed. This is exactly like the seed growing moons I mentioned before, where the seed is directly next to the pot. So why is this one so much higher? Well, for one, this is the tutorial seed moon, whereas the others are just like that for no reason. Secondly, this has a really funny speedrun strategy right now. If you've never seen a run of the game before, basically Odyssey speedrunners will set their Switch's time to be just before daylight savings time before any run. So that way, when they plant the seed, the time will switch over, causing it to instantly grow instead of requiring the player to wait. This is possible for the others as well, but this is the most practical one, which gives it the edge. 674, Taking Notes Around the Well. One of the easier note moons, sure, but the mix of the 2D and normal gameplay is nice. 673, Secret Path to Mount Bologna. The painting is in a really obvious spot. Okay, so the way paintings work is that they change where they are depending on what kingdoms you choose to go to first. In this case, my gameplay footage did not line up with my script, so I apologize for that. Just think of this segment as having the Luncheon Kingdom painting and Lake Kingdom. But I like how this gives you a preview of the kingdom, and with a very perfectly timed jump, you can even get to Luncheon early. Uh-oh. Time for another set of moons, this time with the rabbits. Not the brutals, I'm talking about these small ones that'll give you a moon when you catch them. They're all fairly equal difficulty-wise, with one exception we'll mention later, so they're mostly back-to-back here. These moons are 672, caught hopping at the waterfall, 671, caught hopping near the ship, 670, caught hopping at Glass Palace, 669, caught hopping in the snow, 668, caught hopping in the forest, 667, caught hopping at Bowser's Castle, spooky number caught hopping at Peach's Castle, 665, caught hopping on the moon, 664, caught hopping in the jungle, 663, caught hopping at the volcano, and 662, caught hopping in the desert. While we're on the topic of sets of moons, let's get the rest of the Rolling Rock moons out of the way. 661, Rolling Rock by the Falls, 660, Rolling Rock in the Deep Woods, and 659, Rolling Rock in the Woods. Oh, there's actually less than I expected. Anyways, these are higher up because they don't take absurdly long and they're in normal gravity. I like the one in wood best since the bushes make it clear which rock is the special one, which is a nice touch. Our next set of moons is different from the previous set. The moons contained here are all different, so we'll go more in depth on each of them. However, they all share the same flaw, the fact that they're from the moon rock. When you hit the moon rock, it tells you the exact location of the moons it's released. I think that makes sense to do, however, that does hurt these moons since their only real challenge would have been to find them in the first place. Had these just been default moons, there's a good chance they would have all been higher up. At 658, we have the Icy Jump Challenge. This is super difficult, guys. I don't know if Mario will make it, guys. Wow, I can't believe we did it, guys. Make sure to leave a like on this video, guys, for more epic challenges, guys. 657, Underwater Highway East, explore. 656, Underwater Highway West, explore. And 655, Ice Flow Swimming. These are all underwater, which makes them worse than the next ones. 654, From Crates in the Moat. 653, Bottom of the Waterfall Basin. 652, At the Base of the Lighthouse. And 651, Deep in the Cold, Cold Water. These are also underwater, but you have to hit something, which makes them require slightly more effort. 650, Mighty Leap from the Fallen Tree. Jumping off a tree is more fun than swimming. 649, Above the Parasol, Catch. This is similar to the last moon, but the bouncy parasol makes this more fun. 648, Digging in the Cloud. Ground pounding the exact spot is somewhat tricky to do just right, but it's not like super hard frame perfect or whatever. 647, Next to Glass's Bridge. And 646, Jump down to the top of a tree. For both of these, you need to jump down from the mainland in order to reach it, making these a bit more exciting. 645, From Inside a Bright Stone. Same reasoning as the last two, but this requires a ground pound, so it's a bit better. 644, From a Crack in the Hard Ground. This is placed in a slightly more interesting spot than the last few, on top of requiring a ground pound. 643, An Invisible Gleam. I like that this gives a bit more purpose to the invisible pathway segment of the level, and the glow being invisible as well is pretty unique. 642, Island in the Poison Swamp. I like where this one is placed, and getting to it without the Jaxie can be a fun challenge. 641, Shining on High. While the normal method of using a Typhoon to collect this is kind of slow, I really like how it's possible to do captureless, and the jump isn't too easy either. 640, Into the Flowing Sands. Jumping up from the bottom to collect this one can be fairly fun, especially since the slope will cause Mario to slide down it once he hits it. 639, In the Skies Above the Canyon. The way it's placed just hovering makes it a fairly fun one to jump for. Doing it without using the platform is pretty fun as well. 638, Third Courtyard Outskirts, and 637, Crossing Lines. Both of these require you to use spark pylons, and while that's not too difficult, it does make the moon markers slightly less helpful when searching for where these are. 636, The Tall Rock Shelf in the Deep Ocean, and 635, A Light Next to the Lighthouse. Requiring Mario to throw Cappy is a bit more of a difficult puzzle than just ground pounding. 634, Fog Shrouded Platform. I really love how the fog conceals this moon, making it a little bit more risky to go for, as you aren't really sure if there's a platform there to catch you. Plus, hiding it in the ground makes this platform remain fairly well hidden. 633, Behind the Cliff Gate. I just like how this looks like the moon is imprisoned by the wall. 632, High Flying Leap. Jumping through this one is kind of fun, especially without the flower. And finally, for this moon rock section, we have 631, Danger Sign. This would have been a really solid moon, as the place where the danger sign is fairly obscure. However, with the location given to you, it isn't quite as good. 630, Sunken Treasure in the Moat. This is in a pretty easy to find spot, though it's still decently hidden. 629, Taking Notes, Diamond Swim. The timer here is far too generous. You could probably watch through an entire anime game segment from a Nintendo Direct and still have enough time to complete it. Yep, it's still going. Still going. 628, Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. The timer here is also way too generous, but the ice platforms are a bit more creative. 627, On the Lakeshore. While it isn't a very obvious spot, it's always nice to start the kingdom off with spin coming on this moon. 626, Atop a Propeller Pillar. And 625, A Propeller Pillar Secret. I always found it kind of funny how close these two moons are to each other, and it makes collecting them one after another pretty fun. 624, Cheep Cheep Crossing. I think it's kind of cute how it's like the Cheep Cheeps are guarding the moon here. Sadly, they suck at their job, but hey, they're trying. 623, The Treasure Chest in the Bedrooms. This is hidden in a decent spot, but whenever I enter the room, I always feel like there's going to be more to it than there is. 622, Thanks for the Charge. I just like where this one is placed. 621, Sphinx's Treasure Vault. Realistically, this should have been placed with the other Sphinx moons, but I just love the design of this place. The gold mixed with the hundreds of coins makes this a very standout moon for me. 620, Secret Path to Steep Gardens. This is hidden fairly well, though it's not too hard to spot if you don't go blind whenever you enter Metro Kingdom. Now it's time for another small set of 4. This time the moons are based on bringing a capture over to an NPC. So 619, I met an Uproot. 618, I met a Lake Cheep Cheep. 617, I met a Snow Cheep Cheep, which I like better than the last one because flopping uphill is kind of funny. And 616, Lighthouse Leaper, since it's the most unique, requiring you to glide over to the NPC. 615, Bird Traveling in the Park. For the same reason as the dog moon we mentioned before in the same area, this is better than most of the moons of its type since it's centralized around a smaller place. 614, Lake Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Slightly more strict timer, though also slightly less creative than the previous view. 613, Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 3. Similar to the last one where you have to jump into water, but this time you get to do it from a much higher height, making this one more fun. 612, Bowser's Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. This one requires that you have to jump down from an even higher height, and you also don't have to traverse through water. 611 Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 3. Using the purple Cheep Cheep does make this somewhat fun, though the timer is still pretty generous, less than the last few, but still. 610 Found the Snow Kingdom art. This is our first hint art moon, and while they're pretty controversial, I like them quite a bit. That is, when they're done right. Here it's a bit too obvious which kingdom and where the moon is found. This type of moon is best when it requires you to use some thinking. 609 Taking notes in the fog. This is another pretty simple one, but it's nice to get to use some parameters. 608 High up on a rock wall. I like how you have to use the bricks to get up to this one. Plus, since it's high up, the moon rock tracker doesn't really give its location away too much. 607 What the Waves Left Behind. This one is a fairly difficult one to stumble upon, especially since there's no glow for it, only control the rumble. 606 What's in the Box, and 605 Is this an ingredient too? Both of these have their moons in crate, which works pretty well. I like the second one better because of how shocked the person naming the moon was. 604 Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. While the timer is a bit too generous, I like how this restricts you from using a Cheep Cheep and requires you to avoid them so you don't take damage. I would have preferred if there were a few more enemies here. 603 The Back Canyon Excavate. This is slightly more interesting than some of the other ground pound moons, as not only is the location pretty good, but the moon state makes ground pounding on it slightly more dangerous. 602 Above the Poison Swamp. Using a slingshot to get on the roof here is pretty fun, and I like how the moon does take a bit of thinking. 601 It popped out of the ice. Well, yes, this is shown by the moon rock tracker. Actually jumping up to the top of the ice is pretty fun, so I boosted it. 600 On the Mountain Road. While not the most exciting moon by itself, I do really like how this flows after doing Klepto Skin. 599 From the side above the castle gate. I just really like where this one is hidden. No strong reasoning for this placement. 598 Below the cliff's edge. This is hidden in a pretty good spot. 597 Behind the big wall. Once again, just another one that's placed in a really solid location. 596 High above the clouds. Despite being a moonrock moon, the tracker here is honestly pretty misleading. I know on my first playthrough it took me a ton of time to find this one. The tracker says it's over the land, and while that is technically true, it's just super high up in the sky, so you need to find a secondary platform off to the side. From there, it requires you to make some somewhat fun jumps across the clouds. 595 Rooftop of the Water Plaza, and 594 On the Broken Arch. Both of these are conceptually pretty similar, and jumping up to the broken pillars is fun in both cases. I do like Ruined Kingdom's aesthetic a bit more. 593 Cave Garden. I like where this one is hidden, and growing the flowers is a bit of fun too. 592 Taking notes between Spinies. Spinies do add a bit of challenge, not a lot, but it is appreciated. 591 Taking notes swimming in magma. This is another pretty simple one, though I do enjoy using the lava bubble. 590 Golden Turnip Recipe 1. While some of you may think this belongs near the seed moons that have the seeds next to the pot, I like this one more for a few reasons. For one, you do actually have to find the turnip by plucking it from the ground. Secondly, it's not immediately clear that the turnips need to be thrown into the pot for the moon. While this is certainly still pretty simple, it's a small and rewarding puzzle. 589 Cat Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. I don't know, I just like rolling up hills. Plus doing this jumpless is a lot of fun, as you have to stay on the railing and use a Paraguma to collect the moon. Next up we have the 3 slots moons. These aren't too hard, but they're nice little distractions. Oh, and also the music used here is the same one from some of the mini games in Mario 64 DX. My thousands of hours of playing one and just suddenly started to rush. I found you! Wait, let me go! Anyways, my ranking for these goes 588 Sand Kingdom slots, 587 Metro Kingdom slots, and 586 Luncheon Kingdom slots. 585 Small Bird in Bowser's Castle, and 584 Butterfly's Treasure. Sneaking up on the bird and butterfly is pretty fun. Also, I like how it's easy to reset it by just moving the camera from one side. I like the one in Lost more since it doesn't come from the movie. 583 Ocean Quiz good. 582 Moon Quiz amazing. And 581 Sand Quiz wonderful. All three of these have you return to the Sphinx from before and answer a bunch of random questions. These are fun little distractions, and the questions are pretty solid as well. 580 Frog jumping to the top deck. And 579 Frog jumping above the frog. Both of these require that you take a frog and jump to a moon. Personally, I would have liked it if you could do it without the frogs, but these are still pretty solid regardless. Also, for some reason, when you jump up to collect these moons, you can sometimes go straight through them. No clue why they're like that. 578 Shining above the moon. This one is pretty fun to jump up to using the moon's gravity, though it loses points for not really being hidden at all. 577 Treasure under the cliff. Jumping up to the moon is pretty fun, and since this is under the top of the cliff, the moon rock tracker doesn't really get its location away. 576 Hidden on the side of the cliff. Okay, this one is kind of dumb. It should really be placed lower, but I find it kind of funny how you have to slowly descend to get this moon. 575 Top of the Dune. This is a really good spot for a moon since going to the top of a tall hill is something most players would try to do. The only problem I have with this is that the hitbox for this is stupidly tiny. I have no clue why it's so small since I feel like most people get the idea of the moon if they're ground pounding near the top at all. At least it's in the very center of the hill, so you can use that to visually help you if the rumble isn't helpful. 574 on the North Hill. I like how you have to use your brain a bit here to use the wire and uncapture it to drop down on the moon. I do wish that it wasn't tracked with the moon rock tracker, but it's still solid regardless. 573, celebrating in the streets. 572, the sixth base. 571, behind the waterfall. And 570, slip behind the ice. These are all moons found by discovering hidden blocks in 2D sections. Personally, hidden blocks give me traumatic Mario Maker flashbacks, so I really wish the secrets were hidden in slightly more interesting ways. 569, treasure in the spiky waterway. Collecting this moon normally is fairly fun, but this has the added benefit of having this really neat clip used to get it during speedruns. 568, the Chevarian treasure chests. I like bouncing off the carts here to get the moon. It's not too hard, but it's a fun jump regardless. 567, treasure in the waterfall basin. No really neat tricks for this one, I just really like where it's hidden. 566, sneaking around the cradle. I like the moons where you have to catch these guys crawling underground, but the moon's low gravity does make this the worst variation of this trope. 565, end of the hidden passage. This is another Lake Kingdom moon that looks like it's been imprisoned for its crimes. I like this one more though because jumping up to the zipper is more fun and it's not tracked by the moon rock. And this path of coins is a neat little touch. 564, mysterious flying object. This is another one where you have to sneak up on a bird, but the bird here is based on a UFO, and I just think that's really neat. 563, I feel undressed. This is another costume room, though I think it's neat that you can use both the swimsuits and the boxer shorts here. 562, surprise clown. For this one, you have to dress up like a Xenoblade fan to cheer up a random citizen in New York City. I just find the way he's so entertained by Mario simply dressing up like a clown to be really funny. 561, Doctor in the House. This one is up here because I'm really happy that there's finally a Dr. Mario reference in a mainline Mario game. Also, can I just comment how wacky it is that Dr. Mario has never been in a Mario Kart game up until relatively recently in a Mario Kart Tour update? Like, Tanuki Mario got it first. You don't actually know, I love Tanuki Mario. Sorry for insulting you. 560, Battle of Bub Lane, rematch. This is our first boss fight of the video, and is also our first boss rematch as well. I find this to be a significant downgrade from a lesser boss fight in Seaside. The main change here is that there isn't any ground, but they also made it to where it's always raining, making the Gushin never lose water. That makes this fight stupidly easy and also way less interesting. I think it would have been neater if it wasn't raining and the center of the arena was open space, but the outskirts all had water, forcing Mario to carefully use the Gushin's water. Anything would have been better than this anyway. 559, Beach Volleyball Chair, and 558, Jump Rope Hero. These are both the first moons of the Forbidden minigames from earlier. These are actually pretty fun to get since the amount of either hits on the ball or jumps is much more reasonable. 557, Vaulting Up a High Rise. This is placed in a somewhat decent spot, though I do wish it was a little bit quicker. 556, Herding Sheep at Peach's Castle. I was very conflicted as to where to put this one. On the one hand, it's fun to hunt for and bring back the sheep, but on the other hand, it can be really slow. I decided to put it here, but I could honestly see myself liking it more or less in the future. Oh, and also there's this weird thing you can do where you can like store your ground pound knockback by grabbing a ledge. Like, look at this. 555, Secret Path to New Donk City. The painting is in a pretty solid spot, and I like how this can be used to reach New Donk City early using the Cappy teleportation glitch I mentioned before. 554, Secret Path to Lake Lamo. I also like where this painting is placed, however, this one gets the edge as it's actually possible to jump over to this moon without using a painting. It's fairly difficult, but it's pretty fun as well. 553, Secret Path to Chevarian. This is here for very similar reasons of the Lake Kingdom painting. It's located in a decent spot, but also has a really neat jump within the kingdom you could do instead. I like Snowdram better, so it got the edge. 552, Across the Floating Isles. This one is simple, but I like trying to get it using as little platforms as possible. 551, Above a Cliff. Jumping up to this one quickly without using the chain chomp can be fun. 550, Cliffside Treasure Chests. Using the rocket flowers is really satisfying on the moon as it feels extra fast due to how slow the Moon Kingdom normally feels with its unique gravity. 549, Inside the Busted Fossil. I like how the fossil is placed just far enough away to where it can be somewhat tricky to actually hit it with a chain shot. 548, Cascade Kingdom Tower Challenge 1. While mostly pretty simple, this acts as a good introduction to the timer challenges. Plus the time limit here, while still generous, isn't nearly as bad as some of the earlier choices. 547, From the Broken Pillar. On its own, this is a pretty basic move. Just hit the pillar with the Cheep Cheep. However, for whatever reason, this moon has a unique property where you can move the camera during the collect animation. I have no idea why this moon is like this. There are a few others as well, but this is just the one I know. 546, The Shining Fruit. There's not really any challenge to this moon, and the Moon Rock Tracker completely gives it away, but I think the moon representing a fruit on the tree is a really cute idea, so I couldn't bring myself to move it lower. 545, Lost in the Luggage. Simple, but a solid place to hide a ground hunting. 544, Deep Woods Treasure Trap. While I do really like when the pipe is placed in the tree, I'm not a fan of the guess and check chests. Luckily, this is a small one, so it's mostly fun. 543, Hat and Seek in the Snow. For some reason, I always struggle to remember where this guy is hidden. The big space makes this a pretty solid challenge. 542, Hat and Seek in the City. The big space once again is good for this challenge, but I also feel like this being on a hat instead of a hood makes slightly more sense. Or maybe I'm just salty about the snow, who knows. 541, Light the Lantern on the Small Island. While the lava bubble is placed fairly close to the torch, this still takes a bit of puzzle solving to figure out. 540, Glass Palace treasure chests. I really like how there are a ton of seaweed enemies guarding this thing. Really, it makes it feel more valuable. 539, Wooden Kingdom Timer Challenge 1, and 538, Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. The timers on both of these are somewhat generous, though if you miss a jump, you'll likely have to retry, so these are certainly a step up. 537, Mercy Dory. 536, Dory Backrider. And 535, Bonjour Dory. All of these use Dory to great effect, especially the last one, as it can be pretty fun to try to jump onto. Our next set of moons are some of the hint ones. These are all pretty easy, though still have a bit of challenge behind them. The moons here are 534, found with Moon Kingdom Arts, 533, found with Darkside Art 1, 532, found with Darkside Art 10, 531, found with Luncheon Kingdom Arts, 530, found with Metro Kingdom Arts, 529, found with Darkside Art 3, 528, found with Darkside Art 5, and 527, found with Darkside Art 4. Again, these are all decent, just a bit too obvious, at least for me. 526, a request from the mayor. This is one of the most unique quiz moons. Not only do you have to talk to Pauline instead of a Sphinx, but you also have to bring her something later for her birthday. I do think that the gift portion is a bit too guess and checky, and I would have rather you had to maybe bring everything to her, but I still like this one. 525, looking back in the dark waterway. Pretty decent hiding spots, and I really like how the glow looks in this dark area. Water pooling in the crevice. This is another one hiding in a good spot. It's also nice that the moon tracker doesn't really help here since it's in a sub area. 523, inside a block in the castle. Attracting the ogre over here can be fairly fun, and it's a good puzzle. 522, out of a crate in the city. While the moon tracker does give this away a little bit, jumping up to the top of the buildings is still entertaining. 521, high up in the cave, and 520, under the meat plateau. Both of these are underneath massive chunks of land, so the moon tracker doesn't give them away too badly. Jumping up to both of these is pretty fun, especially under the meat plateau since it's hovering above lava. 519, a rumble on the seaside floor, and 518, a rumble from the sandy floor. These moons are great showcases of the Switch's HD Rumble feature. They're especially fun on repeat playthroughs where you try to grab them as fast as possible without using set rumble. 517, overlooking the desert town. I like how this shines inside of the Toasterita town, plus jumping into its cage quickly during a speedrun can be slightly challenging. 516, enjoying the view of Forgotten Isle. The hike up the mountain in Lost Kingdom is a good journey, especially since you can mix it with Plecto Skip to make the climb go really fast. 515, spinning above the clouds. And 514, high altitude spinning. This sub area is just super relaxing and a great way to get a ton of coins. It's also neat how you have to take a nut from the center of the kingdom up to the starting area. 513, Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 3, and 512, Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Both of these involve collecting a key to unlock the moon and grabbing it before the timer expires. Both of these are fairly easy, but the unique falling platforms and leading platform into the lava makes these pretty memorable. 511, Secret Path to Toasterita. I like how you essentially use a different timer challenge moon to get up to this painting, though you could also glide the play. The upside down floating pyramid is pretty neat too. 510, the Stone Pillar Seal. This acts as a good tutorial for the Gushin, which I like a lot. 509, on a tree in the swamp. This jump always stresses me out for some reason. Just the knowledge that if you bonk, you die is enough to make this one pretty memorable to grab. 508, the tip of a white spire. And 507, perch on the castle's roof. Both of these involve Mario illegally climbing onto a building, which is always fun. I prefer not having low gravity, which is why I like the one in Mushroom Kingdom better. 506, under a dangerous ceiling. I like seeing the seaweed guys upside down, which makes the moon more distinct. 505, wriggling on the sandy bottom. This being underwater makes it more challenging to line up your ground pound in time, but I couldn't really tell if I liked that or if I preferred just doing it normally. Either way, it's still solid, so this is where it's going to go. 504, swaying in the breeze. While this is in a pretty obvious spot, I like grabbing this moon and trying not to fall down by landing on the girder so I can continue on with the kingdom quicker. It's not too difficult, but it does add a little bit of something to this moon. 503, piled on the salt. Once again, this is in a fairly obvious spot, however, I always found triple jumping off this bit of land to reach it quickly to provide for a very solid challenge. 502, on the leaning pillar. Jumping to this and using a bullet bill are both fun, but this is most satisfying to collect when done at the same time as another moon much later on the list. 501, back way up the mountain. This has the distinction of being the only 2D moon in the entirety of Wooden Kingdom. Can we just appreciate how the developers made one of the best 8-bit remixes for a single moon? It really just shows how much they cared about this game. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if this moon was included for the sole reason of having an excuse to make an 8-bit version of Steam Gardens. 500, high over the crowd. Bouncing up to the top of the area is pretty entertaining, and trying to collect the moon without the poles is fun as well. 499, shining in the snow town. Destroying the snow is really fun to me. I always like to leave just one small strand of snow to hold up a large portion of the rest of it. 498, where the birds gather. Just a simple change from a glowing spot where the moon is hidden to a bunch of birds goes a long way in making this much more distinct. 497, inside an iron girder. 496, lurking in the pillar's shadow. And 495, alcove in the ruins. These all involve Mario going inside of a hidden area to get a moon. These are all pretty fun to find. The one in sand is my favorite because trying to avoid the quicksand as much as possible is a good challenge. 494, secret girder tunnel. This is fairly similar to the last three, though I like how you can toss Cappy over to the Spark Pylon in order to leave this area quicker. 493, Island of Salt floating in the lava. Jumping over to the island without using a lava bubble can be a pretty fun challenge, though it's not too terribly difficult. 492, Corner of the Magnet Swamp. I think placing the moon right behind the entrance is a great idea. Once you know where it is, it's pretty easy, but I like it nonetheless. 491, Poking your nose in the plaster wall. This is a pretty easy to access spot, but getting to use the Tokyo capture is a plus. 490, by the Baboon Brook in the Deep Woods. And 489, Hard Rock in the Deep Woods. These both involve using the Dino to destroy some hard blocks to get a moon. Using the Dino capture is always a blast, and these are pretty good hiding spots. 488, on the statue's tail. I think putting a moon on one of the Jaxie's tails makes total sense, and is a good way to reward experimentation. 487, Forgotten in the Holding Room. Jumping up the crates in order to get this is pretty fun, and it's nice that the moon tracker doesn't ruin this moon due to it being in a sub-area. 486, Chasing Klepto. Sadly, there's no way to skip Klepto here in single player as far as I'm aware, which does make this lose a few points for me. Still, Chasing Klepto, oh gee, you said the title of the moon, can be fun enough. 485, Moon Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. The timer length here is definitely an improvement over the last few, it's just that this sadly doesn't have much to it. All it does is spawn a random pillar, which feels a bit low energy, but still not bad. 484, Taking Notes, Spinning Athletics. I like how you use the ledge hang to collect these notes. It's a move that isn't used for many moons, so I appreciate its rare appearances. 483, Taking Notes on the Wall. Getting to use Pokio is a huge plus, but also trying to do it without it can be a great challenge in its own right. 482, I met a Pokio. Speaking of Pokio, I like this more than the other I met moons because I get to use the Pokio's unique attributes of Pokio to the wall. Plus the Cap Citizen is in a much more interesting spot. 481, I met a Tropical Wiggler. This one also uses the Tropical Wiggler's ability to its advantage, but it also uses the ground pound platforms, leading to a small puzzle to get this guy up to the Cap Citizen. 480, a Lurker Under the Snow. As I've stated before, I just really like these moves conceptually, and this is our first one to not be suffocated by space or water, so I like it more. 479, the Nut Round the Corner. And 478, the Nut at the Dead End. A majority of the Nut Moons use the upward to collect, and since that's one of my favorite captures, these get a huge boost. These two are both placed in pretty solid spots. I just prefer where the others are hidden later down the line. 477, avoiding fuzzies inside the wall. 476, over the fuzzies above the swamp. I like how these two moons basically work with each other, one being a 2D version and the other being a 3D. While they aren't too challenging to get, I really appreciate the creativity. 475, the Nut in the Red Maze. Using the upward to collect this one as quickly as possible in order to exit the maze and jump across is always pretty fun. Plus this hiding spot is solid as well. 474, Girder Sandwich. This is another moon that I always get nervous about falling off of. I also like the name of this one. It fits it perfectly. 473, Over the Cliff's Edge. 472, Spinning Platforms Treasure. These are both obstacle courses that are placed at the side of Steam Gardens, and while the obstacle courses themselves are pretty fun, you can just skip them entirely by jumping off from the top of the level to where the moon is. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I've ever collected these moons in the intended way without specifically telling myself to. Skips are far from a bad thing though. Honestly, I think it makes these two moons more memorable. 471, What Shines Inside the Glass. I really like the spot where this is placed, and while yeah, the moon rock tracker does kind of give this away, this is one of the cases where I don't think it's too bad. It's not entirely clear how you're actually supposed to get into the glass, so this still takes a bit of thinking to realize you have to use the water at the sides. 470, Secret Path to Bowser's Castle. Putting the painting behind the waterfall is great. I also like how it doesn't unlock until after the post-game, as it makes you wonder what the painting actually does if you played it on your first playthrough like I did. 469, Sand Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. I guess this could be considered the game's rolling tutorial, in which case this works pretty well. The timer here is also fairly tight. If you get too crazy with your rolls and bonk, then you might have a hard time reaching the limit. 468, Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 3. While the timer is a bit more generous than I'd like, being able to not only roll, but also use the motorcycle here is a nice touch. 467, Mushroom Kingdom Timer Challenge. This was a really good spot to put this, as the Goombas can be a bit of trouble. I do mean a bit though, I mean they're Goombas, they're not that big of threats. 466, Flower Road Run. While a bit slower paced than I'd like, it's still decently fun and challenging to run through. 465, Taking Notes, Jump on the Palm. Both the timer and placement of this moon are very solid. While it's still not the hardest thing in the world, if you miss a cap throw, there's a good chance you might actually miss this one. 464, Just a Hat, Skip, and a Jump. This is another one that I really like to do with as few cloud platforms as possible. 463, Fly to the Edge of the Fall. And 462, Hidden in the Sunken Hat. While the Moonrock Tracker does give away these moon's locations, there are a lot of fun ways to do this captureless, especially if you jump down from the top of the tower. 461, Courtyard Chest Trap. I was really conflicted as to where to put this one, as I really love the design of the sub area, but it's another chest moon where you have to guess the check. I decided to place it here, with the other moon in the sub area being much later on the list. 460, Beneath the Roots of the Moving Tree. 459, Wandering Cactus. 458, Under the Bowser Statue. And 457, Big Pot in the Volcano. Die there. All of these require that you move a capture in order to get the moon. While each of these are very easy, the fact that each of these moons have unique captures seen nowhere else is really cool. Oh, also, fun fact, did you know that the meat here is actually that of a T-Rex? No one truly knows what the Volvones are capable of. 456. Jizo all in a row. This also involves the player moving a capture. However, this is an actual puzzle, as you have to realize where you need to move Jizo to. 455. Found with Bowser's Kingdom Art. While it's obvious that this is in Sand Kingdom, due to how massive that kingdom is, and the fact the picture was taken at night, does make it slightly more challenging. 454. Monitor Blockade. And 453. Toad Defender. The concept of both of these moons is really funny. Basically, you have two people pretending to be super brave and guarding the moon, but they run away in a panic the second a Goomba shows up. These are both pretty fun to do as well. Overall, a great set of moons. 452, How you doing, Captain Toad? And 451, Bon Appetit, Captain Toad. Both of these are placed in pretty solid spots. They're in somewhat obscure areas, but not too much to where it wouldn't make much sense. 450, Deep Deep Down. A good move, but worse than one we'll look at later. 449, Secret of the Inverted Mural. This secret room is much better hidden. Instead of being a hidden block like some of the others we mentioned before, this is just simply a crack in the wall. While I do wish the crack was a little less obvious, this is still good. 448, Taking Notes, Stretch and Strain. Using the tropical wigglers is always a joy, and the notes are perfectly set up for it. However, doing this moon captureless is also a great challenge. The timer is very tight when done this way, so I always collect this moon like this. 447, Lake Gardening, Spiky Passage Seed. This is our first seed moon to truly use the concept well. As I said before, the seed restricts Mario's movement, which includes swimming. Getting through the spiky passageway without access to Cappy to kill the seaweed enemies is fairly challenging. The only thing holding this back is that it's still a bit too slow, but certainly nowhere near the level of some of those earlier ones. 446, Taking Notes on the Moon's Surface. And 445, Moon Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Both of these involve using long jumps in low gravity, and it's a ton of fun to do just that. I like the timer challenge a bit more just because I feel like the jumps are slightly more difficult and the timer is also quite tight. 444, The Seal Above the Canyon. Climbing up this area and avoiding the rolling rocks is nice. It's not too challenging, but a good story. 443, Infiltrate Bowser's Castle. For similar reasons as the last one, this works as a solid story mode. 442, Climb Up the Cascading Magma. Wow, 3 story moves in a row. This is another fairly simple hike, however it also acts as an introduction to the lava bubble and has a small additional puzzle of requiring the player to light a torch. 441, Volcano Cave Cruising, and 440, Volcano Cave and Mysterious Clouds. While the sub-area is a bit slower than I'd like, it does provide for some decent challenge, so the lava's hitbox is bigger than it might seem at first. 439, Running the Flower Road. This is also slow like the last one, though I prefer how this area looks aesthetically. 438, Taking Notes in the Sea. Using a cheat sheet to collect these is fun, but trying to do a captureless is a whole other challenge. The timer here is also a pretty good night. 437, Like the Two Flames. It's fun hopping over these small gaps with the fire throw. Yeah, it's not the most complicated moon, but it's just fun for me for some reason. 436, Caught Hopping on a Building. Easily my favorite rabbit moon, just because him hopping between the building's rooftops actually makes this one significantly more interesting than the others. 435, Lost Kingdom Timer Challenge. Jumping down from the mountain to the mainland is pretty cool, and the timer is just the right length as well. 434, Poking Your Nose by the Great Gate. And 433, Poking the Turret Wall. Both of these moons use the Pokio to poke a hole found in the wall. These are both hidden better than the one we mentioned before, which is what got these two of those. But now it's time to look at our very first group of free running moons. In general, these are some of the best and most replayable moons, as they actually keep track of your high score, making them really fun to come back to. There are a few, however, while still definitely being good moons, are significantly worse than the rest for one reason or another. So I think the worst group of free running moons are 432, Sand Kingdom Regular Cup, and 431, Sand Kingdom Master Cup. The reason this is the worst one is because far too much time is spent in Spark Pylons. Mario Odyssey has the best movements in the series, so obviously I find moons that use it best, and that's especially true for these group of free running moons. 430, Bowser's Kingdom Regular Cup, and 429, Bowser's Kingdom Master Cup. These two also have the same Spark Pylon problem, though they are better when it comes to how much of it you actually control. What also sucks about this one, though, is the fact that it's the longest one by far, making this much less fun to replay. Our final set of group of free running moons for now are 428 Moon Kingdom Regular Cup and 427 Moon Kingdom Master Cup. While you do actually get to control Mario for this entire thing, it just feels super slow due to the moon's low gravity, and it's one of the longer ones as well. Again, all 3 sets of these are still good moons and fun to replay, they're just easily the worst type of this moon. 426, an Extreme Simmer. Having to jump on the tomato enemies to make it across is a really creative challenge. 425, Spinning Athletics and Goal. Due to this being one of the areas where Mario can't use Cappy, this is actually decently challenging. Now it's time to look at a bunch of these moons using Goombas, whether they're related to love or just pushing the button. I like these because controlling the Goombas is fun, and stacking them is always a treat. I'll be ranking these based on how difficult each section is to get the Goomba or Goombas to its destination. These moons are 424, Ice Dodge and Goomba Stack, 423, Stacked Up Above the Wall, 422, Love by the Lake, 421, Love in the Forest Ruins, Funny Number, Love by the Seaside, 419, Love in the Heart of the Desert, 418, Stacked Up Ice Climb, 417, Love Above the Lava, and finally, 416, Love at Peach's Castle. I like that last one best, as it's actually possible to complete it without draining the modes. However, it is pretty difficult. 415, Treasure of the Lava Islands, and 414, Flying Over the Lava Islands. While using the platform in the sub-area is once again somewhat slow, I do like how you can use lava bubbles to somewhat speed it up. 413, Extremely Hot Bath. I like this one better than the last two since I feel like this moon is hidden in a much better spot. 412, Bird Traveling Over the Lake. I like this better than some of the other moons where you have to sneak up on the bird just because the position of the bird on the pole makes it a bit trickier. 411, Woody Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. I think it's pretty funny how the Scarecrow is placed along the charger stations. The challenge itself is pretty solid as well. The timer is just the right length to make it a fairly decent challenge. 410, Taking Notes Ocean Surface Dash. While yes, all you have to do for this one is run in a straight line, I feel like there's a little bit more to this. The moon is a fantastic use of the rocket flower, and it really makes Mario feel quite wobbly. If you even slightly go away from straight, you won't be able to collect this moon in time, which makes this feel much more intense. 409, Taking Notes in the Private Room. This is another notes moon that mixes 2D and 3D together. However, unlike the well one, you do have to do more than just hold forward. Plus, I also like the design of this room. 408, Woody Kingdom Timer Challenge 3. This is a neat little obstacle course with a pretty decent timer length as well. 407, Alcove Behind the Pillars of Magma. This is a pretty solid hiding spot. Moons that force the player to turn the camera in an area like this are always some of my favorites. 406, Rapid Ascent of Hot Spring Island. While certainly a decent moon by itself, what I really like about this one is that it's just low enough to where you can grab a captureless, making this significantly more fun to collect. 405, Fire in the Cave. This is a super intense fight against a fire rock. Mario doesn't have Cappy to rely on this time. It's just going to be a vicious 1v1 to the death. There's no telling who will be the one to come out on top. Thematically, this is a really neat moon. However, as I showed, it is a bit too easy. I would have made there be a few more fire bros than just one. Still though, a very neat and unique moon. 404, the Gusty Barrier. I think the idea of this sub-area being based around the Typhoon is pretty neat and well done. Killing the Spinies can be a bit annoying since they can get caught, but other than that, this is pretty good. 403, Bullet Bill Breakthrough. Using the Bullet Bill to fly through the cut in the wall is a cute little challenge, but what I really like is doing them in captureless, where you instead have to attract the Bullet Bill through the hole. 402, From a Crate in the Ruins. While by itself this is pretty basic, this moon has so many different strategies to get it back. First off, jumping up to it after getting the Alcove moon is always fun, but there's also Dram Strat, which uses the homing capture on the Bullet Bill. 401, Under the Cheese Rocks, and 400, Climb the Cheese Rocks. Both of these require you to use a hammer. I mean hand, bro. Don't make the mistake, gamers. They don't like it when they're seen as the same. Anyways, these both involve using them to break some cheese. I like cheese. It's cool, so these moons are cool too. 399, The Nut in the Robot Storeroom. I think this is placed in a good spot. The moon tracker doesn't help too much due to it being inside, and Woody Kingdom being one of the most layered kingdoms in the game. 398, Hidden in the Scrap. I think this is a really funny moon. The scrap of the cringe Mecha Wiggler being left over in the park is a great detail. I think my favorite part about this moon is the NPC standing next to it saying, despite what it did to their city, that he still feels kind of bad for it. What a nice guy. 397, Who Piled Garbage on This? I like how this and others in this kingdom basically imply that moons aren't that valuable in New York City. It's actually a very deep societal commentary about the American. 396, Found Behind Bars. This is another moon that looks imprisoned, and I like this one best because you have to find the spark pylon that will let you into the cage. 395, Stonewall Circuit. This is another moon that requires the use of a spark pylon along the wall. 394, Rewiring the Neighborhood. Man, another spark pylon moon, huh? Well, this is easily the best of this bunch, as the fuzzies on the track add for some good difficulty while collecting the moon shards. 393, The Ice Wall Barrier. This is another Moonshard moon, though I like it more than the last one just because we get to use Mario's movements, and I like these enemies that come up from the ground. 392, Entrance to Shiveria. Really good hiding spot for a moon, and I also like how the boxes go away if you jump on them, so you only have one chance to get this moon. Oh, I guess you could just do that. 391, City Hall Lost and Found. This is placed in a fairly good spot as you have to climb up a few extra poles. I also like how you can basically use the poles at the side to skip a large portion of this sub-area. 390, Treasure in the Ice Wall. I like how you have to use the enemies I mentioned before here. This is a good hiding spot on top of that as the player has to use the ledge ground. 389, Sewer Treasure. I like this one better than the last two chest moons. It requires some puzzle solving to get as you have to be spinning the platform in order to reach it. 388, Good to See You, Captain Toad. And 387, Bowser's Castle Treasure Vault. Both of these are hidden off to the side of Bowser's Castle. I prefer the second one though because the gold treasure room looks really neat. 386, Free Parking Rooftop Hop. Oh hey, would you look at that? It's the moon number I said I'd place one of my favorites at in the intro. Anyways, I really like this moon, as bringing up the scooter to the roof is a lot of fun, and I just like the idea that this guy thinks business up here is going to do well. 385, atop a column in a row. 384, atop a blustery arch. And 383, overlooking a bunch of ingredients. These three are all up here for the same reason. They're all really fun to jump up to, and then spin pounds and collect. They're also all three pretty good hiding spots, especially atop a blustery arch. 382, on top of a tall roof. While this does lose the spin pound aspect of the last three, the jump up to get here is a bit harder, which makes this one more fun for me. 381, looking down on the Goombas. This is a really good spot for the nut, and jumping down on it from a high spot is a lot of fun. 380, underwater highway tunnel. 379, gap in the ocean tunnel. And 378, it's a shortcut. These three are all hitting gaps underwater in the Seaside Kingdom, and they're all in very good spots. Collecting them with cheap is especially pretty fun. 377, underground treasure chest. This is in a pretty good spot, as you have to notice the small platform at the side of the map and fly over to it with a bullet gun. 376, around the barrier wall. 375, on top of the cannon. And 374, looking back on the flower way. All three of these involve using a bonsai bill to collect the moon in a hidden spot. These are all pretty well placed, and they can even be collected without the bonsai bill if you like. 373, caught on the giant pool. 372, guarded by a colossal fossil. And 371, caught on a big pool. All three of these involve placing Cappy on one of the kingdom's landmarks, which I really like. Sadly, the moon rock tracker does give away their locations, which makes these lose a few points, but they're still really neat. 370, hang your hat on the fountain. This is another place Cappy on a landmark moon, however, this one isn't spoiled by the moon rock tracker since it's a standard moon, giving it the edge. 369, caught on the iron fence. While not really being a landmark of the kingdom, I like this one better than the last few as to how you have to figure it out. Basically, all but one of the Bowser heads on this fence are facing inward, so if you throw Cappy on the one facing the wrong direction, you'll get a moon, which is a very good and subtle puzzle. 368, make the secret flower field bloom. I like how this essentially has you fix the flower garden after Torque Drift destroyed it. After completing this moon, the area permanently has its flowers restored as well, which is really nice. 367, a fine detail on the glass. While a bit spoiled by the moon rock tracker once again, I do really like jumping up to get this moon, and where it's placed is really neat as well. 366, the nut under the observation deck. Due once again to the layered nature of the Wooded Kingdom, the moon rock tracker isn't too terribly helpful here. This is placed under the highest spot in the kingdom, which makes reaching it a lot of fun, with or without a nut. 365, outside the rotating maze. Having to jump on top of the maze in order to get this is a really creative idea. 364, Binding Band Return. I love this moon in context of the game. Basically, Mario just got the ring back from Bowser and returned it to its rightful owners, only to immediately steal the power moon inside of the ring. Mario does like to do a little trolling, I guess. 363, Spin the hat, get a prize. This is more unique than tossing Cappy onto something, as you have to hit the sign at the top of Anakin's entrance, which is pretty fun, though it's once again spoiled a bit by the moon rock. 362, knocking down the nice frame. This is another moon where you have to throw Cappy at something, but I think breaking the picture frame is funnier, and this is also a standard moon, so it isn't spoiled by the moon rock tracker. 361, lake fishing. 360, fishing in the glacier. And 359, fishing in the oasis. All three of these use the Lakitu capture in order to catch the fish. I love me some fishing mini games, so these are pretty fun. There are a few more Lakitu fishing moves later on, though. These are just the more basic ones. 358, hat and seek in the crowd. This is my favorite hat and seek moon, as I think it just fits the sub area perfectly due to just how many people there are walking around here. 357, next to the stone arch. While yes, the moon rock tracker does give it away, I like jumping down to collect it and then trying to get back up to the arch afterwards. 356, crossing the cloud sea. This is my favorite moon to get without using cloud platforms, as the jumps required to do so are somewhat tricky, especially this first one here. 355, under the big one's bridge. Jumping up the cap tower to get this is a lot of fun. And also, I don't know if my depth perception just sucks, but I also have trouble grabbing this moon sometimes, and it can get even more fun. 354, trumpeter on board. And 353, glittering above the pool. Both of these are best collected by jumping off New York City Hall, which is unsurprisingly pretty fun to do. 352, above the Iron Mountain Path. And 351, hanging between buildings. These two are both moon rock moons that are seemingly placed over nothing. In reality, there are platforms that you're supposed to make appear underneath them. But only losers would do that. Jumping off of tall heights is a lot more fun. $350, hey out there, Captain Toad. $349, soaring over Forgotten Isle. Both of these are supposed to involve using Glidon to glide safely down to, or you could be awesome and jump up on a tall height and reach them that way. The one in Lost Kingdom especially is really good, as the jump to get a capture list is fairly challenging. 348, Dizzying Heights. While no jumping off of tall buildings is involved in this one, I put it higher than the last few as it's the only one that requires you to climb something high. Plus, it's a pretty iconic move. 347, left at the cafe. Normally, you have to use the rumble feature to find the tile the move is placed in, which straight by itself, but what's even more fun, is jumping off a tall building and ground pounding the exact tile from a high height. Yeah! 346, bird traveling over the ocean. And 345, bird traveling the wastes. These are my two favorite bird moves, as they are actually pretty fun to chase using the Gushin and Jaxie respectively. 344, our secret little room. I really like both where this moon is hidden and this concept. It's simple, but I like it. 343, stretching your legs. This is a fantastic spot as you have to notice the shadow on the floor. 342, squirming under ice. The ice is a significant improvement over the other squirming moons as it being slippery makes it trickier to line up your ground. 341, Snow Kingdom Regular Cup. And 340, Snow Kingdom Master Cup. We finally reached another Koopa free-running moon, and while this one is definitely an improvement, this one still has some issues. For one, the scenery change here is the only one I don't like. In context of the story, the blizzard is cool, but it's just kind of annoying during the race. I also don't like having to move through water as much. Again, this is still a very solid moon, but it just has some issues compared to the really good ones later. 339, Treasure Beneath the Cheese Rocks. And 338, Inside a Rock in the Forest. These both involve bringing a capture to a faraway point in the kingdom. While some may think these moons are kind of slow, I personally like traversing the kingdom with them, and I think it's a pretty good puzzle as well. 337, Glowing and Sliding. This is similar to the last two, except after bringing the capture, in this case a typhoon, to the right location, you then have to do another puzzle which involves pushing blocks, which is really fun to do. I do wish the typhoon were a little bit faster, but other than that, this is pretty good. 336, Under the Old Electrical Pole. This is another bringing capture to a far-off location moon. However, this one has two things that I really like about it that puts it above the last few. For one, the dino capture is just super fun to control, and secondly, this is more about experimentation since this is the only hole in the level the dino can break. The other moons, we already know the capture can destroy or remove whatever's blocking the moon. However, this time, it's about testing something new, which I like more. 335, Found with Cat Kingdom Art. This one is a lot less obvious than some of the other hint art moons we've seen before. It's not too terribly difficult, but I like the concept of it just using simple colors. 334, Found with Blake Kingdom Art. This is a more unique hint art as it's actually a find the difference puzzle. Since there's not much on this one, it's pretty simple, but for its uniqueness, it gets a boost. 333, Twist and Turn Up Treasure. Normally to collect this moon, you have to bring a tropical wiggler down to the Odyssey to collect it. This method is fine, a bit slow, but solid regardless. What really puts this moon high up is the fast method. Basically, if you toss Cappy near the binoculars and jump off, you can grab the key just before you fall into the poison and die. You can then capture the binoculars and return to safety. This is really tricky to do, but it makes this moon much more memorable and enjoyable to complete. 332, Goomba Tower Assembly. Well, this is another Goomba construction moon, which is fun by itself. This can also be done captureless by a tricky but fun jump. 331, Oblay Northern Reaches. This is unique as you have to not only attack one spot, but 4 to spawn the moon. Each spot you hit though spawns in a new wave of seaweed enemies. Doing this moon quickly and avoiding all the seaweeds is quite fun. 330, Not Planted in the Tower. Collecting this moon with the uproot while also trying to do it fast enough to get back to the Flower Road is always a memorable part of the game. 329, Inside the Stone Cage. This is another imprisoned moon, and this is my favorite because I really like spin pounding on these stone pillars. 328, Along the Cliff Face. The low gravity is used really well here as it can make it tricky to accurately predict where you're going to jump. The fuzzies acting as obstacles also help make this even more tricky. 327, Climb the cliff to get the knife. Using and then immediately dishing the uproot to climb up this cliff is super satisfying. I also like how after collecting this moon, you are free to roll down into the rest of the kingdom due to its high placement. 326, Sand Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. This one is a lot of fun to complete without using the This goes for pretty much every moon it's involved with, since it's purely a visual capture. 325, Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. I don't know why, but I actually struggle completing this one whenever I replay the game. The timer here is perfectly strict, so I like this one a lot. 324, Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. I like the idea of this one where you have to ride the motorcycle high up in the city. The timer is also the perfect length to make this possible without using the motorcycle, which is a lot of fun as well. 323, Bowser's Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. I just really like the design of this thing and how many different ways there are to get up it. The timer's length is also pretty solid here. 322, Chomp Through the Rocks. And 321, our first power moon. Both of these moons are good introductions to using the change jump capture, especially the first power moon. I went more in depth with it in my Cascade and Cap level by level video, so I won't spend too long on it here, but it's just a really good tutorial. 320, Ice Cave Treasure. While jumping up these moving pillars can actually be somewhat tricky without getting crushed. The hiding spot for this moon is great as well. 319, Seed Gardening Inlet Seed. This is one of the most unique seed moons of the bunch. For one, the seed is placed at a good distance from the pots, making it not so annoying to put in the pot. However, you may notice that this one in particular takes extra long to grow. If you use a gushion's water, however, you'll be able to fully grow the plant to collect the moon, which is a really cute idea. Okay, so note after the fact, the one that you need the gushion for is actually based on what pot you put it in, so just imagine I put the seed in the correct gushion pot. 318, Pushing Through the Crowd. While not technically called a timer challenge, this one is absolutely one of my favorites. Having to roll through the crowd quickly to get the moon is funny every single time. I love the way the citizens jump back and react to Mario if he bumps into them. The timer is also a pretty good length as well. 317, and the Ancient Treasure Chest. Having a hidden treasure chest fits Ruined Kingdom so well, and this one does not disappoint. It's hidden in a really good spot, and there are so many different ways to reach the chest. Personally, when I collect the moon, I like to come in from the left side, as I find that to be the most challenging jump. 316, Inside the Rising Stone Pillar. This is just an absolutely fantastic hiding spot. Not too much more to add on here. 315, Secret of the Mural. I find this to be much better than the inverted pyramid secret we mentioned before because the secret room is much more subtle. You basically just have to try running into the wall, which makes this a much better find. 314, Captain Toad on the Dark Side. While his hiding spot is a bit less subtle than our last one, its placement being right before the final boss of the large dark side gauntlet is great. Most players are probably going to be too nervous thinking about the upcoming boss to even consider looking for secrets, which is why I love this spot at top. 313, Behind Snowy Mountain, and 312, Captain Toad is chilling. Both of these involve removing snow from the wall to discover the area where the moon is. Like I said before, I really like the snow, but putting it into the walls makes it much better as it's much more hidden. 311, Employees Only. Not only is the hidden entrance to the store fantastically placed, but this is another one where we get to commit some robbery. 310, Jump, Grab, Cling, and Climb, and 309, Jump, Grab, Cling, and Climb some more. This is a really solid obstacle course using the ledge grab mechanic, but it's also fun to try and complete these moves without grabbing any ledges. 308, Bullet Building. First off, very epic colorful name. Secondly, the onslaught of bullet bills makes jumping across the poles here pretty intense. 307, the lighthouse ceiling. Normally you have to swim through a dark underwater segment with the Unagi eels, which is really cool. However, I also like how if you use the gusher correctly, you can entirely skip that and just boost up here. For having two pretty fun methods, this got a big boost. 306, stepping over the gears. This is a pretty good obstacle course utilizing the fire bros and the ground enemies we saw in Snow Kingdom. Making your way through it normally is pretty fun, though the second moon here, which we'll get to later, really is the one that makes the sub-area. 305, Road to Sky Garden, and 304, Powering Up the Station. Both of these involve Mario needing to kill a giant piranha plant. You also have to consider the walk up to the piranha plants through Steam Gardens and New York City sewer system. They're both great journeys, and killing the piranha plant is pretty fun, as well as jumping on its head can be somewhat difficult due to its height. 303, Under the Mummy's Curse. Murdering all the mummies is pretty fun, and I especially like how there's a hidden coin popper here to help. I do wish the mummies would stay dead afterward and you had to kill them all to get the moon, sort of like a sub-area in Cascade we'll get to later, but this is still a fun moon regardless. 302, Moon Shard in the Snow. I really like searching the surface here for the moon shards. However, I think it would have been really cool if this moon was part of the story. Maybe you would have to collect it to open up Shiveria, because as is, you don't really spend much time on the surface despite them making it in a blizzard. 301, Herding Sheep in the Dunes. Due to the lower amount of sheep and closer proximity as opposed to Mushroom Kingdoms, I like this one better. Also, dropping the sheep off the cliff just feels better too in this kingdom. What we said, 300, the nut that grew on the tall fence. I just really enjoy jumping onto this wall into a quick spin pound onto the nut. Plus, this hiding spot is really solid. 299, atop the Jetting Crag, and 298, Golden Turnip Recipe 2. Both of these moons require you to jump up onto the top of this area, which can be quite fun. I like the turnip moon here as there's a bit more to it, requiring Mario to bring the turnip back to the top of the start. 297, City Gardening, Building Plankton. Metro Kingdom seed moons, for the most part, are sort of inverses of the others in the game. Instead of knowing where the pot is and you have to find the seed, Metro Kingdom gives all of its seeds in one place, and you have to try to find where the pots are. Not only that, but two of the pots are in really good spots, requiring you to climb up buildings while also having limited moveset due to hold the seed. This first one isn't too hard to get to. However, the concept is great, making these easily the seed moon highlights. The other one will be seen much later on the list. 296, Crack Nut on a Crumbling Tower. This would be just a pretty average moon had it not been for the incredibly fun speedrun jump. Normally you have to take this flower road across the gap from the story moon and then climb up some crumbling platforms, but you can also do what I really like doing and instead spin pound on the moon platform and then cancel it into a triple jump on the thin fence, giving you just enough speed to cross the gap. This is one of my favorite jumps in the game, so that boosted this otherwise pretty basic moon up a ton. 295, Slipping Through the Poison Tide, and 294, Skimming the Poison Tide. Exploring this area with the Paragumas is pretty fun, and the Poison Tide does a great job of keeping the player on their toes. One extra thing I also like doing is trying to collect the moon shards without touching your coin rings. Their hitbox is just barely bigger, so it can be done. 293, Above the Clouds, and 292, Walking on Clouds. One thing I like about this sub-area is actually how you have to get there in the first place, is you have to bring a nuts all the way up to Wooded Kingdom's observation deck. This requires you to use a set of timed platforms, and it can be somewhat tricky to make it up. Once you get there though, this is just a super fun sub-area to collect a ton of coins using the upward. Speaking of monies, 291, Dashing Through the Clouds, and 290, Dashing Above the Clouds. Back in my day, before they added Luigi's dumb little balloons into the game, this was the fastest way to stack paper. 1 hour in this place, and you'd get to stand side by side with the Elita Society. As a moon besides that though, this is a lot of fun. I always love the rocket flowers. 289, Hidden Chasm Passage, and 288, Past the Chasm Lifts. This is a 2D sub-area found in the Cascade Kingdom, and I really enjoy making my way through it. The hidden moon is placed in a really good spot, requiring the use of the Koopa shell, and the purple coins are a ton of fun to collect. With a good enough triple jump, you can even get them without using the platforms. 287, Behind the Rock Wall. This moon is just a really memorable one for me. It's also placed in a great spot as well. 286, Taking Notes in the Wall Painting. 285, Taking Notes in the Cliffside. 284, Taking Notes, Hurry Upward. All three of these are 2D notes moons that have about the same level of difficulty. The timers on all of them are pretty solid, making them an actually decent challenge. All of them also have a good amount of obstacles, whether it be the bullet bills and sand, the moving platform and lake, or the bricks and goombas in Cascade. 283. Taking notes, stretching. This is another notes moon, but it's supposed to be collected with an upgrade. While it's a lot of fun to do it that way, this is also a fantastic challenge to do captureless. 282. Taking notes, big pot swim. This is, in my opinion, one of the more challenging moons. This takes place in the part where you fought Cookateel, and the timer this time around is pretty tight. The jumps for the notes getting increasingly more difficult really sells this one. 281, taking notes in the folding screen. And 280, scene of crossing the poison swamp. This is one of the most unique looking 2D sub-areas in the game. I really like the folding screen gimmick as it fits Bowser's Kingdom perfectly. The lowering mushrooms are also good obstacles, making collecting the moons here also a lot of fun outside of just the aesthetic. 279, dinosaur nest running wild. And 278, dinosaur nest big cleanup. This is the sub-area that I feel uses the dino as a capture the best. It really lets you go wild on these burbos. Oh, by the way, thank you all for telling me what these guys are called. I greatly regret not doing my research in the last video because this is a funny name. The hidden moon here is also placed in a good spot too. Overall, one of the dino's highlights. 277, beneath the rolling vegetables. One thing I really like about this 2D sub-area is being able to see the rolling vegetables go over you as you make your way through it. There are also quite a few obstacles on your way to get this moon itself, including camera bros and lava bubbles, making this one of the more memorable 2D moons overall. 276, remotely captured car. Controlling the remote control car is absolutely perfect. It's got just that perfect amount of clunkiness to feel like the real thing without feeling annoying. If you don't feel like mind controlling this poor citizen, you can also use this motorcycle to flip into the box with the move. Oh, and also it's funny how you can destroy the RC car as well. 275, I'm not cool. Well, yes, this is technically just a costume NPC moon. This is one of the funniest in the game. You have to talk to a Shivarian while wearing the boxer shorts, just showing off how much of a Chad Mario is. The freezing cold doesn't even affect him. 274, a relaxing dance. And 273, dancing with new friends. These are both similarly just costume rooms, however what makes these two stand out above the rest of them is the fact that each of them get a unique animation that's seen nowhere else in the game. In Seaside, Mario does a little dance, and in Sand Kingdom, Mario plays a song. It's just so charming that I couldn't help but place them super high. 272, Cat Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. This is Mario need to jump between moving platforms without Cappy to collect the key. The timer here is legitimately pretty tight, but one of my favorite things about this moon is collecting it without jumps. You have to be in 2-player mode and assist mode, but it is possible and a lot of fun. 271, Cascade Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. This acts as a fantastic tutorial for the triple jump. The timer is also pretty small here as well, making it to where the triple jump is absolutely the best move to use here. While it's probably not as challenging as the last one, I do like the tutorial aspect more. 270, Good Morning, Captain Toad. This is just placed in a fantastic spot. It's really hard to spot him from up top, but that's where you have to be to get him, as he's on a ledge underneath the big boss arena. The only way to really see him is from the bottom, so you have to keep that in mind when you run up top, which I really like. 269, on the lone pillar. There are two main ways of obtaining this move. One, you could use a bullet bill from the ruins, or you could be awesome and jump off the inverted pyramid. Both of these are a lot of fun, as the pillar is placed just right for the bullet bill to barely have enough power to make it. 268, peeking out from under the bridge. This is a pretty good spot to hide a move. Normally you would use a tropical wiggler, but as I'm sure you all can guess by now, this is another one that is really fun to do captureless. It's especially fun to try and survive after collecting the move, since it is hovering directly over poison. 267, across the mysterious clouds. And 266, atop a wall among the clouds. This is just a pretty fun platforming section. One really fun thing you could try here to make it more challenging is to avoid the cloud and yellow platforms as much as possible. 265, Flooding Pipeway, and 264, Flooding Pipeway Ceiling Secret. Now yeah, I'm sure a lot of people who run this game are disappointed with how high this is placed, but to be honest, this is one of the most satisfying sub-areas to do quickly. Maybe it's just because it's super easy to get stuck losing a ton of time, but moving through the water to avoid the fuzzies is legitimately quite fun. 263, Jump and Swim in the Freezing Water, and 262, Freezing Water near the ceiling. This was a great use of the cold water that kills Mario if he's inside of it for too long. It's pretty easy to take damage here, making this one of the most tense sub-areas. 261, Swing Around Secret Flower Field. One thing I always like to do is try and complete this move without using the poles, which adds for some nice challenge. 260, Jaxie Reunion, and 259, Welcome Back, Jaxie. These both feature Jaxie needing to go to some location in Sand Kingdom, whether it's to meet an old friend or just return back to his fallen inverted pyramid. I think these are both not only good puzzles, but also just really charming to add to Jaxie's character. 258, Among the 5 Cactuses. This is another Jaxie puzzle, but this requires you to ram him into the cactus. Now that I say that out loud, that kind of seems a bit cool. Well, anyways, I think this is a pretty fun one to do, especially with how far the cactuses get launched and rammed into. 257, Exterminate the Ogres. I like how this moon has a whole section of Bowser's Kingdom dedicated to it. It really makes it feel more important. Fighting these guys is always pretty fun, so I really enjoy this moon. 256, Moon Shards in the Forest. 255, Moon Shards in the Lake. 254, Moon Shards on the Moon. And 253, Moon Shards in the Sand. These are some of the more basic moon shard moons. I really enjoy this type of moon as they're some of the most in-depth in the game, as you need to collect 5 things rather than just one. I like these more than the others you've mentioned so far, as the places where the moon shards are located I feel is a bit more fit. 252, Ocean Bottom Maze Treasure. 251, Taking Notes, Ocean Bottom Maze, and 250, Ocean Bottom Maze, Hidden Room. These all take place in one 2D segment of the Seaside Kingdom. I really like how you can still see the water on the outside, as it really makes this area feel much more unique. This area also has 4 different ways to enter it, which are all used in different ways to get the 3 moons, which is really unique. 249, Goblin Fruit with Yoshi. 248, Yoshi's Second Helping, and 247, Yoshi's All Filled Up. These 3 are much like Moonshard moons from before, but this time a lot more is required to actually get them. Using Yoshi is a lot of fun, and I really like using his tongue to build up speed or grab onto walls. The fruit is all really well placed within the Mushroom Kingdom as well. 246, found with Wooden Kingdom Art. 245, found with Dark Side Art 6, and 244, found with Sand Kingdom Art. All 3 of these hint art moons picture elements from a certain kingdom with some sort of direction along with them. These are all decently simple, but can be quite fun to figure out. Definitely a great difficulty for this kind of moon. 243, flying far away from gusty bridges, and 242, across the gusty bridges. The harsh wind acts as a great obstacle and a great tool in the sub area. I love all of the push block obstacles, and the puzzle using the wind to get the hidden moon is also really good. 241, Link Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Due to the height and closeness of the 2 platforms, this is definitely one of the more tricky timer challenges. The timer is also a pretty good length, making for one fairly good challenge. 240, Ride the Jet Stream. This one is always really memorable for me, as I remember finding it before ever capturing a Gushin, making me not realize you're supposed to use it to get this moon until much later, which was always really funny to me. The trip to get this is also pretty fun, which is what brings this up here. 239, Hidden Corridor Under the Floor. Jumping to get this moon is great, as not only is it over the edge, but it's also closed off by crates, making it extra intense as you have to break them. 238, Yoshi's Feast in the Sea of Clouds, and 237, Sunken Star in the Sea of Clouds. Seeing the eels in this sub-area for the first time was such a big surprise. I mean, it's the closest this game had to a jump scare for me. This also lets us use Yoshi once again, which I already talked about how much I like. Plus, the hidden moon is placed in a pretty clever spot. 236, Wanting in the Cloud Sea, and 235, Sunken Treasure in the Cloud Sea. Both of these moons are found in a sub-area with a very thick fog placed on it. That makes traversing this area quite fun, especially if you decided to not hit the ring generators on the side. The hidden moon is also placed in a very good spot as well. 234, Moon Shards Under Siege, 233, Yoshi Under Siege, and 232, Fruit Feast Under Siege. This sub-area uses the really neat nighttime aesthetic of Metro Kingdom, where you have to try and find either moon shards or Yoshi fruit while avoiding the sherms. Everything is placed really well, and the sub-area is great to traverse with both Yoshi and the sherm capture, though I do prefer Yoshi a bit more. 231, On Top of the Spinning Tower. 230, Down and Up the Spinning Tower. 229, Poke the Wooden Tower. And 228, Climb the Wooden Tower. All 4 of these moons use the Pokeo capture and unique obstacle courses where you have to use the poke at the perfect time. Since these guys are some of my favorite captures, it makes sense that I like these moons a lot. Plus, the latter 2 can be done captureless, though they are quite difficult. 227, Wrecked Rock Block. This uses the trapeze to break a block with the moon inside of it. This is a fun little puzzle, and it's also a good challenge to try and line this up so that you only need to use one to get the moon. 226, The Cage Gold. This builds a bit on the last moon, but this takes a bit more thinking as the cage is a bit farther off. 225, Line It Up, Blow It Up. This is the best version of the trapeze moon. The puzzle has a lot more layers to it, requiring you to notice the breakable block, realize that you have to use the trapeze across the gap, and you have to ground pound the pillar. This all leads to a pretty great puzzle moon. 224, Taking Notes with the Spinning Throw. The most notable thing about this moon is just how tight the timer actually is here. If you miss a single throw, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, which is greatly appreciated. 223, Taking Notes in Low Gravity. Similarly, the timer is fairly tight here as well. The fuzzies in the low gravity add on to make for a good challenge. 222, tucked away inside the tunnel. This is one of the absolute best hiding spots for the nuts. Not only is it hidden really well, but getting up to it can be somewhat tricky. I mean, sure, you're supposed to use an up route, but I always like jumping from the platform. And since you have to jump out and then in, this jump is fairly tricky. 221, Atop the Tall Tree. This is another nut moon, though I feel like a little bit more is involved with collecting it. It's pretty fun to get using an up route, but the platforms are spaced perfectly so that triple jumping up them is possible, which is my ideal way to collect this. 220, All the Cracks are Fans. I just really like the theming of this moon. The cracks are seen throughout the kingdom, so this does feel like a good reward for trying everything out. 219, Poster Cleanup. Similar reasoning to the last one, but this one's theme is a little bit better, using the Bowser wedding posters seen throughout the entire game. I also find it really funny that Bowser felt the need to place this many posters on a single building in the desert. 218, Taking Notes Up and Down. This might be the most difficult notes moon in the game. The timer is fairly tight, but most of it all comes down to where the notes are placed. Mario has to use a ground pound platform, which will rise up and ground pound it on before slowly falling back down. The notes are all placed at different elevations, so you have to use Cappy at just the right time to collect them all, making this one of the most challenging ones in the game. Plus, I find this platform hard to use. 217, Stretch and Traverse the Jungle, and 216, A Glow in the Jungle. Both of these moons are great uses for the tropical woodland. I especially like the brick section, as it's fun to demolish all of the bricks in this area. 215, Flower Road Reach. I'll put this one much higher than the other moon in this sub-area since it's actually possible to get without using the flower path, making this a pretty fun grab. 214, Push Block Parallel. This sub-area is one that's really fun to do quickly as you try to avoid missing one of the push block cycles. This spot only goes from the main moon though, as the hidden moon I like significantly more, but the first one is still good regardless. 213, the Invisible Maze, and 212, Skull Side and the Transparent Maze. This is another sub-area utilizing the Moai capture, which means this is another great one to do captureless. The hidden moon here is in a great spot too. The sign is an obvious addition to the room since none of the others have it, but it also sort of fits in aesthetically, making this a great spot to hide it. Which also makes the dork who made the Super Mario Odyssey's No Masterpiece video look even more embarrassing.
The worst hidden moon of all requires a hat toss onto a sign sticking out of some poison, with no hint that I saw that this would even lead to a moon.
Like, dude, you can't complain about the moon being too easy and then complain about this one because you couldn't find it. Dude, finding the moon is supposed to be the challenge. Come off to 11. Icicle Barrier. Making your way through the ice room can be fun. However, I really like that you can entirely skip the big icicle portion by just jumping under into the moon. Sometimes simple skips like that can make a moon become super memorable when it otherwise wouldn't be, and the same thing goes for 210 hanging from a high rise. Normally you have to use a bunch of pulls to go through an obstacle course, which is pretty fun on its own. However, you can skip all of this and jump straight to the end with a well-timed triple jump. This jump is a bit trickier than the last one, and I like the sub-area a bit more, which is looking at the edge. 209, crossing to the magma, and 208, magma narrow path. These two moves are some of the best uses for the lava bubble capture. First off, moving the lava bubble to the lava tower using the tomatoes is fun, but the main attraction are the skinny bits of lava that you need to traverse. Going through it quickly without falling off is always a blast. 207, below Breakdown Road, and 206, down and back Breakdown Road. This is a really good sub-area, but there's a much better version later on, so we'll hold off on talking about this one. 205, swinging scaffold and break, and 204, swinging scaffold and jump. This sub-area is a great display of all the Hammer Bros moves, and it's also pretty difficult to avoid getting hit by any hammers. 203, Unzip the Chasm, and 202, Super Secret Zipper. Both of these use the zipper capture, but it's in a way that I really like. They're used to make platforms from the walls, which is pretty creative. However, that also means we can skip over all of them by doing some pretty tricky jumps. I also think this part where you get to execute all these Goombas is a fun touch. One last thing I find funny about the sub-area is normally for the hidden moon, you have to cut out this portion of the wall and then also cut another hole in it. But using an upward cappy throw, Mario can carve the second hole first, which leads to a pretty funny glitch. 201, Underground G-Zone. I really like how the underground is hidden under this stone, as it requires Mario to bring the G-Zone over as a solid puzzle. 200, Invisible Road, Hidden Room. And 199, Invisible Road, Danger. This is another great sub-area with a better version later on, so we'll get back to this soon enough. 198, Golden Turnip Recipe 3. This is easily the most involved with the Golden Turnip moves. For this one, you have to notice a pile of cheese hidden behind the area with the fire grows. Then you have to realize you need to bring over a handbread to break them. Finally, you have to bring the turnip back to the area with the pots, making this a fun puzzle and mini journey. 187, Behind the Tall Wall, Poke Poke. This is just placed in a really good spot. Getting over to it with the Pokio is fun, and it's easily my favorite poking moon just because it's over the edge of the cliff. 196, Seaside Kingdom Regular Cup, and 195, Seaside Kingdom Master Cup. We're finally back to another Koopa freeriding moon. This time, of course, taking place in the Seaside Kingdom. Compared to the ones before, this has a lot more control in terms of how fast you can go. My only problem with this one is the start, as beginning underwater does make this feel quite slow and a bit tedious to retry. But once again, Koopa freeriding moons all get boosts for being the most replayable set of moves in the game. 194, Atop the Highest Tower. This is the first story mode in Sand Kingdom, and it's pretty great, bringing you through Toast Arena Town and through the ruins. This also greatly expands on the concept of 2D walls that was introduced in the Cascade Kingdom, as this wall is on a circular surface. There are also a ton of little skips you can perform on the way, like skipping the first 2D wall. 193, Kukateel Showdown, and 192, Blow Up at Mount Volbono, Rematch. While this is certainly a good boss, I always felt it was on the weaker end just due to how easy it is. Plus, the speedrun skip in this one is kind of annoying to do, as you have to hit Kukateel from below, which is for some reason harder than it looks. Oh, and this has to be one of the lamest changes a boss fight rematch has in the Mushroom Kingdom, just adding some moon stakes that barely change anything. 191, Moon Charts in the Cold Rim. I've always liked this room due to just how many spinies there are, which makes taking damage here fairly easy. Trying to mash jump to go underneath the platform before you get attacked is also fun as well. 190, Roulette Tower Climb. 189, Roulette Tower Stop. This sub-area has Mario need to time his hit of key switches in order to pause them in the correct place. This does provide for a very solid challenge, as if you miss one, you have to restart that section. One other thing I like is that you don't have to stop the platforms in the exact position they want. As long as you can make it across the gap, it works, which is a nice touch. 188, Walking on the Moon, and 187, Walking on the Moon again. Okay, now before we get to these next two moons, I need to talk about something. So while writing the script, I made a community post asking what everyone thought would be the best and worst moons on the list, and some of you did actually get the worst moon. There were also a large number of people that said these trace walking moons would be at the bottom, and that just made me think, Are these moons hated? I genuinely did not know that people dislike these moons, because these are some of my favorites. I guess these are going to need a little extra explanation then. These moons basically have you required to walk around a certain path laid out by a Koopa that disappears as you walk along it. Depending on how close you were to it, you would get more or less points, and you would need a certain number of points to get the moon. That makes all these moons fairly tricky, but not annoyingly tricky, at least to me. I always found it really fun to try and match the path, and seeing how terribly I messed up was always funny to me. Well, anyways, I'm putting the moon one as my least favorite, as it's definitely the slowest, and I wish it had a different shape than a circle, since we already saw the circle used in Sand Kingdom. But yeah, these moons are good, stop hurting their feelings. 186, the Mummy Army's Curse, and 185, Charging Through an Army. These two moons feature the very rare appearance of Charging Chuck, which makes me pretty happy since he's always been one of my favorite enemies. Charging through all the mummies and blocks is a ton of fun, though I do wish that the mummy with the moon could actually be reached by the Charging Chuck. It feels really weird that you have to uncapture him to get it. 184, the Hot Spring Seal. I think being able to poke holes through the lava by simply spraying water at it is pretty funny. Plus, the moon acts as a great tutorial for the boss fight later, as it shows you that water is able to damage lava, which Moleskine Swear has on his head. 183, One Man's Trash. This is just a fantastic spot. Collecting it both with and without the bullet bill is great. 182, Up in the Rafters. This acts as a great reward for getting to the top of the wedding hall. However, you can even get the moon without going all the way up there, which is pretty nice as well. 181, How Do They Take Out the Trash? This is one of the few moons where it's name determines its placement. I just find Mario and Cappy confused as to why a trash can would be all the way out in the distance to be really funny. Plus, getting the moon itself is a blast as well. 180, Surrounded by Tall Mountains. This is also placed in a fantastic spot, and getting up to it from the bottom is a good challenge. You have to triple jump and Cappy bounce over the wall, which can be a bit scary as if you miss it, you may fall into lava. 179, By the Cannon Pointed at the Big Pot. Once again, this is another great spot, but I like this one better than the last one, as you have to carefully balance on a skinny platform to get to the part with the moon. 178, Slip Through the Nesting Spot. This is another appearance of the eel, and this time we have to invade its home. Speaking past him after he returns back inside to get the moon in the small crevice is always nerve-wracking, which makes this one a pretty good moon. 177, In a Hole in the Macro. For this moon, we have to get a key that's found inside a hole punched into the lava. Finding this in the first place is great, but the best part of this moon is, of course, getting to use the Dry Bones capture. Dry Bones for Smash. 176, 2D Boost from Bullet Bill. This is pretty much the only 2D moon where you use an enemy like this, which is nice to see. Jumping on the bullet while still avoiding the others is a solid challenge. 175, Inside a Block is a Hard Place. This is one of the most satisfying moons to do fast in the game. You have to use a bullet from a nearby launcher to dodge some obstacles and break the block. Trying to do this while at full speed though is quite tricky, but also super rewarding when you do it. 174, On the Giant Bowser Statue's Nose. This is another one that I just think is in a really good spot. Needing to jump down onto the giant Bowser head is great, as some players may not think it's a place you're supposed to go, giving a nice reward to players that actually try. 173, On the Cliff Overlooking the Beach. The triple jump required to get this move captureless is pretty tight, but always a highlight whenever I go to see something. 172, On Top of the Stone Archway. Using the ice before the story is over to reach this moon without a bullet bill is always a fun part of returning to Sand Kingdom. Plus, this is just a really good spot regardless. 171, Inside the Rotating Maze, and 170, The Spinning Maze Search. While these are different sub-areas, they're both fairly similar using the rotating walls that will spin when hit by Cappy. I enjoy moving through these mazes a lot, which gave both of these a pretty solid boost. 169, Walking the Desert, and 168, More Walking in the Desert. These are the original Trace Walking moons, and I like them both a lot. They're placed over the moon one since these originated the circle shape, and this area is just much better suited for a moon like this. 167, Sand Kingdom Timer Challenge 3. Normally for this moon you would use Jaxie, which is already pretty fun. There's also just enough time on the timer to barely be able to do it without. 166, Treasure Inside the Turret, and 165, Past the Moving Wall. Both of these moons are fun hidden obstacle courses utilizing the Tokyo. Like I said before, this is one of my favorite captures, making these obstacle courses really fun to go through. Plus the latter of which is also really fun to do captureless. 164, Roll On and On. 163, Precision Roll. This is one of the most unique sub-areas in the game as it uses a surface that forces Mario into a roll. Trying to dodge all of the enemies while also trying to balance on the skinny platform to get the moon and extra coins is a lot of fun. Definitely one of the more memorable sub-areas for me. 162, Jaxie Stunt Track. And 161, Jaxie Driver. This sub-area acts as a fantastic test of the player's ability to control Jaxie. It's very easy to run off a cliff by accident, but this time it isn't awesome like before as it will just simply kill Mario. The Notes move here is also great as it involves needing to turret Jaxie, which can be tricky as you don't have much room. Overall, a really good use of Jaxie here. 160, Taking Notes Running Down. This is our final move utilizing Jaxie, which is another Notes move. This time the timer is pretty tight, so despite them being in a line it can be somewhat tricky, but that's not why it's so high. This timer is just long enough to where it is possible without Jaxie. However, due to the hilly terrain, it can be extremely difficult. world. It's a challenge that I highly recommend trying at least once. 159, King of the Cube. This is one of the most creatively shaped 2D sub-areas, as there's really nothing else like it. The moon shards each appearing on a different face of the cube is a really nice touch. 158, Navigating Giant Swings. And 157, the swing on top of a swing. I know that I've been pretty harsh towards low gravity throughout this video, but this is one of the sub-areas I think greatly improves for me. This is just one of the most fun and unique sub-areas to traverse through with the low gravity jumps. It feels like you go super high, and the Hidden Moon utilizes this mechanic perfectly as well. 156, Dashing Over Cold Water, and 155, Dashing Above and Beyond. This area uses the rocket flowers expertly, as using them while avoiding all the obstacles is a ton of fun. Plus, there are several well-placed shortcuts on the way, too. The Secret Moon is also great, as you have to use a leftover rocket juice to make it up another steep slope. 154, Magma Swamp, Floating and Sinking. 153, Yoshi's Magma Swamp. And 152, Fruit Feast in the Magma Swamp. These three all involve exploring the Magma Swamp to collect something, whether it be moon shards or fruits. This place is a lot of fun to travel through. I prefer the Yoshi Moons since there are more fruits, and I feel like they're hidden better, like the set of fruit above the entrance. 151, where the transparent platforms end, and 150, jump onto the transparent left. This is the absolute peak of the Moai Moons, and of course, the most fun way to do these is captureless. They're both pretty tricky, especially the Secret Moon, as it can be hard to guess what the platform is. 149, Breakdown Road Parade. This is a remixed version of a sub-area we saw earlier. Normally you would have Cappy, but now Cappy is abandoned here. That makes a significant difference to how you have to go about this sub-area, as you have to run through and collect the key as bullet bills are destroying the path, and then run back through that destroyed path. Without Cappy as a safe key to use, this is now pretty tricky. Oh, and we'll be seeing the second moon in this area much later on the list. 148, Moon Shards in the Jungle. Using the Tropical Wiggler to avoid all of the fuzzies and land on the tiny platforms is a ton of fun. However, my favorite way to do this is captureless, which provides for a very solid challenge. 147, Light the Far Off Lanterns. Sure, this one is simple, but I've always liked it. You have to attract the piranha to the center platform to shoot fire at the unlit torches, rewarding you with a moon. Figuring this out the first time was really satisfying, but my favorite part about this moon is coming back to it, as I legitimately didn't know you could capture the piranha plants until I collected every moon in the game and was still missing them in my capture list, so I could have just captured the piranha plant instead. That always gives me a good laugh, and it makes me wonder how many people had a similar thing happen to them. 146, Hidden Room in the Flowing Sands. This is one of my absolute favorite hiding spots for a moon. You have to notice a super small slit in the wall, and then you have to figure out that the only way under is by sinking in the deadly quicksand. On a first playthrough, you won't know if this will work, so it felt super scary, as if you go too deep, you would die, which makes Mario actually going under the wall here all the more satisfying. 145, Smart Pocket, and 144, Excavate and Search the Cheese Rocks. These are both areas where you have to use a capture, either a Pokio or Panbro, to collect some moon shards. Both of these hide them in really good places, though I find the latter to have slightly better hiding spots, which I guess makes sense since that's not a required move to beat the game. Oh, and Smart Bombing is always the funniest moon in a coinless run, as you have to poke this metal crate 50 times to break it without using a bomb. Why they decided to implement this 50 poke thing at all is and forever will be such a bizarre mystery, but it's really funny how it somehow managed to be legitimately useful. 143. Good job, Captain Toad. Not only is this a really good spot for Captain Toad, but jumping up to him without using a gushin is very difficult. You could use the shell for the button if you don't collect the Story Moon, but even then, you can still get up there by jumping off of this high wall, which is a lot of fun. 142. Fishing in Bowser's Castle. Easily the best fishing moon. Well, on a technicality. Bowser's Poison area not only provides for a much more dangerous space to go fishing, but it's also significantly bigger than the other places we've been fishing in up until this point, making finding the big fish a good challenge. But the thing that truly puts us over the edge is the fact that you don't even catch a fish, but instead you catch Poochie from the Yoshi series for some reason. No clue why they decided to do that, but it's just so charming and such a great surprise that I had to boost it up. Speaking of Lakitu, we aren't done with him though, as he's featured in one more moon, 141, You're Quite a Catch, Captain Toad. This is one of Captain Toad's absolute best hiding spots. First off, you have to move Lakitu away from the water, and you'll find that you can actually go fishing in the sand, which is a super neat hidden detail. But the best thing is the fact that the fish you catch here is Captain Toad, who somehow managed to get buried in the sand. This is another moon where the charm is just off the charts. I really love this one. 140, Inside a Block at the Gate. This one has one of those breakable crates again, though this time it's far away from any bombs that are used to destroy them. That means you have to think about climbing up a bit of the kingdom and sniping the box from a long distance, which is just so much fun to do successfully. 139, Jumping from Flag to Flag. This is a really good spot to place a key, as many players might not even think you could grab onto these flags. Due to how they're placed and how they move as well, it can be somewhat tricky to jump between them. Combine that with all this taking place over the void, then we have a pretty good setup for a challenge. 138, Yoshi on the Sinking Island, and 137, Fruit Feast on the Sinking Island. This is another dark side version of a sub-area, though this is one of the few times where I actually prefer the original, so we'll talk more about that when we get there. 136, Fly Through the Narrow Valley, and 135, Treasure Chest in the Narrow Valley. This is a good obstacle course to show off what the gushing can do. The Secret Moon especially is placed in a really good place, as you have to try and make it through the normal poison tunnel that you would for the default moon, with enough water to make it over the gap. I also really like the design of the room with the default moon. It's really unique, and just running around in there is decently fun. 134, freezing waterway, hidden room, and 133, through the freezing waterway. This is another obstacle course with percussion, though this time it's on a 2D plane. I also find this one to be trickier as both moons are placed far enough away to where you'll only barely have enough water to make it freeze. The moving platforms needed to get higher with the gushin are also pretty nice as well. 132, the Brutals are after some cooking. And 131, Flower Thieves of Sky Garden. It's finally time we start looking at some of the brutal fights, and we're going to first start off with Skewer. In his fights, he'll spit off poison, and Mario will have to jump on his head without getting hit, causing Skewer to go into his hat and bounce around the arena, leaving a trail of poison before continuing. Now, one thing I absolutely love about Mario Odyssey's boss design is just like the game itself, they were designed to have fast strats to make multiple playthroughs more enjoyable. Spirits has the lamest skips of the Brutals, though, where all you have to do is jump on his hat when he goes inside. But still, those shortcuts go a long way in making these moves more enjoyable. Oh, and also he's the only one to not really change between fights. All that's different is the arena shape, which is lame compared to how the others get updated. 130, Dust Up in New Donk City, rematch. In this rematch, you now have to fight against 2 Mecha Wigglers as opposed to the one in the original fight. I do really like this concept. It's a shame that fighting the Mecha Wiggler using assurance is still quite tedious, but regardless, this is a great change. So why is it lower than the default? Well, that's because you also have to consider that for the default version of this move, you not only have to beat the boss, but you have to get there in the first place by traveling through the really cool-looking dark and stormy New Donk City. I'm not sure if you all agree with that reasoning, but that alone boosts the default Mecha Wiggler moon up for me significantly. 129, found Darkside Art 7. This is, in my opinion, the single hardest and dumbest hint art moon in the entire game. I was incredibly conflicted as to where to put this one, because while I do really love difficulty, this one is just stupid. So looking at the picture, you aren't given much to work with. You get a screenshot and some letters and numbers. When I first played through the game, I thought this was some red sand from Costa Rica. Funnily enough, the spot I thought this was in originally did become one of the DLC hint art Luigi spots. But if it isn't in sand, then where is it? Well, you may be able to guess that, oh, this looks a lot like Lost Kingdom, and you'd be correct. The problem? There are just about a billion spots where this could be, so you'd have to trial and error all of them until they eventually work, which is how I originally solved it.
Hello, Mario.
It wasn't until after I collected the moon that I finally realized that there are letters and numbers on the map. Genuinely, despite looking at this menu thousands of times, I never noticed these boxes here, which is what we had to use to find out the location of this moon, as these are the letters and numbers that appear on the page. That's why I have zero clue where to rank this moon. Is this actually a good puzzle, or is it just dumb for highlighting something that 99% of the player base probably never noticed? Either way, for its difficulty, I did let it come up here, but it still makes me angry. Anyways, back to some other moons. We have 128, Brutals over the lake, and 127, the snowy mountain area. These are the 2 fights against Rango. Basically, what you have to do is use his hat against him by hitting it and then jumping on it to glide down on his head. From there, you have to avoid him while he's jumping around in his hat, to then repeat the cycle until he dies. I'd say he's the hardest of the main 4 Brutals, which certainly helps him out. But one other thing I like are his skips. For one, you can't jump on him while he has his hat on, but if he takes it off, you can just barely hit him with a triple jump. Additionally, you can jump on his hat while he's inside of it, stun him, and make him return to his normal phase. If you manage to chain these together, then you get a really satisfyingly quick boss fight, which is what puts him above Skewer. He does lose a few points for his hat being a bit too hard to jump on if you mess up the setup. Like, seriously, you could be on top of it and the game will make you take damage. But other than that, this is fantastic. 126, Cap Kingdom Regular Cup. And 125, Cap Kingdom Master Cup. Now we're getting to some of the better people fruit running moves. I like jumping off the Cap Tower to start. It's a lot of fun and can be satisfying to improve your timing. I do find the movement to be a bit more boring for the rest of the time, but it's still pretty solid. 124, Mushroom Kingdom Regular Cup. And 123, Mushroom Kingdom Master Cup. This one is a lot more solid throughout the whole thing. We get to utilize rocket flowers, which is really fun. Optimizing the route here is a ton of fun too. The only thing holding this one back is that it's super short, making it pretty difficult to improve on, but it's at least very quick to retry. 122, Found with Mushroom Kingdom Art. This is probably my favorite looking hint art. The puzzle here is great as well, where you have to find the spot in the kingdom where looking at the cap tower has the moon behind it like this. The only thing is I feel the spot is a bit too small due to how many angles this can be viewed at, but it's still a great puzzle regardless. 121, Found with Darkside Art 2. And 120, Found with Darkside Art 9. These two are also good puzzles that require a bit of thought. It's not immediately obvious where they are, but it's also not too hard to figure out like old C4 back then. I put these two above the last one since the spot they're located in is a lot less finicky, though I do like Mushroom Kingdom's art puzzle better. 119, A Successful Repair Job. And 118, Powering Up the Power Plant. These are both puzzles where you have to move a block in just the right way to make the hole at the bottom fit into the end tile. I have a lot of fun doing puzzles like this, which is why I enjoy doing both of these moves. 117, Loose Tile Trackdown. This is one of the most unique moves in the game. Basically, inside of Peach's castle, you'll notice that one of the tiles is poking out above the rest. Ground pounding on it will cause another to appear, and you need to hit them all until you get the move. I always really enjoy doing this one. It's super different from anything else, and sometimes the tile can actually be quite difficult to spot. You'd think it'd be easy, but they do a good job of hiding those moves. 116, Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. This is technically my favorite timer challenge in the game. It's first of all hidden extremely well, being beneath a crack of the Seaside Kingdom floor. Secondly, this timer challenge starts on the outside before entering the 2D sub area, which is a pretty good idea. But on top of that, the timer is pretty strict here as well, which all builds to this being a fantastic moon. I did say that was only technically my favorite timer challenge though, as now we need to look at our next moon, 115, Glowing in the Deep Woods. I'm not sure why this isn't called a timer challenge, but regardless, this is really good. The main thing here is that you have to go across a large amount of the deep woods. However, there's no path leading to the moon, and the cutscene showcasing it off can be somewhat tricky to follow. Due to how dark it is, you can't really see the moon either. You just have to hope you're running straight to it. That in of itself is a great concept, but on top of that, this is one of the most strict timers in the game. So if you don't head straight to it, you'll likely have to try again. Kind of funny how much higher this guy's placed than every other deep woods moon on. 114, Taking Notes on Top of the Wall. This has Mario rolling along the wall to collect some music notes, though it's very skinny, and falling off will mean there's no coming back. It's a lot of fun to try and keep your balance, and sure, there's no risk of death here since you'd be falling into the deep woods. There are some fates far worse than death. 113, Mario Scientist's Name. This one is simple, sure, but the unique letter captures made for this specific moon are a lot of fun to run around with. 112, Secret Path to Peach's Castle. Not only is the painting placed in a solid spot in Luncheon, but the whole place you get sent to is fantastic as well. It serves as a reference to Yoshi's house in Super Mario World. Heck, even the star is placed in a spot where you actually have to jump to it instead of just giving it to you right away. Also, I legit didn't know until some of you commented on my Mushroom Kingdom video that you're supposed to put out the fire in the chimney and won't jump up. I always gotta come to the outside, which is way tricky. 111, Pops Out of the Tail. Basically what you have to do to get this moon, it really shouldn't be this high up. All you have to do is throw Cappy onto this tree's tail. What makes this place so high up though is that the tree actually acts as a really unexpected reference to Super Mario 3D Land. I was super happy when I found this for the first time, as I was completely not expecting it. 110, Light from the Ceiling. And for our last sort of reference moon for now, we have one inside of Peach's castle, requiring you to look up at the ceiling. This is an excellent, though pretty obvious reference to Mario 64 and how you have to enter the Tower of the Wind Cap stage. This is the only moon collected like this in the game, which makes it pretty cool in my opinion. Honestly though, I would have been surprised and sort of disappointed if this wasn't here. 109, The Glass is Half Full. Now we finally get to see the actual Moleskine Square boss fight after seeing its version of the Mushroom Kingdom several hundred places before this. I like this variant much more than the Mushroom Kingdom version because it's really cool having a boss fight take place over the entire kingdom, and since the Gusher could run out of water this time, there's actually some difficulty in this fight. 108, Get Some Rest, Captain Toad. This is absolutely one of my favorite hiding spots for Captain Toad. The hole in the wall is placed off the path in a very hidden spot, so making your way over to it using the Tropical Wiggler is a lot of fun. My favorite way to collect this moon, though, is easily doing a capture race. Due to how small the hole is, the jump can actually be quite difficult, making this one really fun to go back to. 107, The Spinning Maze, Open. Once again, this is another moon that's hidden in a really good spot. I really like how you have to notice that there's a hole in one of the spinning platforms, and that you have to spin it to the correct position. It's not really a difficult puzzle, but it's one I like a lot. 106, Hidden Among the Push Blocks. Much like the last one, this is purely here due to where it's placed. I really like when moons are hidden inside of indents and moving surfaces like this, and this is the best example of that since you have to find it quickly before the platform moves underneath you. 105, Hidden Room in the Inverted Pyramid. This is one of my favorite hiding spots for any moon in the game. It makes total sense for the pyramid to have a hidden treasure room, and placing it where these moving walls are is genius. It's sort of like the Flowing Sands moon we mentioned before, where we have a chance of death for trying to go in here due to it possibly crushing us, making the reveal of the moon here so much better. 104, On the Eastern Pillar. This moon is placed inside of a breakable block, so Mario is required to do a little puzzle solving to figure out that he needs to use a bullet bill to break it. The problem? Well, this block is really far away from the nearest bullet bill. Simply capturing it and flying over won't give you enough gas to make it. What you have to do is bring the bullet bill away from its launcher and then capture it, as the gas will not be used up if Mario isn't using it. This is a very unique puzzle using the bullet bill's timer that isn't really used anywhere else, which is why I like it. 103, Found with Darkside Art 8. This is another Find the Difference hint art moon, however, unlike the one seen in Lake Kingdom, this is much more difficult because the change is super incredibly small. I mean, just look at how much is here. Are you all able to spot it? That's right, Herobrine is hiding in 102, Found with Seaside Kingdom Art. This is, in my opinion, the best hint art in the game, as it's just perfectly balanced in how difficult it is. Just by looking at it, the kingdom the moon is in isn't really clear at all, which is quite different from most of the other hint arts we talked about. This will likely make the player try to look around for the word in some kingdoms, which just so happens to be on one of the roads in Metro. I really like where this one is placed, and the puzzle here is actually a good one. 101, Lost in the Tall Trees. This has always been a moon that I personally have really liked. First off, this is hidden in a pretty good spot, being placed in a crate high up out of reach in one of the trees. Now, the way I first got this moon was by seeing it and then warping up to the top of the observation deck to use Glidon to reach it, which took a few tries since the leaves made it hard to see. It was only after I finally made it to the crate, broke it, and the moon flew over to the other side that I realized that the main way you're supposed to get this moon is with a shard catcher. This was the moon on my first playthrough that really made me appreciate just how many options each and every moon in the game has to get it. Maybe for you all personally this would place lower, but for me, I just really appreciate what this moon did for making me realize just how great this game is. But now it's time for the elite, the top 100 moons. We've made it a long way so far, so let's get these knocked out. 100, the Treasure of Jaxi Ruins. First off, this is a really interesting sub-area moon, as while you do need to go through one to collect it, the moon is actually placed on the outside of the kingdom. The obstacle course in the ice cave is a lot of fun to avoid, especially with the slippery ice, but the main reason it's so high is because of the speed strap. Since this is placed on the surface, we can use a bullet bill to ram into the side of the building and jump up it using a wall jump. This is always super fun. It's not really hard, but it's always a highlight of replaying the game. 99, scaling Pitch Black Mountain, and 98, reaching Pitch Black Island. This is aesthetically one of my favorite sub-areas in the entire game. The ogres fit surprisingly well in this super dark atmosphere and makes this really stressful to run through. Both moons, especially the hidden moon, are placed in really great spots as well, requiring you to either climb up the cliff or find the small island in the distance, which can be hard because, you know, it's dark. 97, herding sheep above the forest farm, and 96, herding sheep on the Iron Bridge. This is easily the best sheep herding moon, as it's easily the most difficult. Basically, Mario has to guide a sheep down a path with several walls and gaps to get him to his home for the moon, all without killing him, which is for some reason super easy to do. The secondary moon is similar, though you have to launch the sheep into the pen from a distance. I know a lot of people don't like this moon because of how annoying it is, but that just sounds like a skill issue to me. 95, searching the frog pond, and 94, the secrets of the frog pond. Easily the best moons primarily focused on the frog capture, and the best moons to come out of the Cap Kingdom as well. This place is just super well designed for exploring using the frog, and this being a moon shards area is all the better. But the main thing I like to do here is to completely ditch the frog, as all of the moons can be done without it. Most of the jumps require Mario to jump as high as he can, making this also a great obstacle course for not just the frog, but Mario himself. Getting the secret moon with him is also great, as you have to triple jump off a small wall. Not to mention that this moon is just hidden in a great place regardless as well. 93, Edge of the Galaxy, and 92, Center of the Galaxy. This combines both the low gravity of the moon and some wacky gravity to make it a really great sub-area. Moving through here is always a lot of fun, and the overlapping gravity can be pretty fun to go through. 91, Moon Shards in the Sea. Atmospherically, one of my favorites in the game. The deep and dark ocean is somehow both relaxing and kind of unnerving. As for the moon itself, since you need to leave Cappy behind, this area is a lot more tense as you go around trying to get the 5 moon shards while also making sure you don't drown. The appearances of the eels as obstacles add even more to both the difficulty and the great atmosphere of the sub-area. 90, Above a Strange Neighborhood, and 89, Strange Neighborhood. The concept behind this sub-area was always really funny, just being a bunch of buildings from Toast Arena Town flying in space. Normally what you have to do is go across them while making sure to not die due to their spin. They can actually be decently tricky to move on, but it's also made harder by the fact that you leave Cappy behind at the start. Well, that would be the case had the gap actually not been crossable with the Cappy jump. This is actually easier than you may think as well, making this one of my favorite sub-areas due to how we can bring Cappy along despite him normally being stuck at the start. 88, Path to the Secret Flower Field. This uses the Sherms to destroy a Bowser Bomb dispenser in order to get into the fight with Torque. I like how the entirety of Steam Gardens has been overrun by Sherm now to show that there's an actual battle going on here. But the absolute best part of this moon is the fact that we get to listen to Steam Garden Sherm, one of my absolute favorite songs in the game that only appears for like 2 moons. This song is so underrated. Elevator Escalation, 86, Elevator Blind Spots, and 85, Shark Under Siege. All 3 of these use the Sherm tanks in a really great way. In the first sub-area, we have to go through several waves of enemies, which is a lot of fun and perfectly fitting into capture. The latter 2 moons, though, both use the Sherm to far off blocks to get moved, which I think are all fantastic hiding spots. 84, Off the Beaten Wire. This is one of my favorite spots for a moon, which is why it places so much higher than the other moon in this sub-area. This area is all about the spark pylons, and fittingly, the hidden moon uses it in a creative way. During the sub-area, there's a portion where you just ride a spark pylon over a building to get to another section. However, you may be able to notice that there are a few crates on top of the building. It's quick, but if you uncapture and destroy the crates, you'll be rewarded with a moon. This is a super good spot. There are several other places they could have put the extra moon in the sub-area, which would have been decent, but I'm so happy they took the more creative approach with this one. 83, Hop Hop from the Campfire. This is a fun little puzzle moon. First you have to notice that there's an unlit campfire, and then you have to think that it could be lit by a far-off fire drone. Since the closest one is high up on a cliff, this opens up the opportunity to try and snipe the campfire from super far away. Sadly, the fireballs do despawn, so you can't shoot it from the very top of the hill, but it's still a lot of fun to try and get it while falling. 82. Lanterns on the gear steps. This is like the last moon, though a lot more involved, as you need to light several more torches, and you also have to light a torch by sniping it from far away, definitely making this an improvement. 81. Invader in Bowser's Castle, and 80. Invader in Sky Garden. These are both mini-boss fights against two foes, and they're a lot of fun to take down. Normally it will spawn Goombas along with spikes, so Mario has to capture the Goombas to stack up and hit the top of the huge foe without getting hit by the spikes. This fight itself is fairly fun, but you can also try and fight it without using the Goombas, and it's suddenly a lot more interesting. Do you know how they fly when they spawn the spikes? It can be very difficult to jump on its head without getting hit, making this absolutely one of the most fun boss fights to return to, as it's a great test of your jumping abilities. Oh, and on top of all of that, the one in the Wind Kingdom is the second moon to use the Steam Garden Sherm song. Truly a great package. 79. Showdown on the Inverted Pyramid. This is our first battle with the Brutal Harriet, who has some of the best speedrun strats out of any of the bosses. However, before we even get to that, we also have to consider the whole Inverted Pyramid. This sub-area is really fun to travel through with its combinations of bullet bills and 2D movement. Or you can be phased and not use a bullet bill, but hey, I'm not here to judge. When we get to the boss herself, she uses her hair to spawn in bombs to throw at the player. Normally you would have to hit the big bombs when she gets them stuck in the ground, however you can also time your Packy throws correctly to hit the small bombs back instead. Then when she enters into her hat, instead of waiting for her to finish, you can hit the bombs back up into her. Overall, a really satisfying boss fight to do quickly on top of the great sub-area. 78. City Gardening Rooftop Planter. This is easily the best seed moon in the game. As I stated earlier, the seed moons in Unon City are more so focused on trying to figure out how to get a seed to a location while having limited movement. The puck for this moon is placed in a really tricky spot this time, though. There are no easy trampolines to jump off of, so you have to get creative with your approach. I think this moon is one of the shining examples of how to do a mission in a game where you purposefully limit the player's movements, as this is still fun to complete despite that, and it's enhanced by the limited movements as it opens up for more puzzle opportunities. 77. Colossal Ruins, Dash Jump. And 76. Sinking Colossal Ruins, Hurry. This is one of the best uses for the rocket platters, requiring Mario to run on the side of a steep slope while also avoiding poison at the bottom and the several gaps in the path. Since the place is sinking as well, this moon is legitimately pretty difficult, especially the second moon where you have to not only grab a key, but also make a pretty long jump at the end. 75. Fork Flickin' to the Summit. And 74. Fork Flickin' Detour. While certainly nowhere near as difficult as the last sub-area, I like this one a ton just for how fast-paced it is. Both the Volbonin and pole captures are great because launching Mario at high speeds is super fun, and getting to chain several of these together here is fantastic. 73. Jizo and the Hidden Room. And 72. Jizo's Big Adventure. This is another great puzzle area that involves using the Jizo capture. Normally you have to bring them from all sides of the map so that you can hold some P-switches in place, which is a lot of fun by itself. An alternate thing you can do, though, is using a combination of smart Jizo placement and jumps, you can actually skip most of the puzzles and get both moons using only a few Jizo, which is a fun fast strat to throw on top of the puzzle. 71. Searching Hexagon Tower. And 70. Center of Hexagon Tower. This is another set of Drybones moons, though I promise me being a big fan for him did not affect my ranking of these two moons. They're legitimately very good. Exploring the 6 sides from the moon shards and Hidden Moon are so much fun. This really uses the Paragon's flight ability fantastically, and it's a moon I don't see nearly enough people appreciate. The shards and key are all placed in really good spots, and each side of the hexagon feels unique to reverse as well. Comedy number up on the big screen, and 68 down inside the big screen. I always love me some references to 1-1 from the original Super Mario Bros. Except for Mushroom Kingdom and Smash, that stage sucked. But this is definitely one of, if not the best tribute to the level. You get to play through the entirety of the stage on a big screen TV, and you have to collect all the moon shards while you do so. Not only does this remake of the level fit perfectly with the whole 2D gimmick in Odyssey, but they also do a fantastic job with the little details as well. The Hidden Moon being in the shortcut sub-area was absolutely perfect, and I also love how there's a King Hearts hidden in the same spot there's a 1-up in the original level. But the absolute best reference moon to older Mario games has to go to 67, Totally Classic. 1-1 recreations have been done before, so seeing a recreation of the entire courtyard area from Super Mario 64 with the same aesthetic and everything was one of the most exciting moments in the game for me. Would have been even more exciting if ProSophia Gaming didn't spoil the Mario 64 costume for me, but that's aside from the point. The moon here is simple, but I do like how after all these years, the star statue in the middle of the courtyard finally has a real use. 66, Walking on Ice. And 65, even more Walking on Ice. These are easily my favorite Koopa walking moons for two major reasons. For one, this is actually in a unique shape as a triangle is much harder to follow than a circle. Secondly, since this is on ice, it's much more difficult to walk on while keeping a straight path, making this much more difficult than the others. 64, Defend the Secret Flower Field. And 63, Struggle in Steam Gardens Rematch. Finally, we've reached the battle with Torque Drift. This utilizes the upward captures wonderfully to avoid all of its ring attack, stretches of the machine, and its shield orbs as well. The upward capture is always really fun for me to use. The only thing holding this back is that I don't think there are any fast strats here like most of the other bosses. Doing the fight normally though is good enough for me, so I still really like this. But now it's time for a long streak of moves that are sort of races to a finish line. And since I like going fast, I like them all a ton. 62, Cascade Kingdom Regular Cup, and 61, Cascade Kingdom Master Cup. The movement involved for this one is a major step up from the other Koopa free running moves we've seen so far. It was a pretty good length, and moving from all the surfaces required here was a blast. But you all may have noticed that I used the pass tense. If you want a competitive time now, you have to do Dino Skip Skip, or DSS for short, where you sort of climb up this wall to end the race. This trick is stupidly hard, making this a lot less fun to replay, but I do still like this one, which is why I felt like it deserved to be up here. 60, the Bound Bowl Grand Prix. 59, Snowline Circuit Class S. 58, Iceberg Circuit Class A. And 57, Iceberg Circuit Class S. These all use the Chivarian Racer capture to have you race against other Chivarians by bounding at just the right time in order to gain some speed. While sure the movement isn't as good as just Mario's normal movement, it's still a ton of fun to do and are unique challenges for if you get bored of Koopa free running. Oh, and also the Iceberg Circuit Class S is genuinely one of the hardest moves in the game. Probably top 10, if not top 5. 56, Vanishing Road Rush. 55, Vanishing Road Challenge. 54, Motor Scooter Daredevil. And 53, Full Throttle Scooting. All 4 of these take place on the Vanishing Road, though the first set are remix versions found on the dark side. In the Metro version, you would use a motorcycle to go across disappearing surfaces, which is a lot of fun, especially since the jumps are fairly tight and the timers are pretty strict. The dark side, though, takes a really unique spin on this, removing the motorcycle and forcing the player to roll across the entire thing instead, making it even more difficult to move across quickly. So with that said, why is the Metro Kingdom one higher? Well, in order to make this challenge actually reasonable on the dark side, the timer is actually a bit longer on each segment than in Metro. However, even with Metro's shorter timer, it's still barely possible to get both of these moves here without using the motorcycle, making the Metro Kingdom version, funnily enough, a more interesting challenge. Both are fantastic, of course, and I can definitely see people disagreeing with my reasoning, but since I always like to challenge myself when I replay the game, I just prefer the Metro version. 52, Metro Kingdom Regular. And 51, Metro Kingdom Master Cup. Back to some more Koopa free running, and this one is all about using both the poles and Bobonin captures to quickly fling Mario across the map. As I said before, I really enjoy doing this, which is what puts this pretty high up on the Koopa free running tier list. Though I do feel like the start where you have to get flung off this building was always a bit finicky, but other than that, a very great set of Koopa free running moves. 50, Lake Kingdom Regular Cup. And 49, Lake Kingdom Master Cup. This one is simple and to the point, which I know you enjoy. Of course, jumping over the wall is great, and so is getting onto the platform with the goal. However, my favorite part about this mode is, funnily enough, the water movement. Since you don't have to go underwater for this, we get to sort of skim along the surface by using a combination of cappy throws and dives, which feels really, really good to get right. I'm sure some people would probably disagree, but I don't know, this one is pretty cool. Okay, final set of Koopa free running moves for a bit. 48, Lost Kingdom Regular Cup, and 47, Lost Kingdom Master Cup. This is above the last few for one simple reason. We get to incorporate Klepto Skip into it. This is one of my favorite skips in all of Odyssey, and having to try and do it quickly is so much fun. I will say it does lose a few points for having a large portion of it dedicated to just wall jumping, but otherwise the movement up the mountain is great, and when you get onto the mountain, spin pounding on the switch feels great as well. 46, the Rooftop Lantern, and 45, Diving from the Big Pot. These are both super creative and fun moves to collect. So you may notice that there's a pot here, and if you remember the sub area from earlier on the list, you'll know that you'll have to put a lava bubble in there to get the move. The only problem is, this pot is entirely landlocked, with no lava and let alone a lava bubble nearby. This means that the only way to complete this is by jumping off the volcano. The way the lava bubble plummets to the ground super quickly can make this shot kind of hard to hit, but that's what makes this great. There's also a torch on the other building which is lit for the first move, and while you can do the same thing for this, it's not required as you could use a fire bow, which did technically make this lose some points, but these are both super fun to do. 44, Reparking Leap of Faith. Sticking with the theme of jumping off tall things, we notice a parking space for the motorcycle on top of a building near the start of the city. However, there's no way to get a motorcycle up from the ground. That means you have to use the motorcycle from all the way at the top of New York City Hall to drive over the entire city onto the spot. The fact that you have to cross over the entire level is what puts this above the last two. What a great concept for a moon, and what perfect execution. 43, Secret Path to Buffalo. Well, yeah, this is just sort of an okay moon if you get it through the painting. There's a way to get this moon without the painting that is so much fun that it's the only way I ever played this. Basically, if you take a gusher and go onto a tall surface, you'll be able to fly higher and higher. And since you can get water from these water jets, it's actually possible to continuously rise up and refill your water to barely reach the platform with the moon. Finding out this was possible for the first time by myself was one of my proudest moments playing the game, which makes this easily my favorite painting moon. 42, Let's Go Swimming, Captain Toad. This is easily my favorite Captain Toad moon in the game. It's not even in a particularly hidden spot. He's located at the bottom of this big pit under Lake Mode, which is pretty obviously containing something. The thing I love about this moon, though, is just how deep this pit is. When you first go inside of it, it's extremely difficult to tell how deep it goes. But either way, you assume that you can make it, so you start grabbing at it. But as your breath decreases, you start to think that maybe this was a bad idea. Then you start getting panicked, and you may even consider going back up. However, you're far too deep to stop now. Just as it's beginning to look hopeless, you finally get out of the tunnel with only 1 HP left, and you're just barely able to make it to the room with Captain Toad and Flip. This is, in my opinion, the absolute most tense moon in the game. The fact that you don't really know exactly how long you have before you drown makes collecting this moon one of the most intense moments in a Mario game. Now, yeah, you are technically supposed to use a cheat sheet here, but since the developers made this tunnel just long enough to allow Mario to make it with just a few seconds to spare, it makes this one of the most memorable moons in the game. 41. Fly to the treasure chest and back. This is just hidden in a really good spot. The fact that you have to think about bringing a bonsai bill all the way over to the start of the moon cave is really great. The distance is so far that it really tests the limits of how far it can go. Easily my favorite moon in the moon cave. 40. Secret 2D treasure. This might just be the hardest moon in the game, at the very least the hardest 2D moon. This requires Mario to stay within 2D backgrounds, as if he goes outside of it, he'll become 3D and die instantly. While yeah, this can be seen as a bit slow, I personally think the scrolls go at a good enough pace to make this pretty intense. Seriously, if you haven't tried this moon, it's kind of hard to describe how difficult it is, so you really have to try it for yourself. 39. Udon City's Pest Problem. We already talked a bit about this guy during the Mushroom King rematch section a few entries ago, but I like this guy a decent amount. Fighting him can be a bit annoying, but the aesthetic of the nighttime city, the climb up the Udon City Tower, and of course the song all come together to make this still a great moon. Plus, fighting him in all honesty is not that bad. He's pretty good difficulty-wise. It's just kind of hard to do quickly because if you miss a cycle, you lose a ton of time. 38. Nice shot with the chain chomp. And 37. Very nice shot with the chain chomp. This sub-area utilizes the chain chomps in a really creative way, making the sub-area based on sending them into each other so they ricochet into the target. I always have a lot of fun figuring out the right angle, and I also find it fun to try and jump over the chain chomps and just capture the one at the end. Oh, and the hidden room is also really well placed. I remember having a hard time trying to find this on my first playthrough. 36. Aim poke. And 35. Poke roll. This uses the mechanic of the Pokio launching bombs introduced with Bowser's Kingdom, and it does so excellently. It's decently difficult to hit the bombs into the right spot without exploding yourself, and of course, the secret moon is super entertaining to get as you have to launch a bomb along the sidewall of the sub-area. This is a perfectly executed moon. 34. Waves of poison, hop and over. And 33. Waves of poison, hop to it. So you remember how I said the frogs in the moon shard room were my favorite moons using the frogs? Well, I lied. I kind of forgot about these two. The poison waves and the very small platforms make for very tight jumps using the frogs. But just like the other great frog moons, my favorite part about doing this is doing it captureless. Just barely being able to go over the poison waves using Mario is great, and the layout is perfect to have just enough time to make the jump without having much space for wiggle room. Okay, I promise. These are my favorite moons that are focused on the front. 32. Invisible Road Secret. And 31. Invisible Road Rush. This is a remake of a sub-area in Wooded Kingdom that we saw much earlier in this. Basically, it's an invisible room filled with poison on the floor, and piranha plants will continuously spit out more poison onto it. Now, the normal sub-area is pretty solid, however, the Dark Side remake is significantly better due to its one change, Cappy being missing. This makes it to where you have no way to clear out any of the poison on the path, making it extremely difficult to traverse the sub-area without dying. You're not able to take your time anymore either, with the piranha plants filling the path with poison as you play, making this one of the more difficult sub-areas in the game. 30. Big Brutal Battle. Instead of just fighting one Brutal, we get to fight against two of them, Harriet and Topper. I already talked a bit about Harriet, but the skips in this version are even more fun, as now that she fires out two bombs, you have to jump at just the right angle to hit her with the small bombs. Topper is also significantly improved from his original fight in Cap Kingdom, which we didn't mention because that doesn't give you a move. Normally, you have to knock off all of Topper's hats in order to hit him, and then afterwards you have to avoid all of his hats sliding on the ground before continuing the fight. Like Harriet, he also has two skips. You can not only hit him while he's doing a spin attack on the ground, but you can also jump on the hat he's hiding in during the hat phase to re-awaken him. The second skip especially is a lot harder than it looks, and needing to complete both him and Harriet in one go makes this a pretty great boss fight. 29. Big Jump Escape. And 28. Motor Scooter Escape. This is one of the coolest sub-areas conceptually. A big chase through a city where you have to escape a rampaging dinosaur on a motorcycle. Avoiding the dino's attacks are a lot of fun, and getting into position for the second moon is fun as well. But what makes this great, just like the other motorcycle sub-areas from earlier, is the fact that this can be done without the motorcycle. It's significantly more difficult, as rolling does make it harder to turn, but that's just one extra reason to love this already great sub-area. 27. Not Hidden in the Fog. And 26. Wandering in the Fog. This sub-area contains my favorite Moonshard moon in the entire game. The harsh fog mixed with steep gardens provides for not only a really good look, but it also works into the moon as the fog hides the nut moonshards. They're all placed in great locations, one of them even being found underneath the main platform. Traversing this area with the Paragoomba is great as well. This is a perfectly executed idea that I honestly don't see enough people praise. 25. Picture match, basically a Goomba. 24, picture match a stellar Goomba. 23, picture match basically Mario. And 22, picture match a stellar Mario. I really love all of the picture match moves. You basically have to place all of the features of either a Goomba or Mario onto its face, and the more accurate you are, the more points you get. The thing is, the parts fade whenever you place them, making this set of moves a pretty good challenge as well. Seeing what goofy creations people manage to make is always a blast, and really these moves are just really silly. Mario is more awesome than a Goomba, which is why he got the edge. 21, RC Car Pro, and 20, RC Car Champ. It's kind of hard to explain, but just the setup of the racetrack and how the RC car is controlled makes this just a super fun one to grind down and get a good time for. Trying to cut the corners better without hitting walls is a lot of fun. I also feel like it's the perfect time length to make it feel like there's always room to improve, but also make it really fun to replay over and over again. 19, Luncheon Kingdom Regular Cup, and 18, Luncheon Kingdom Master Cup. Climbing up the cliff here is surprisingly fast paced. Just looking at how much distance you need to cover here, you would not expect this one to be as quick as it is. First off, you have to climb up on top of the starting area and then jump over to the main cliff, and from there you get to use some bonbons and briefly a lava bubble to reach the end. My favorite part though is throwing Cappy at this wall. Since it's technically a really steep slope, you'll actually go upwards upon hitting it to where you can capture another bonbon in the finish. If executed perfectly, this can all be completed in less than 10 seconds. This one will always be super impressive to me. However, it's still only my second favorite set of Koopa Free-Running moves, as the best Koopa Free-Running moves go to 17, Wooded Kingdom Regular Cup, and 16, Wooded Kingdom Master Cup. I love jumping off the fairly high starting area and down into the main area. Jumping off the fence and falling down is just so much fun. Parkouring around all of the obstacles in Wooded and even using the upwards to get to the end is also super rewarding as well. It's sort of hard to explain why it's my favorite, but I just love it a ton. Easily the one I've grinded down the most. 15, The Hole in the Desert. This is our first boss fight against Knuckle Attack, but before we get to him, we have to go through the Nighttime Toast Arena first. I love how this place looks during the night, and the mummies coming out of the ground make traversing the desert legitimately quite dangerous. Once you actually manage to get into the hole, you have a neat little obstacle course through the ice-covered underground where you have to ride a bullet bill into the boss fight arena. The boss fight itself is also fantastic. Dodging all of the attacks from its hands while leading them into icicles is great. Flying at Knuckle Attack using his own fist is always super fun. It's also a great way to build off the bullet bill capture, which is what I consider to be Sand Kingdom's main capture. There aren't really any speed strats here, but the build-up and fight itself is more than enough to put it at number 15. 14, Hurry and Stretch, and 13, Stretch on the Side Path. This is actually the original version of a sub-area we saw remixed on the Dark Side earlier. Personally, I find the original to be much better for one simple reason. It can be done captureless. Basically, in this first area, you have to use the uproot to stretch up tall cliffs while avoiding spikes in the rising lava. This is already fairly hard to do with the uproot, but take him away and you're left with one of the most intense and fun captureless moves in the game. Nearly every platform has moving spikes, making it pretty tricky to time a good jump, but you also can't hesitate as the rising lava is right behind you. You need precision and speed, which is a perfect combination to make for a challenging move. Now, the remix version forces you to use Yoshi to eat fruits, which is still a ton of fun, don't get me wrong, but the option to do the move captureless is just so much better. 12, the Bullet Bill Maze Breakthrough, and 11, the Bullet Bill Maze Side Path. These two are both really cool top-down obstacle courses using the bullet bills to avoid several moving obstacles to get both of the moves. This is honestly pretty tricky, which is greatly appreciated. Now, if it were just this, it would be a pretty good move, but top 15 is certainly not. Now, what puts this above the rest is the sneaky skip that's included. So since this is top-down, you may notice that there's not actually a ceiling here, or at least not one that's up close. If this were any other game, there would have been some sort of invisible barrier preventing you from going any higher than intended, but Mario Odyssey is different. You're actually able to go on top of the wall and entirely skip the bullet bill for both moves. This is such a fun little skip, and I love it a ton. It would certainly boost these moves as I was super hyped when I first found this, but that's still not why I decided to put these so high. Hiding up on this roof is a giant pile of coins. When I saw this for the first time, I was genuinely shocked. Not only did the developers let me go up here to essentially skip their level using the skills provided to me by the game, but they actually rewarded me for it. I'm so happy I was able to discover this coin pile for myself, because I think this was the moment I genuinely fell in love with the game. This is what made it clear for me that Mario Odyssey was the greatest game in the Mario series and the greatest game I've ever played. Finding this is what inspired me to continue playing this game for the hundreds of hours that I have. I know it may seem silly to some of you to get so attached to like 150 coins, but it's really about what they represent. Wow, I genuinely got super emotional about these moves. I guess it may be confusing as to why these aren't number 1 and number 2 then, huh? Well, I just felt like it would be a bit unfair since they do become really easy with this skip, but these two are probably the moves I have the strongest emotions attached to. But now, it's time for the top 10. We've been through 826 other moons up until this point, but these are what I believe to be the best of the best. Starting off, we have the most charming moon in the game, number 10, Bench Friends. This is one of the most iconic moons in the entire game, but it's also unironically really good. First off, it has that charm factor. The concept of this moon is Mario just sitting next to this lonely guy in New Donk City to make friends with him and make him feel better. It's just super wholesome, and that's why so many people love this moon. And if it were just that, it would have placed really high for me, but there's a little more to it that makes it in the top 10. See, normally you would just walk up to the bench and jump on it, causing Mario to sit down. However, this moon has one of the most fun speed strats in the game. On one of the nearby buildings there's a pole, which I've already stated I love using, and for this moon we get to capture it and fling Mario from a large distance onto the bench next to the guy. This is just such a unique and fun skip that I can't help but feel like the developers intended it with how deliberate this pole placing feels. I'm so happy this has been a staple in the speedrun since the start of the game, because I'd say going for this is always the highlight of the run. Number 9, Breakdown Road Final Challenge. This is our final non-story or boss fight moon on the list. This moon is considered by most people to be the absolute hardest in the game, and I can honestly agree with that. This is the secondary moon of one of the Dark Side sub-area remakes, so I think it's only fair to look at the original moon. Normally in the sub-area you would have Cappy, so what you would need to do is capture a bonsai bill at the bottom and fly it over to the other side. This is pretty simple, however in the remake you of course don't have Cappy to help you. So how would you do this moon? Well, they were nice and added a few blocks at the bottom that Mario can jump across to attract the bonsai bill over to the moons. However, these blocks are placed in such a way that jumping between them is stupid hard. You don't have any time at all to stop moving, which means you have to long jump as fast as you can across these. But the blocks are so small and spread out that it's super easy to either bonk on the block or delay your jump too much to the point where you end up falling off. You have to be perfect with your long jump timing, and you have to do that several times to make it across. The sheer difficulty of this moon makes it one of the most infamous and iconic challenges in the game. Truly, it earns the final challenge name. Number 8, Multi-Moon atop the falls. This is the first encounter with Madame Brood, and everything about this fight is great. I talked about it in my Cascade Kingdom video, so I'll try to keep this one short. For one, there's the build-up to the fight itself, providing an introduction to the 2D segments, and even giving the player the opportunity to try out the dino capture. That's great and all, but the best part of the build-up is skipping it entirely. Using what probably is Mario Odyssey's most famous skip right next to Moon Skip, Dino Skip lets us use the dino capture to jump on a trampoline, uncapture it, and then dive into the arena. This is always so much fun to do, but there's also a whole boss fight ahead of us. Madame Rue uses her fat chain Chumpikins to try and beat Mario. However, we're able to knock the hat off and send it flying back into Madame Rue, perfectly building off the chain chomp capture from the first room of the game. She'll then try throwing chain Chumpikins at Mario before looping back to how she started. This is a really fun fight to run through, but this also is one of my favorite speed strats. If you jump on Chain Chumpikins during her throwing phase, it'll get stunned, allowing Mario to throw Cappy at it quicker. However, if you use a setup like this where you throw Cappy, walk away, and then backflip, you can stun it, have Cappy return to Mario hitting the hat off of it, and then throw Cappy again to capture it all before touching the ground. This feels super fast to do and is always quite fun. Again, I talked about this a bit more in my other video, but I like this a lot for having a great build-up and great skips during the fight. Number 7, Arrival at Rabbit Ridge. This is the main story moon of the Dark Side, being a big gauntlet where you fight against all 4 of the Brutals and a Mecha Brutal in a series of fights with only 1 heart refill on the journey, and if you die, you have to restart from the very beginning. Safe to say, this moon gets quite tense as it's fairly easy to take a hit or two each fight. I'm super happy they gave us a chance to have a mini-boss rush, and it's for the most part executed pretty well. But there is one problem I have with it that makes it not place higher. Since this takes place on the moon, all of these fights sadly have low gravity applied. That can make fighting them somewhat less fun or easier than their normal gravity variants. However, for the difficulty and concept alone, this has to place highly on the list. Plus, the low gravity does work to make these fights all unique from their original counterparts. Number 6, Tussle and Toast Arena Rematch. While this is not technically the highest ranked Mushroom Kingdom rematch, I think this easily got the best change out of any of them. Now during the fight, not only do you have to worry about Knuckle-Tech attacks, but mummies will also spawn from the ground, making this incredibly difficult to traverse without taking any damage, especially in the phases where you have to move around quickly. This was such a significant difficulty change that I was able to bring this move up to being far above its original, and this doesn't even have the build-up to it like that one did. I think this might even be the single hardest boss fight in the game. I'm not entirely sure about it, but I definitely have died quite a few times fighting this guy. Number 5, a traditional festival. This is the most iconic moon in all of Super Mario Odyssey. This acts as the big conclusion to the New Donk City story, acting as not only a fantastic callback to the original Donkey Kong, even letting Mario face off against him near the end, but it also just acts as a great celebration of the game as a whole. The party aesthetic of the city is super unique to just this one moon, and it makes it feel so special. But of course, the thing that makes this the most iconic moon in the game is Pauline and her song Jump Up Superstar. This is one of, if not the most popular song in the Mario series, and for very good reason. It's an absolute banger and just fits the game so perfectly. This song and moon really made me happy that they brought Pauline back from obscurity, and despite her not originating in Odyssey, she really is the poster character for it, right next to Cappy. For its iconicity, fantastic song, and its references to Mario's past, this had to make the top 5. Number 4, Battle with the Lord of Lightning, and number 3, Rumble and Crumble Rematch. The Lord of Lightning is such a cool boss, you guys. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you, as pretty much everyone agrees, but man, seeing this guy was such a surprise from the Mario game. He is so different from anything else in the Mario series, being a more realistic looking dragon as opposed to the more cartoony look of all the other bosses. Not only is his aesthetic fantastic though, but so is the boss. He'll shoot out several rings of lightning at the player, which they'll need to avoid before slamming his head into the ground, causing more lightning shockwaves that can damage the player. From there, you have to pull swords out from his head before you can ground pound on him to repeat the process. This is always a highlight of a repeat playthrough. Both the aesthetic and mechanics make for both a super memorable and challenging fight. Trying to pluck all of the swords out of his head as fast as possible, or jumping between all the waves of electricity are just such fun challenges. The Mushroom Kingdom also has some pretty good changes, making the shockwaves go vertically and also covering the arena on a sheet of ice. Oh, and I cannot forget about the boss theme here either. Just an absolute banger, one of my favorites in the series. Number 2, Long Journey's End. This is easily the most in-depth moon in the entire game, which is fitting since it's also meant to be the big finale. Most 3D Mario titles up until this point have had a big final challenge level to cap off the game, and Odyssey is absolutely no different. This is a massive gauntlet taking you through several sections based on previous portions of the game. First, you have an optional boss fight against a UFO before jumping across some pools of lava. Afterwards, you face some moving hills, and then a pretty difficult lava bubble section where you have to try and avoid getting hit by the moon snakes. This is followed by a little uproot section and a freezing water segment where we have to avoid some fuzzies. Yoshi even makes an appearance for a bit, where we get to scale up a conveyor and cross a flower path before getting to a timer challenge which we need to complete, or else be pushed into lava. Then we get to use our POW Glide-On to avoid some fly guys. No, not the enemy fly guys. Great, now I gotta look up their names. See what you did? Oh, Urban Stingbees? Wow, I'm honestly surprised there's a Stingbee reference of all enemies in this game. Well, anyway, we then get to use some more bonus before entering into a foggy area with a moving platform. Turbos surround us as we make our journey through it, but we have to be careful, as missing a throw and hitting one of these ring generators will make this room much harder than it already was. There's then a fairly difficult portion of the level where you have to time a Pokeo poke onto the moving platforms, where missing would be an instant death. Then you face Donkey Kong once more in a 2D segment before ending the level with a final chance to use the Bowser capture. As you all can tell by just how long the explanation of this moon was, yeah, there's quite a lot here. With so much to do, this gets to be a pretty intense moon, especially considering dying at any point means you have to restart from the very beginning. There are no checkpoints. There are a few hearts on the way, but other than that, you're left to face this gauntlet without much support. The long gauntlet alone would put this in the top 10 easily. However, there are a few things about this one in particular that make it exceptionally special. For one, just like the rest of the game, this moon is filled to the brim with small and very large shortcuts in order to be quicker. Some of the main ones include using this block and uproot to skip the fuzzy segment, pulling on top of the timer challenge platform to skip the timer challenge, but the biggest of them all is using Glide-On to glide completely over the sub area to jump straight to Bowser. What I really like about these skips though is that not only are they really fun to perform, but they're not freebies either. They're fairly difficult, so the challenge of the stage still remains intact. However, none of the gameplay even compares to what actually makes this moon number 2 for me, the actual ending. See, Bowser wasn't really how this ends. After getting past this portion, you get a thank you from the dev team, and then you get sent back outside on the moon. Unlike the other Mario gauntlets though, you aren't just instantly given the end of the stage after the thank you. Instead, you are met face to face with the New Donk City Hall on the moon's surface, though this time it's monochromatic to match the atmosphere. You notice that there are frogs around you, and one last time you need to capture them, signifying the adventure coming full circle as they were the game's very first capture. You scale the building as the quiet honeymoon ridge theme plays around you, an oddly calming end after the massive gauntlet you just faced. Finally, you make it to the top and begin climbing the pole to the moon, the same spot where a different moon was located in New Donk City, but this time it's different. The pole is a lot longer than it was originally, and as you start to climb, a quiet music box gets to play and Cappy begins to speak. His speech here is filled with so much nostalgia about the journey he and the player have had together, and it's genuinely one of my favorite moments in the entire. His final line is always perfectly timed for when the moon appears on screen. All that's left to do is hit the jump button, grab your prize. This is just a fantastic one. Everything about it, from the large, challenging gauntlet to the nostalgic ending, is truly fantastic. It is a bit easier than I'd like. Personally, I'd rather there be 0 heart refills, but it genuinely doesn't matter. This was a fantastic end to the best game in the Mario franchise to date. But come on, you know me. I would have never put the predictable choice at number 1. I'm all about giving hot takes, or some of you all call them bad opinions. Obviously, I'm not doing it just to be a contrarian. This is actually how I feel. But there is one single moon that I think is indeed better than the nearly perfect ending gauntlet known as Long Journey's End. In the community post I mentioned before, asking you all which moons you all thought would be number 1, not a single person that I saw was able to guess what I put, which is honestly kind of funny, considering this is the only moon I've ever made an entire video on. Number 1, Showdown at Bowser's Castle. This is, in my opinion, the single best designed boss fight in the entire Mario series, and it's honestly not even that close. Like I said, I made a 20-minute video purely focused on just this move, so summarizing my thoughts here will be a bit tricky. Basically, this has the perfect combination of aesthetics, difficulty, and of course, speedrun strats out of any boss in the series. First off, the normal fight. The Robo-Brute will shoot out bombs and Pokeos toward the player, and you need to shoot at their metallic legs in order to break the coating to let Mario climb up them. From there, he has to knock out one of the Brutos before being knocked off himself. The second phase will have the Mecha Brutal march around a bit before firing the bombs, which could easily damage Mario. The third phase, the thing will become temporarily invincible and charge the player before shooting out damaging rings and continuing the stage like in phase 2. Finally, the last phase, yes, this boss requires 4 hits as opposed to the normal 3, is basically the same as the last one without the charge. With so many different attacks, this guy is incredibly difficult to defeat. I definitely died quite a few times here on my first playthrough. This makes the boss all the more rewarding when you finally beat him. Now, all of that is good, certainly enough for top 15, but number 1, how did it reach that high up? Well, it's simple. It has the best speedrun strats out of any boss fight. See, instead of landing back on the ground after hitting a Brutal, you are actually able to cappy jump back onto the mech and try to hit another one. This is pretty hard though, as the boss is quite shaky, meaning you're likely to miss the Brutals and fall back down. Not to worry though, as they implemented another fast strat if you fall. See, on the first phase of the fight, there are metallic boards on the side of the boss's legs, but after that they'll become wooden tiles, meaning you could just climb up them using a Pokeo and attempt to hit them once again. You can repeat this for every hit and try to get the perfect boss fight, which is just about the most satisfying thing you can do in this entire game. Oh, and that's not even the only way to do this boss fast. As in the first phase, you can completely skip the Pokeo by jumping up the side of the mech using very precise and tricky jumps. That's not even to mention how you need to ground pound this boss, making this perfect for spin powers. Watching an expert do this boss is always such a great watch. It's incredible seeing all of this movement come together in one place, and I think that's just really emblematic of what I love about this game. Seeing yourself visibly be able to improve at this boss fight over time as you play the game more and more is something I don't really get much out of every single other Mario boss. That includes the rematch of this boss with Darkside, which I do consider to be a worse moon due to the low gravity, making the skips kind of brain-numbingly easy. I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with me because there are 5 boss fights as opposed to just the 1 here, but the low gravity really does hurt the rematches for me. But back to the main moon here, on top of all of this, the boss's theme absolutely slaps, one of the most underrated tracks in the Mario series. It's perfectly fitting for the aesthetic and even works outside of it as well. But yeah, for having the perfect balance of a hard difficulty, fantastic aesthetic, and a lot of opportunity to show off Mario's fantastic movement, Showdown at Bowser's Castle, otherwise known as the Robo-Brute boss fight, gets to take number 1 as the best move, Super Mario Odyssey. But yeah, that's it. Every single moon in Mario Odyssey has been ranked. Before we go, I also wanted to quickly show off the average moon ranking for every kingdom, since I thought that would be interesting and a few of you also requested it. The lower the number, the better, so here's the list on the screen now. As that scrolls by, though, guys, I genuinely want to thank you all so much for 100K subscribers. Being able to do YouTube videos has been my dream ever since I was like 8 years old, starting my channel over 10 years ago. We've come a long way since then, and I am still in love with doing videos for the platform. I seriously appreciate every single one of you for sticking with me, even those of you I've called cringe for having a different opinion than me. You all have helped me reach this point, and I'm really excited to see how far we go from here. I have no plans on slowing down anytime soon. I'm having more fun making videos than I ever have before. I don't know what the next goal will be or what the next milestone video will be at, because I think this one is going to be pretty hard to top, but whatever the future holds for us, I'm ready to see it through. But anyways, grab onto your smash, and I'll see you guys next time.
All right, so like I mentioned, this will be at least a
Fuck.
Oh, I should go.
We can all build the body we're proud of. This is one of the best skinny includes. Little update in my face.
Stepping out today. Hide your girl. I'ma hide with her. Everything is fine, but why does her shadow look like Andrew Tate? Someone installed OBS on a random platform at Walmart and streamed all last night until Twitch took it down. My brother's toothbrushes over the past month. Why is he so angry? Do you still even have teeth? I'm Andrew's a real thing. I think I'm better than stuff. Gets in the shower. Shit. No other discernible characteristics. Substitute teacher, humiliating David, still trying to look at it as a jazz musician, and doesn't mean we're not going to learn. Incarnated teacher, intense visions of the 1400s, obsessed with traveling to France, and must for your country from the strict teacher, tells you Shakespeare, hot, crazy, overly friendly teacher, goes to every volleyball game, loves hanging out after school, and really good at keeping secrets. Jack teacher, dope on skull, creatine withdrawal, broke up 3 fights last night. Jack teacher, his name is Jack, short for John. No other discernible characteristics.
Hola, Eric.
Two teachers, humiliated daily, still trying to make it as a jazz musician. And just because Mr. Peterson isn't here doesn't mean we're not going to learn. Reincarnated teacher, intense visions of the 1400s, obsessed with traveling to France, and must free her country from the English. Dude, I used to think all online fitness gurus were full.
Vegito hasn't won a single fight. Now listen, before you Vegito fans attack me, hear me out. Let me explain in 60 seconds. Vegito is very powerful, but I'll keep it real with you. Mance is not a thinker because he just makes the wrong choice every fight. Zamasu, bang. This man gets fisted after taunting Zamasu for about half the entire fight. Now, he may not have known that he became
Yo, Brandon. Yo, I'm so mad right now.
Why?
So, I got Luffy in like 2K gems, right? Well, I didn't even get him on my main at all. I got him on my alt. I didn't get a single unit on my main. I just got both of them on my alt. Okay, so it took me like 2K to get Luffy, right? It took me 15 fucking K to get Law.
You got Law too?
Yes, but it took me 15K.
Yeah. I messed up